Hello, wishing you moments of comfortable entertainment. This is an engaging audio channel exclusively dedicated to your favorite audiobooks.
Prologue. Anthony Bridgerton had always known he would die young. Oh, not as a child. Young Anthony had never had cause to ponder his own mortality. His early years had been a young boy's perfection, right from the very day of his birth. It was true that Anthony was the heir to an ancient and wealthy viscountcy, but unlike most other aristocratic couples, Lord and Lady Bridgerton were very much in love, and they saw their son's birth not as the arrival of an heir, but rather that of a child. And so there were no parties, no fetes, no celebration other than that of mother and father staring in wonderment at their new son. The Bridgertons were young parents, Edmund barely 20, and Violet just 18, but they were sensible, and they were strong, and they loved their son with a fierceness and devotion that was rarely seen in their social circles. Much to her own mother's horror, Violet insisted upon nursing the boy herself, and Edmund never subscribed to the prevailing attitude that fathers should neither see nor hear their children. He took the infant on long hikes across the fields of Kent, spoke to him of philosophy and poetry before he could possibly understand the words, and told him a bedtime story every night. Because the Viscount and Viscountess were so young and so very much in love, it came as no surprise to anyone when, just 2 years after Anthony's birth, he was joined by a younger brother, christened Benedict. Edmund immediately adjusted his daily routine to take 2 sons on his hikes, and he spent a week holed up in the stables, working with his leather worker to devise a special pack that would hold Anthony on his back while he held the baby Benedict in his arms. They walked across fields and streams, and he told them of wondrous things, of perfect flowers and clear blue skies, of knights in shining armour and damsels in distress. Violet used to laugh when they returned all wind-blown and sun-kissed, and Edmund would say, "See, here is our damsel in distress. Clearly we must save her." And Anthony would throw himself into his mother's arms, giggling as he swore he'd protect her from the fire-breathing dragon they'd seen just 2 miles down the road in the village. 2 miles down the road in the village, Violet would breathe, keeping her voice carefully laden with horror. Heaven above! What would I do without 3 strong men to protect me? "Benedict's a baby," Anthony would reply. "But he'll grow up," she'd always say, tousling his hair, "just as you did, and just as you still will." Edmund always treated his children with equal affection and devotion. But late at night, when Anthony cradled the Bridgerton pocket watch to his chest, given to him on his 8th birthday by his father, who had received it on his 8th birthday from his father, he liked to think that his relationship with his father was just a little bit special. Not because Edmund loved him best. By that point the Bridgerton siblings numbered 4. Colin and Daphne had arrived fairly close together, and Anthony knew very well that all the children were well loved. No, Anthony liked to think that his relationship with his father was special simply because he'd known him the longest. After all, no matter how long Benedict had known their father, Anthony would always have 2 years on him, and 6 on Colin. And as for Daphne, well, besides the fact that she was a girl, the horror, she'd known father a full 8 years less than he had, and, he liked to remind himself, always would. Edmund Bridgerton was, quite simply, the very centre of Anthony's world. He was tall, his shoulders were broad, and he could ride a horse as if he'd been born in the saddle. He always knew the answers to arithmetic questions, even when the tutor didn't. He saw no reason why his sons should not have a treehouse, and then he went and built it himself, and his laugh was the sort that warmed a body from the inside out. Edmund taught Anthony how to ride. He taught Anthony how to shoot. He taught him to swim. He took him off to Eton himself, rather than sending him in a carriage with servants, as most of Anthony's future friends arrived, and when he saw Anthony glancing nervously about the school that would become his new home, he had a heart-to-heart talk with his eldest son, assuring him that everything would be all right. And it was. Anthony knew it would be. His father, after all, never lied. Anthony loved his mother. Hell, he'd probably bite off his own arm if it meant keeping her safe and well. But growing up, everything he did, every accomplishment, every goal, every single hope and dream, it was all for his father. And then one day, everything changed. It was funny, he reflected later, how one's life could alter in an instant. How one minute everything could be a certain way, and the next it's simply not. It happened when Anthony was 18, home for the summer, and preparing for his first year at Oxford. He was to belong to All Souls College, as his father had before him, and his life was as bright and dazzling as any 18-year-old had a right to enjoy. He had discovered women, and perhaps more splendidly, they had discovered him. His parents were still happily reproducing, having added Eloise, Francesca, and Gregory to the family, and Anthony did his best not to roll his eyes when he passed his mother in the hall, pregnant with her 8th child. It was all a bit unseemly, in Anthony's opinion, having children at their age, but he kept his opinions to himself. Who was he to doubt Edmund's wisdom? Maybe he, too, would want more children at the advanced age of 38. When Anthony found out, it was late afternoon. He was returning from a long and bruising ride with Benedict, and had just pushed through the front door of Aubrey Hall, the ancestral home of the Bridgertons, when he saw his 10-year-old sister sitting on the floor. Benedict was still in the stables, having lost some silly bet with Anthony, the terms of which required him to rub down both horses. Anthony stopped short when he saw Daphne. It was odd enough that his sister was sitting in the middle of the floor in the main hall. It was even more odd that she was crying. Daphne never cried. "Daff," he said hesitantly, too young to know what to do with a crying female, and wondering if he'd ever learn. "What?" But before he could finish his question, Daphne lifted her head, and the shattering heartbreak in her large brown eyes cut through him like a knife. He stumbled back a step, knowing something was wrong, terribly wrong. "He's dead," Daphne whispered. "Papa is dead." For a moment, Anthony was sure he'd misheard. His father couldn't be dead. Other people died young, like Uncle Hugo, but Uncle Hugo had been small and frail. Well, at least smaller and frailer than Edmund. "You're wrong," he told Daphne. "You must be wrong." She shook her head. "Eloise told me it was... Anthony knew he shouldn't shake his sister while she sobbed, but he couldn't help himself. "It was what, Daphne?" "A bee," she whispered. "He was stung by a bee." For a moment, Anthony could do nothing but stare at her. Finally, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable, he said, "A man doesn't die from a bee sting, Daphne." She said nothing, just sat there on the floor, her throat working convulsively as she tried to control her tears. "He's been stung before," Anthony added, his voice rising in volume. "I was with him. We were both stung. We came across a nest. I was stung on the shoulder." Unbidden, his hand rose to touch the spot where he'd been stung so many years before. In a whisper he added, "He on his arm." Daphne just stared at him with an eerily blank expression. "He was fine," Anthony insisted. He could hear the panic in his voice and knew he was frightening his sister, but he was powerless to control it. "A man can't die from a bee sting!" Daphne shook her head, her dark eyes suddenly looking about 100 years old. "It was a bee," she said in a hollow voice. "Eloise saw it. One minute he was just standing there, and the next he was... Anthony felt something very strange building within him, as if his muscles were about to jump through his skin. "The next he was what, Daphne?"
"Gone."
She looked bewildered by the word, as bewildered as he felt. Anthony left Daphne sitting in the hall and took the stairs 3 at a time up to his parents' bedchamber. Surely his father wasn't dead. A man couldn't die from a bee sting. It was impossible. Utterly mad. Edmund Bridgerton was young. He was strong. He was tall. His shoulders were broad. His muscles were powerful. And by God, no insignificant honey-bee could have felled him. But when Anthony reached the upstairs hall, he could tell by the utter and complete silence of the dozen or so hovering servants that the situation was grim. And their pitying faces. For the rest of his life, he'd be haunted by those pitying faces. He'd thought he'd have to push his way into his parents' room, but the servants parted, as if they were drops in the Red Sea. And when Anthony pushed open the door, he knew. His mother was sitting on the edge of the bed, not weeping, not even making a sound, just holding his father's hand as she rocked slowly back and forth. His father was still as... Anthony didn't even want to think the word. "Mama," he choked out. He hadn't called her that for years. She'd been Mother since he'd left for Eton. She turned slowly, as if hearing his voice through a long, long tunnel. "What happened?" he whispered. She shook her head, her eyes hopelessly far away.
"I don't know,"
she said. Her lips remained parted by an inch or so, as if she'd meant to say something more, but then forgotten to do it. Anthony took a step forward, his movements awkward and jerky.
"He's gone,"
Violet finally whispered.
"He's gone, and oh, God,
She placed a hand on her belly, full and round with child.
I told him. Oh, Anthony, I told him."
She looked as if she might shatter from the inside out. Anthony choked back the tears that were burning his eyes and stinging his throat, and moved to her side. "It's all right, Mama," he said. But he knew it wasn't all right.
"I told him this had to be our last,"
she gasped, sobbing onto his shoulder.
"I told him I couldn't carry another, and we'd have to be careful, and... Oh, God, Anthony, what I'd do to have him here and give him another child. I don't understand. I just don't understand."
Anthony held her while she cried. He said nothing. It seemed useless to try to make any words fit the devastation in his heart. He didn't understand either. The doctors came later that evening and pronounced themselves baffled. They'd heard of such things before, but never in one so young and strong. He was so vital, so powerful. Nobody could have known. It was true that the Viscount's younger brother Hugo had died quite suddenly the year before, but such things did not necessarily run in families, and besides, even though Hugo had died by himself out of doors, no one had noticed a bee sting on his skin. Then again, nobody had looked. Nobody could have known, the doctors kept saying, over and over, until Anthony wanted to strangle them all. Eventually he got them out of the house, and he put his mother to bed. They had to move her into a spare bedroom. She grew agitated at the thought of sleeping in the bed she'd shared for so many years with Edmund. Anthony managed to send his 6 siblings to bed as well, telling them that they'd all talk in the morning, that everything would be well, and he would take care of them as their father would have wanted. Then he walked into the room where his father's body still lay and looked at him. He looked at him and looked at him, staring at him for hours, barely blinking. And when he left the room, he left with a new vision of his own life and new knowledge about his own mortality. Edmund Bridgerton had died at the age of 38, and Anthony simply couldn't imagine ever surpassing his father in any way, even in years. Chapter 1. The topic of rakes has, of course, been previously discussed in this column, and this author has come to the conclusion that there are rakes and there are rakes. Anthony Bridgerton is a rake. A rake, lowercase, is youthful and immature. He flaunts his exploits, behaves with utmost idiocy, and thinks himself dangerous to women. A rake, uppercase, knows he is dangerous to women. He doesn't flaunt his exploits because he doesn't need to. He knows he will be whispered about by men and women alike, and in fact, he'd rather they didn't whisper about him at all. He knows who he is, and what he has done. Further recountings are, to him, redundant. He doesn't behave like an idiot for the simple reason that he isn't an idiot, any more so than must be expected among all members of the male gender. He has little patience for the foibles of society, and quite frankly, most of the time, this author cannot say she blames him. And if that doesn't describe Viscount Bridgerton, surely this season's most eligible bachelor, to perfection, this author shall retire her quill immediately. The only question is, will 1814 be the season he finally succumbs to the exquisite bliss of matrimony? This author thinks not. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 20th of April, 1814. "Please don't tell me," Kate Sheffield said to the room at large, "that she is writing about Viscount Bridgerton again." Her half-sister Edwina, younger by almost 4 years, looked up from behind the single-sheet newspaper. "How could you tell? You're giggling like a mad woman." Edwina giggled, shaking the blue damask sofa on which they both sat. "See," Kate said, giving her a little poke in the arm. "You always giggle when she writes about some reprehensible rogue." But Kate grinned. There was little she liked better than teasing her sister. In a good-natured manner, of course. Mary Sheffield, Edwina's mother, and Kate's stepmother for nearly 18 years, glanced up from her embroidery and pushed her spectacles farther up the bridge of her nose. "What are you two laughing about?" "Kate's in a snit because Lady Whistledown is writing about that rakish Viscount again," Edwina explained. "I'm not in a snit," Kate said, even though no one was listening. "Bridgerton?" Mary asked absently. Edwina nodded. "Yes, she always writes about him." "I think she just likes writing about rakes," Edwina commented. "Of course she likes writing about rakes," Kate retorted. "If she wrote about boring people, no one would buy her newspaper." "That's not true," Edwina replied. "Just last week she wrote about us, and heaven knows we're not the most interesting people in London." Kate smiled at her sister's naivety. Kate and Mary might not be the most interesting people in London, but Edwina, with her buttery-coloured hair and startlingly pale blue eyes, had already been named the incomparable of 1814. Kate, on the other hand, with her plain brown hair and eyes, was usually referred to as the incomparable's older sister. She supposed there were worse monikers. At least no one had yet begun to call her the incomparable's spinster sister, which was a great deal closer to the truth than any of the Sheffields cared to admit. At 20, nearly 21, if one was going to be scrupulously honest about it, Kate was a bit long in the tooth to be enjoying her first season in London. But there hadn't really been any other choice. The Sheffields hadn't been wealthy, even when Kate's father had been alive, and since he'd passed on 5 years earlier, they'd been forced to economise even further. They certainly weren't ready for the poorhouse, but they had to mind every penny and watch every pound. With their straitened finances, the Sheffields could manage the funds for only one trip to London. Renting a house and a carriage and hiring the bare minimum of servants for the season cost money. More money than they could afford to spend twice. As it was, they'd had to save for 5 solid years to be able to afford this trip to London. And if the girls weren't successful on the marriage mart, well, no one was going to clap them into debtor's prison, but they would have to look forward to a quiet life of genteel poverty at some charmingly small cottage in Somerset. And so the 2 girls were forced to make their debuts in the same year. It had been decided that the most logical time would be when Edwina was just 17 and Kate almost 21. Mary would have liked to have waited until Edwina was 18 and a bit more mature, but that would have made Kate nearly 22. And heavens, but who would marry her then? Kate smiled wryly. She hadn't even wanted a season. She'd known from the outset that she wasn't the sort who would capture the attention of the Tom. She wasn't pretty enough to overcome her lack of dowry, and she'd never learned to simper and mince and walk delicately and do all those things other girls seemed to know how to do in the cradle. Even Edwina, who didn't have a devious bone in her body, somehow knew how to stand and walk and sigh so that men came to blows just for the honour of helping her cross the street. Kate, on the other hand, always stood with her shoulders straight and tall, couldn't sit still if her life depended upon it, and walked as if she were in a race. And why not, she always wondered. If one was going somewhere, what could possibly be the point in not getting there quickly? As for her current season in London, she didn't even like the city very much. Oh, she was having a good enough time, and she'd met quite a few nice people. But a London season seemed a horrible waste of money to a girl who would have been perfectly content to remain in the country and find some sensible man to marry there. But Mary would have none of that. "When I married your father," she'd said, "I vowed to love you and bring you up with all the care and affection I'd give to a child of my own blood." Kate had managed to get in a single, "But," before Mary carried on with, "I have a responsibility to your poor mother, God rest her soul, and part of that responsibility is to see you married off happily and securely." "I could be happy and secure in the country," Kate had replied. Mary had countered, "There are more men from which to choose in London," after which Edwina had joined in, insisting that she would be utterly miserable without her, and since Kate never could bear to see her sister unhappy, her fate had been sealed. And so here she was, sitting in a somewhat faded drawing-room in a rented house in a section of London that was almost fashionable, and she looked about mischievously. And she was about to snatch a newspaper from her sister's grasp. "Kate!" Edwina squealed, her eyes bugging out at the tiny triangle of newsprint that remained between her right thumb and forefinger. "I wasn't done yet." "You've been reading it forever," Kate said with a cheeky grin. "Besides, I want to see what she has to say about Viscount Bridgerton today." Edwina's eyes, which were usually compared to peaceful Scottish lochs, glinted devilishly. "You're awfully interested in the Viscount, Kate. Is there something you're not telling us?" "Don't be silly. I don't even know the man. And if I did, I would probably run in the opposite direction. He is exactly the sort of man the two of us should avoid at all costs. He could probably seduce an iceberg." "Kate!" Mary exclaimed. Kate grimaced. She'd forgotten her stepmother was listening. "Well, it's true," she added. "I've heard he's had more mistresses than I've had birthdays." Mary looked at her for a few seconds, as if trying to decide whether or not she wanted to respond, and then finally she said, "Not that this is an appropriate topic for your ears, but many men have—" "Oh." Kate flushed. There was little less appealing than being decisively contradicted while one was trying to make a grand point. "Well then, he's had twice as many. Whatever the case, he's far more promiscuous than most men, and not the sort Edwina ought to allow to court her." "You are enjoying a season as well," Mary reminded her. Kate shot Mary the most sarcastic of glances. They all knew that if the Viscount chose to court a Sheffield, it would not be Kate. "I don't think there is anything in there that's going to alter your opinion," Edwina said with a shrug, as she leaned toward Kate to get a better view of the newspaper. "She doesn't say very much about him, actually. It's more of a treatise on the topic of rakes." Kate's eyes swept over the typeset words. "Humph," she said, her favourite expression of disdain. "I'll wager she's correct. He probably won't come up to scratch this year." "You always think Lady Whistledown is correct," Mary murmured with a smile. "She usually is," Kate replied.
You must admit, for a gossip columnist, she displays remarkable good sense. She has certainly been correct in her assessment of all the people I have met thus far in London. You should make your own judgments, Kate, Mary said lightly. It is beneath you to base your opinions on a gossip column. Kate knew her stepmother was right, but she didn't want to admit it, and so she just let out another humph and turned back to the paper in her hands. Whistledown was, without a doubt, the most interesting reading material in all London. Kate wasn't entirely certain when the gossip column had begun. Sometime the previous year, she'd heard. But one thing was certain. Whoever Lady Whistledown was, and no one really knew who she was a well-connected member of the ton. She had to be. No interloper could ever uncover all the gossip she printed in her columns every Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Lady Whistledown always had all the latest on dits, and unlike other columnists, she wasn't hesitant about using people's full names. Having decided last week, for example, that Kate didn't look good in yellow, she wrote, clear as day, "The colour yellow makes the dark-haired Miss Catherine Sheffield look like a singed daffodil." Kate hadn't minded the insult. She'd heard it said on more than one occasion that one could not consider oneself arrived until one had been insulted by Lady Whistledown. Even Edwina, who was a huge social success by anyone's measure, had been jealous that Kate had been singled out for an insult. And even though Kate didn't particularly want to be in London for a season, she figured that if she had to participate in the social whirl, she might as well not be a complete and utter failure. If getting insulted in a gossip column was to be her only sign of success, well then, so be it. Kate would take her triumphs where she may. Now, when Penelope Featherington bragged about being likened to an overripe citrus fruit in her tangerine satin, Kate could wave her arm and sigh with great drama. "Yes, well, I am a singed daffodil." "Some day," Mary announced out of the blue, giving her spectacles yet another push with her index finger, "someone is going to discover that woman's true identity, and then she's going to be in trouble." Edwina looked at her mother with interest. "Do you really think someone will ferret her out? She has managed to keep her secret for over a year now." "Nothing that big can stay a secret forever," Mary replied. She jabbed her embroidery with her needle, pulling a long strand of yellow thread through the fabric. "Mark my words, it's all going to come out sooner or later, and when it does, a scandal the likes of which you have never seen is going to erupt all over town." "Well, if I knew who she was," Kate announced, flipping the single-sheet newspaper over to page 2, "I'd probably make her my best friend. She's fiendishly entertaining, and no matter what anyone says, she's almost always right." Just then, Newton, Kate's somewhat overweight corgi, trotted into the room. "Isn't that dog supposed to stay outside?" Mary asked. Then she yelped, "Kate!" as the dog angled over to her feet and panted as if waiting for a kiss. "Newton, come here this minute," Kate ordered. The dog gazed longingly at Mary, then waddled over to Kate, hopped up onto the sofa, and laid his front paws across her lap. "He's covering you with fur," Edwina said. Kate shrugged as she stroked his thick caramel-coloured coat. "I don't mind." Edwina sighed, but she reached out and gave Newton a quick pat anyway. "What else does she say?" she asked, leaning forward with interest. "I never did get to see page 2. Kate smiled at her sister's sarcasm. "Not much. A little something about the Duke and Duchess of Hastings, who apparently arrived in town earlier this week. A list of the food at Lady Danbury's ball, which she proclaimed surprisingly delicious, and a rather unfortunate description of Mrs. Featherington's gown Monday last." Edwina frowned. "She does seem to pick on the Featheringtons quite a bit." "And no wonder," Mary said, setting down her embroidery as she stood up. "That woman wouldn't know how to pick out a dress colour for her girls if a rainbow wrapped itself right around her neck." "Mother!" Edwina exclaimed.
Kate clapped her hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh. Mary rarely made such opinionated pronouncements, but when she did, they were always marvellous. Well, it's true. She keeps dressing her youngest in tangerine. Anyone can see that poor girl needs a blue or a mint green. You dressed me in yellow, Kate reminded her. And I'm sorry I did. That will teach me to listen to a shop girl. I should never have doubted my own judgment. We'll simply have to have that one cut down for Edwina. Since Edwina was a full head shorter than Kate, and several shades more delicate, this would not be a problem. When you do, Kate said, turning to her sister, make sure you eliminate the ruffle on the sleeve. It's dreadfully distracting, and it itches. I had half a mind to rip it off right there at the Ashbourne ball. Mary rolled her eyes. I am both surprised and thankful that you saw fit to restrain yourself. I am surprised but not thankful, Edwina said with a mischievous smile. Just think of the fun Lady Whistledown would have had with that. Ah, yes, Kate said, returning her grin. I can see it now. The singed daffodil rips off her petals. I am going upstairs, Mary announced, shaking her head at her daughter's antics. Do try not to forget that we have a party to attend this evening. You girls may want to get a bit of rest before we go out. It's sure to be another late night for us. Kate and Edwina nodded and murmured promises to that effect as Mary gathered her embroidery and left the room. As soon as she was gone, Edwina turned to Kate and asked, Have you decided what you're going to wear tonight? The green gauze, I think. I should wear white, I know, but I fear it does not suit me. If you don't wear white, Edwina said loyally, then neither shall I. I shall wear my blue muslin. Kate nodded her approval as she glanced back at the newspaper in her hand, trying to balance Newton, who had flipped over onto his back and was angling to have his belly rubbed. Just last week, Mr. Berbrook said you were an angel in blue, on account of it matching your eyes so well. Edwina blinked in surprise. Mr. Berbrook said that? To you? Kate looked back up. Of course. All of your beaux try to pass on their compliments through me. They do? Why ever? Kate smiled slowly and indulgently. Well now, Edwina, it might have something to do with the time you announced to the entire audience at the Smythe-Smith Musicale that you could never marry without your sister's approval. Edwina's cheeks turned just the slightest bit pink. It wasn't the entire audience, she mumbled. It might as well have been. The news travelled faster than fire on rooftops. I wasn't even in the room at the time, and it only took 2 minutes for me to hear about it. Edwina crossed her arms and let out a that made her sound rather like her older sister. Well, it's true, and I don't care who knows it. I know I'm expected to make a grand and brilliant match, but I don't have to marry someone who will ill-treat me. Anyone with the fortitude to actually impress you would have to be up to snuff. Am I so difficult to impress, then? The two sisters looked at each other, then answered in unison, Yes. But as Kate laughed along with Edwina, a niggling sense of guilt rose within her. All three Sheffields knew that it would be Edwina who would snag a nobleman or marry into a fortune. It would be Edwina who would ensure that her family would not have to live out their lives in genteel poverty. Edwina was a beauty, while Kate was Kate. Kate didn't mind. Edwina's beauty was simply a fact of life. There were certain truths Kate had long since come to accept. Kate would never learn to waltz without trying to take the lead. She'd always be afraid of electrical storms, no matter how often she told herself she was being silly. And no matter what she wore, no matter how she dressed her hair or pinched her cheeks, she'd never be as pretty as Edwina. Besides, Kate wasn't certain that she'd like all the attention Edwina received, nor, she was coming to realize, would she relish the responsibility of having to marry well to provide for her mother and sister. Edwina, Kate said softly, her eyes growing serious, you don't have to marry anyone you don't like. You know that." Edwina nodded, suddenly looking as if she might cry. "If you decide there isn't a single gentleman in London who is good enough for you, then so be it. We shall simply go back to Somerset and enjoy our own company. There's no one I like better anyway." "Nor I," Edwina whispered. "And if you do find a man who sweeps you off your feet, then Mary and I shall be delighted. You should not worry about leaving us either. We shall get on fine with each other for company." "You might find someone to marry as well," Edwina pointed out. Kate felt her lips twist into a small smile. "I might," she allowed, knowing that it probably wasn't true. She didn't want to remain a spinster her entire life, but she doubted she would find a husband here in London. "Perhaps one of your lovesick suitors will turn to me once he realizes you are unattainable," she teased. Edwina swatted her with a pillow. "Don't be silly." "But I'm not," Kate protested. And she wasn't. Quite frankly, this seemed to her the most likely avenue by which she might actually find a husband in town. "Do you know what sort of man I'd like to marry?" Edwina asked, her eyes turning dreamy. Kate shook her head. "A scholar." "A scholar?" "A scholar," Edwina said firmly. Kate cleared her throat. "I'm not certain you'll find many of those in town for the season." "I know," Edwina let out a little sigh. "But the truth is, and you know this even if I am not supposed to let on in public, I'm really rather bookish. I'd much rather spend my day in a library than gadding about in Hyde Park. I think I should enjoy life with a man who enjoyed scholarly pursuits as well." "Right. Kate's mind worked frantically. Edwina wasn't likely to find a scholar back in Somerset either. "You know, Edwina, it might be difficult to find you a true scholar outside the university towns. You might have to settle for a man who likes to read and learn as you do." "That would be all right," Edwina said happily. "I'd be quite content with an amateur scholar." Kate breathed a sigh of relief. Surely they could find someone in London who liked to read. "And do you know what?" Edwina added. "You truly cannot tell a book by its cover. All sorts of people are amateur scholars. Why, even that Viscount Bridgerton Lady Whistledown keeps talking about might be a scholar at heart." "Bite your tongue, Edwina. You are not to have anything to do with Viscount Bridgerton. Everyone knows he is the worst sort of rake. In fact, he's the worst rake, period, in all London, in the entire country." "I know. I was just using him as an example. Besides, he's not likely to choose a bride this year anyway. Lady Whistledown said so, and you yourself said that she is almost always right." Kate patted her sister on the arm. "Don't worry. We will find you a suitable husband. But not Viscount Bridgerton." At that very moment, the subject of their discussion was relaxing at White's with two of his 3 younger brothers, enjoying a late afternoon drink. Anthony Bridgerton leaned back in his leather chair, regarded his scotch with a thoughtful expression as he swirled it about, and then announced, "I'm thinking about getting married." Benedict Bridgerton, who had been indulging in a habit his mother detested, tipping his chair drunkenly on the back 2 legs, fell over. Colin Bridgerton started to choke. Luckily for Colin, Benedict regained his seat with enough time to smack him soundly on the back, sending a green olive sailing across the table. It narrowly missed Anthony's ear. Anthony let the indignity pass without comment. He was all too aware that his sudden declaration had come as a bit of a surprise. Well, perhaps more than a bit. Complete, total, and utter were words that came to mind. Anthony knew that he did not fit the image of a man who had settling down on his mind. He'd spent the last decade as the worst sort of rake, taking pleasure where he may. For, as he well knew, life was short and certainly meant to be enjoyed. Oh, he'd had a certain code of honour. He never dallied with well-bred young women. Anyone who might have any right to demand marriage was strictly off-limits. With 4 younger sisters of his own, Anthony had a healthy degree of respect for the good reputations of gently bred women. He'd already nearly fought a duel for one of his sisters, all over a slight to her honour. And as for the other 3, he freely admitted that he broke out in a cold sweat at the mere thought of their getting involved with a man who bore a reputation like his. No, he certainly wasn't about to despoil some other gentleman's younger sister. But as for the other sort of women, the widows and actresses who knew what they wanted and what they were getting into, he'd enjoyed their company, and enjoyed it well. Since the day he left Oxford and headed west to London, he'd not been without a mistress. Sometimes, he thought wryly, he'd not been without 2. He'd ridden in nearly every horse race society had to offer. He'd boxed at Gentleman Jackson's, and he'd won more card games than he could count. He'd lost a few, too, but he disregarded those. He'd spent the decade of his 20s in a mindful pursuit of pleasure, tempered only by his overwhelming sense of responsibility to his family. Edmund Bridgerton's death had been both sudden and unexpected. He'd not had a chance to make any final requests of his eldest son before he perished. But if he had, Anthony was certain that he would have asked him to care for his mother and siblings with the same diligence and affection Edmund had displayed. And so, in between Anthony's rounds of parties and horse races, he'd sent his brothers to Eton and Oxford, gone to a mind-numbing number of piano recitals given by his sisters, no easy feat, 3 out of 4 of them were tone-deaf, and kept a close and watchful eye on the family finances. With 7 brothers and sisters, he saw it as his duty to make sure there was enough money to secure all of their futures. As he grew closer to 30, he'd realized that he was spending more and more time tending to his heritage and family, and less in his old pursuit of decadence and pleasure. And he'd realized that he liked it that way. He still kept a mistress, but never more than one at a time, and he discovered that he no longer felt the need to enter every horse race or stay late at a party just to win that last hand of cards. His reputation, of course, stayed with him. He didn't mind that, actually. There were certain benefits to being thought England's most reprehensible rake. He was nearly universally feared, for example. That was always a good thing. But now it was time for marriage. He ought to settle down, have a son. He had a title to pass on, after all. He did feel a rather sharp twinge of regret, and perhaps a touch of guilt as well, over the fact that it was unlikely that he'd live to see his son into adulthood. But what could he do? He was the firstborn Bridgerton of a firstborn Bridgerton of a firstborn Bridgerton 8 times over. He had a dynastic responsibility to be fruitful and multiply. Besides, he took some comfort in knowing that he'd leave 3 able and caring brothers behind. They'd see to it that his son was brought up with the love and honour that every Bridgerton enjoyed. His sisters would coddle the boy, and his mother might spoil him. Anthony actually smiled a bit as he thought of his large and often boisterous family. His son would not need a father to be well loved, and whatever children he sired, well, they probably wouldn't remember him after he was gone. They'd be young, unformed. It had not escaped Anthony's notice that of all the Bridgerton children, he, the eldest, was the one most deeply affected by their father's death. Anthony downed another sip of his scotch and straightened his shoulders, pushing such unpleasant ruminations from his mind. He needed to focus on the matter at hand, namely, the pursuit of a wife. Being a discerning and somewhat organized man, he'd made a mental list of requirements for the position. First, she ought to be reasonably attractive. She needn't be a raving beauty, although that would be nice. But if he was going to have to bed her, he figured a bit of attraction ought to make the job more pleasant. Second, she couldn't be stupid. This, Anthony mused, might be the most difficult of his requirements to fill. He was not universally impressed by the mental prowess of London debutantes. The last time he'd made the mistake of engaging a young chit fresh out of the schoolroom in conversation, she'd been unable to discuss anything other than food. She'd had a plate of strawberries in her hand at the time, and the weather, and she hadn't even gotten that right. When Anthony had asked if she thought the weather was going to turn inclement, she'd replied,
"I'm sure I don't know. I've never been to Clement."
He might be able to avoid conversation with a wife who was less than brilliant, but he did not want stupid children. Third, and this was the most important, she couldn't be anyone with whom he might actually fall in love. Under no circumstances would this rule be broken. He wasn't a complete cynic. He knew that true love existed. Anyone who'd ever been in the same room with his parents knew that true love existed. But love was a complication he wished to avoid. He had no desire for his life to be visited by that particular miracle. And since Anthony was used to getting what he wanted, he had no doubt that he would find an attractive, intelligent woman with whom he would never fall in love. And what was the problem with that? Chances were he wouldn't have found the love of his life, even if he had been looking for her. Most men didn't. "Good God, Anthony! What has you frowning so?" "Not that olive. I saw it clearly and it didn't even touch you." Benedict's voice broke him out of his reverie, and Anthony blinked a few times before answering, Nothing at all." He hadn't, of course, shared his thoughts about his own mortality with anyone else, even his brothers. It was not the sort of thing one wanted to advertise. Hell, if someone had come up to him and said the same thing, he probably would have laughed him right out the door. But no one else could understand the depth of the bond he'd felt with his father, and no one could possibly understand the way Anthony felt it in his bones, how he simply knew that he could not live longer than his father had done. Edmund had been everything to him. He'd always aspired to be as great a man as his father, knowing that that was unlikely, yet trying all the same. To actually achieve more than Edmund had, in any way, that was nothing short of impossible. Anthony's father was, quite simply, the greatest man he'd ever known, possibly the greatest man who'd ever lived. To think that he might be more than that seemed conceited in the extreme. Something had happened to him the night his father had died, when he'd remained in his parents' bedroom with the body, just sitting there for hours, watching his father and trying desperately to remember every moment they'd shared. It would be so easy to forget the little things. How Edmund would squeeze Anthony's upper arm when he needed encouragement, or how he could recite from memory Balthazar's entire Sigh No More song from Much Ado About Nothing, not because he thought it particularly meaningful, but just because he liked it. And when Anthony finally emerged from the room, the first streaks of dawn pinking the sky, he somehow knew that his days were numbered, and numbered in the same way Edmund's had been. "Spit it out," Benedict said, breaking into his thoughts once again. "I won't offer you a penny for your thoughts, since I know they can't possibly be worth that much. But what are you thinking about?" Anthony suddenly sat up straighter, determined to force his attention back to the matter at hand. After all, he had a bride to choose, and that was surely serious business. "Who is considered the diamond of this season?" he asked. His brothers paused for a moment to think on this, and then Colin said, "Edwina Sheffield. Surely you've seen her. Rather petite, with blonde hair and blue eyes. You can usually spot her by the sheep-like crowd of lovesick suitors following her about." Anthony ignored his brother's attempts at sarcastic humour. "Has she a brain?" Colin blinked, as if the question of a woman with a brain were one that had never occurred to him. "Yes, I rather think she does. I once heard her discussing mythology with Middlethorpe, and it sounded as if she had the right of it." "Good," Anthony said, letting his glass of scotch hit the table with a thunk. "Then I'll marry her." Chapter 2. At the Heartside Ball Wednesday night, Viscount Bridgerton was seen dancing with more than one eligible young lady. This behaviour can only be termed startling, as Bridgerton normally avoids proper young misses with a perseverance that would be impressive were it not so utterly frustrating to all marriage-minded mammas. Can it be that the Viscount read this author's most recent column, and, in that perverse manner all males of the species seem to endorse, decided to prove this author wrong? It may seem that this author is ascribing to herself far more importance than she actually wields, but men have certainly made decisions based on far, far less. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 22nd of April, 1814. By 11 o'clock that evening, all of Kate's fears had been realised. Anthony Bridgerton had asked Edwina to dance. Even worse, Edwina had accepted. Even worse, Mary was gazing at the couple as if she'd like to reserve a church that minute. "Will you stop that?" Kate hissed, poking her stepmother in the ribs. "Stop what?" "Looking at them like that." Mary blinked. "Like what?" "Like you're planning the wedding breakfast." "Oh." Mary's cheeks turned pink. A guilty sort of pink. "Mary!" "Well, I might have been," Mary admitted. "And what's wrong with that, I might ask? He'd be a superb catch for Edwina. Were you listening this afternoon in the drawing-room? It's bad enough that Edwina has any number of rakes and rogues sniffing about her. You cannot imagine the amount of time it has taken me to sort the good suitors from the bad. But Bridgerton," Kate shuddered, "he's quite possibly the worst rake in all London. You cannot want her to marry a man like him." "Don't you presume to tell me what I can and cannot do, Catherine Grace Sheffield," Mary said sharply, stiffening her spine until she'd straightened to her full height, which was still a full head shorter than Kate. "I am still your mother. Well, your stepmother, and that counts for something." Kate immediately felt like a worm. Mary was all she'd ever known as a mother, and she'd never, not even once, made Kate feel any less her daughter than Edwina was. She'd tucked Kate into bed at night, told her stories, kissed her, hugged her, helped her through the awkward years between childhood and adulthood. The only thing she had not done was ask Kate to call her mother. "It counts," Kate said in a quiet voice, letting her gaze fall shamefully down to her feet. "It counts for a lot, and you are my mother, in every way that matters." Mary stared at her for a long moment, then started to blink rather furiously. "Oh dear," she choked out, reaching into her reticule for a handkerchief. "Now you've gone and turned me into a watering pot." "I'm sorry," Kate murmured. "Oh, here, turn around so no one sees you. There you are." Mary pulled out a white square of linen and dabbed at her eyes, the exact same blue as Edwina's. "I do love you, Kate. You know that, don't you?" "Of course," Kate exclaimed, shocked that Mary would even ask. "And you know that I know." Mary patted her arm. "Of course I know. It's just that when you agree to be mother to a child you haven't born, your responsibility is twice as great. You must work even harder to ensure that child's happiness and welfare." "Oh, Mary, I do love you. And I love Edwina." At the mention of Edwina's name, they both turned and looked out across the ballroom at her, dancing prettily with the Viscount. As usual, Edwina was a vision of petite loveliness. Her blonde hair was swept atop her head, a few stray curls left to frame her face, and her form was the epitome of grace as she moved through the steps of the dance. The Viscount, Kate noted with irritation, was blindingly handsome. Dressed in stark black and white, he eschewed the garish colours that had become popular among the more foppish members of the ton. He was tall, stood straight and proud, and had thick chestnut hair that tended to fall forward over his brow. He was, on the surface at least, everything man was meant to be.
"They make a handsome couple, don't they?"
Mary murmured. Kate bit her tongue. She actually bit her tongue.
"He's a trifle tall for her, but I don't see that as an insurmountable obstacle, do you?"
Kate clasped her hands together and let her nails bite into her skin. It said a great deal about the strength of her grip that she could feel them all the way through her kid gloves. Mary smiled, a rather sly smile, Kate thought. She gave her stepmother a suspicious look.
"He dances well, don't you think?"
Mary asked.
"He is not going to marry Edwina,"
Kate burst out. Mary's smile slid straight into a grin.
"I was wondering how long you'd manage to hold your silence." "Far longer than was my natural inclination,"
Kate retorted, practically biting each word.
"Yes, that much was clear. Mary, you know he is not the sort of man we want for Edwina."
Mary cocked her head slightly to the side and raised her brows.
"I believe the question ought to be whether he is the sort of man Edwina wants for Edwina." "He's not that either," Kate replied heatedly. "Just this afternoon she told me that she wanted to marry a scholar. A scholar!"
She jerked her head toward the dark-haired cretin dancing with her sister.
"Does he look like a scholar to you?" "No. But then again, you don't look particularly like an accomplished watercolourist, and yet I know that you are."
Mary smirked a bit, which needled Kate to no end, and waited for her reply.
"I'll allow," Kate said through clenched teeth, "that one ought not judge a person merely on his outer appearance. But surely you must agree, from all that we have heard of him, he does not seem the sort to spend his afternoons bent over musty books in a library." "Perhaps not," Mary mused, "but I had a lovely chat with his mother earlier this evening."
"His mother?" Kate fought to follow the conversation.
"What has that to do with anything?"
Mary shrugged.
"I find it difficult to believe that such a gracious and intelligent lady could have raised anything but the finest of gentlemen, regardless of his reputation. But Mary, when you are a mother," she said loftily, "you will understand what I mean." "But have I told you?"
Mary said, the purposeful tone of her voice indicating that she'd meant to interrupt.
"How lovely you look in that green gauze. I'm so glad we chose it."
Kate looked dumbly down at her dress, wondering why on earth Mary had changed the subject so suddenly.
"The colour suits you well. Lady Whistledown shall not be calling you a singed blade of grass in Friday's column."
Kate stared at Mary in dismay. Perhaps her stepmother had become overheated. It was crowded in the ballroom, and the air had grown thick. Then she felt Mary's finger jabbing her directly below her left shoulder blade, and she knew something else was afoot entirely.
"Mr. Bridgerton!"
Mary suddenly exclaimed, sounding as gleeful as a young girl. Horrified, Kate jerked her head up to see a startlingly handsome man approach them. A startlingly handsome man who looked startlingly like the Viscount currently dancing with her sister. She swallowed. It was either that, or let her jaw hang open.
"Mr. Bridgerton," Mary said again, "how nice to see you. This is my daughter Catherine."
He took her limp, gloved hand and brushed an airy kiss across her knuckles. So airy, in fact, that Kate rather suspected he hadn't kissed her at all. "Miss Sheffield," he murmured.
"Kate," Mary continued, "this is Mr. Colin Bridgerton. I met him earlier this evening while I was talking with his mother, Lady Bridgerton."
She turned to Colin and beamed.
"Such a lovely lady."
He grinned back. "We think so." Mary tittered. Tittered? Kate thought she might gag.
"Kate," Mary said again, "Mr. Bridgerton is brother to the Viscount, who is dancing with Edwina," she added unnecessarily.
"I gathered," Kate replied. Colin Bridgerton shot her a sideways glance, and she knew instantly that he had not missed the vague sarcasm in her tone. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Sheffield," he said politely. "I do hope you will favour me with one of your dances this evening."
Of course," she cleared her throat. "I would be honoured."
"Kate," Mary said, nudging her softly, "show him your dance card."
"Oh, yes, of course."
Kate fumbled for her dance card, which was tied prettily to her wrist with a green ribbon. That she had to fumble for anything actually tied to her body was a bit alarming, but Kate decided to blame her lack of composure on the sudden and unexpected appearance of a heretofore unknown Bridgerton brother. That, and the unfortunate fact that even under the best of circumstances she was never the most graceful girl in the room. Colin filled his name in for one of the dances later that evening, then asked if she might like to walk with him to the lemonade table. "Go, go," Mary said, before Kate could reply. "Don't worry about me. I'll be just fine without you."
"I can bring you back a glass,"
Kate offered, trying to figure out if it was possible to glare at her stepmother without Mr. Bridgerton noticing.
"Not necessary. I really should get back to my position with all the other chaperones and mammas."
Mary whipped her head around frantically until she spied a familiar face.
"Oh, look, there is Mrs. Featherington. I must be off. Portia! Portia!"
Kate watched her stepmother's rapidly retreating form for a moment before turning back to Mr. Bridgerton.
"I think," she said dryly, "that she doesn't want any lemonade."
A sparkle of humour glinted in his emerald green eyes. "Either that, or she's planning to run all the way to Spain to pick the lemons herself." Despite herself, Kate laughed. She didn't want to like Mr. Colin Bridgerton. She didn't much want to like any Bridgerton, after all she'd read about the Viscount in the newspaper. But she allowed that it probably wasn't fair to judge a man based on his brother's misdeeds, so she forced herself to relax a bit.
"And are you thirsty?" she asked, "or were you merely being polite?"
"I am always polite," he said with a wicked grin, "but I am thirsty as well." Kate took one look at that grin, lethally combined with those devastating green eyes, and nearly groaned.
"You are a rake as well,"
she said with a sigh. Colin choked. On what, she did not know, but he choked nonetheless. "I beg your pardon." Kate's face flushed as she realized with horror that she'd spoken aloud.
"No, it is I who should beg your pardon. Please forgive me, that was unforgivably rude."
"No, no," he said quickly, looking terribly interested and not a little bit amused. "Do continue." Kate swallowed. There was really no way to get out of it now.
"I was merely—"
She cleared her throat.
"If I might be frank—"
He nodded, his sly grin telling her that he could not imagine her being anything but frank. Kate cleared her throat yet again. Really, this was getting ridiculous. She was starting to sound as if she'd swallowed a toad.
"It had occurred to me that you might be rather like your brother, that is all."
"My brother?"
"The Viscount,"
she said, thinking it must be obvious. "I have 3 brothers," he explained.
"Oh."
Now she felt stupid.
"I'm sorry."
"I'm sorry too," he said with great feeling. "Most of the time they're a dreadful nuisance." Kate had to cough to cover up her small gasp of surprise. "But at least you were not comparing me to Gregory," he said with a dramatic sigh of relief. He shot her a cheeky, sideways look. "He's 13. Kate caught the smile in his eyes and realized he'd been bamming her all along. This was not a man who wished his brothers off to perdition.
"You're rather devoted to your family, aren't you?"
she asked. His eyes, which had been laughing throughout the conversation, turned dead serious without even a blink. "Utterly."
"As am I,"
Kate said pointedly. "And that means—"
"It means,"
she said, knowing she should hold her tongue, but speaking anyway,
"that I will not allow anyone to break my sister's heart."
Colin remained silent for a moment, slowly turning his head to watch his brother and Edwina, who were just then finishing up their dance. "I see," he murmured.
"Do you?"
"Oh, indeed." They arrived at the lemonade table, and he reached out and took 2 glasses, handing one to her. She'd already had 3 glasses of lemonade that evening, a fact of which she was sure Mary had been aware before she'd insisted Kate have some more. But it was hot in the ballroom. It was always hot in ballrooms, and she was thirsty again. Colin took a leisurely sip, watching her over the rim of his glass, then said, "My brother has it in his mind to settle down this year." 2 could play at this game, Kate thought. She took a sip of her lemonade, slowly, before speaking.
"Is that so?"
"I would certainly be in a position to know."
"He is reputed to be quite a rake."
Colin looked at her assessingly. "That is true."
"It is difficult to imagine so notorious a rogue settling down with one woman and finding happiness in marriage."
"You seem to have given such a scenario a great deal of thought, Miss Sheffield." She levelled a frank stare directly at his face.
"Your brother is not the first man of questionable character to court my sister, Mr. Bridgerton, and I assure you, I do not take my sister's happiness lightly."
"Surely any girl would find happiness in marriage to a wealthy and titled gentleman. Isn't that what a season in London is all about?"
"Perhaps," Kate allowed. "But I'm afraid that line of thinking does not address the true problem at hand."
"Which is?"
"Which is that a husband can break a heart with far greater intensity than a mere suitor."
She smiled, a small, knowing sort of smile, then added,
"Don't you think?"
"Having never been married, I am certainly not in a position to speculate."
"Shame, shame, Mr. Bridgerton. That was the worst sort of evasion."
"Was it? I rather thought it might be the best. I am clearly losing my touch."
"That, I fear, will never be a worry."
Kate finished the rest of her lemonade. It was a small glass. Lady Hartside, their hostess, was notoriously stingy. "You are far too generous," he said. She smiled, a real smile this time.
"I am rarely accused of that, Mr. Bridgerton."
He laughed, right out loud in the middle of the ballroom. Kate realized with discomfort that they were suddenly the object of numerous curious stares. "You," he said, still sounding most heartily amused, "must meet my brother."
"The Viscount?"
she asked with disbelief. "Well, you might enjoy Gregory's company as well," he allowed. "But as I said, he is only 13, and likely to put a frog on your chair."
"And the Viscount?"
"Is not likely to put a frog on your chair," he said, with an utterly straight face. How Kate managed not to laugh, she would never know. Keeping her lips completely straight and serious, she replied,
"I see. He has a great deal to recommend him, then."
Colin grinned. "He's not such a bad sort."
"I am much relieved. I shall begin planning the wedding breakfast immediately."
Colin's mouth fell open. "I didn't mean... You shouldn't. That is to say, such a move would be premature." Kate took pity on him and said,
"I was joking."
His face flushed slightly. "Of course.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must make my farewell."
He raised a brow. "Not leaving so early, are you, Miss Sheffield?"
"Not at all."
But she wasn't about to tell him she had to go relieve herself. 4 glasses of lemonade tended to do that to a body.
"I promised a friend I would meet her for a moment."
"It has been a pleasure." He executed a smart bow. "May I see you to your destination?"
"No, thank you. I shall be quite all right on my own."
And with a smile over her shoulder, she made her retreat from the ballroom. Colin Bridgerton watched her go with a thoughtful expression, then made his way to his older brother, who was leaning against a wall, arms crossed in an almost belligerent manner. "Anthony," he called out, slapping his brother on the back, "how was your dance with the lovely Miss Sheffield?" "She'll do," was Anthony's terse reply. They both knew what that meant. "Really?" Colin's lips twitched ever so slightly. You should meet the sister, then. I beg your pardon? Her sister, Colin repeated, starting to laugh. You simply must meet her sister. 20 minutes later, Anthony was confident he'd gotten the whole story on Edwina Sheffield from Colin, and it seemed that the road to Edwina's heart and hand in marriage lay squarely through her sister. Edwina Sheffield, apparently, would not marry without the approval of her older sister. According to Colin, this was common knowledge, and had been for at least a week, ever since Edwina had made an announcement to this effect at the annual Smythe-Smith Musicale. The Bridgerton brothers had all missed this momentous statement, as they avoided Smythe-Smith musicales like the plague, as did anyone with any affection for Bach, Mozart, or music in any form. Edwina's older sister, one Catherine Sheffield, more commonly known as Kate, was also making her debut this year, even though she was reputed to be at least 21. Such timing led Anthony to believe that the Sheffields must be among the less wealthy ranks of the ton, a fact which suited him nicely. He had no need of a bride with a great dowry, and a bride without one might have more need of him. Anthony believed in using all of his advantages. Unlike Edwina, the elder Miss Sheffield had not immediately taken the ton by storm. According to Colin, she was generally well liked, but she lacked Edwina's dazzling beauty. She was tall where Edwina was tiny, and dark where Edwina was fair. She also lacked Edwina's dazzling grace. Again, according to Colin, who, though recently arrived in London for the season, was a veritable font of knowledge and gossip, more than one gentleman had reported sore feet after a dance with Catherine Sheffield. The entire situation seemed a bit absurd to Anthony. After all, who had ever heard of a girl requiring her sister's approval for a husband? A father, yes, a brother, or even a mother, but a sister? It was unfathomable. And furthermore, it seemed odd that Edwina would look to Catherine for guidance when Catherine clearly did not know what she was about in matters of the ton. But Anthony didn't particularly feel like searching out another suitable candidate to court, so he conveniently decided this simply meant that family was important to Edwina, and since family was all important to him, this was one more indication that she would make an excellent choice as a wife. So now it appeared that all he had to do was charm the sister. And how difficult could that be? "You'll have no trouble winning her over," Colin predicted, a confident smile lighting his face. "No trouble at all. A shy, aging spinster? She's probably never received attentions from such a man as you. She'll never know what hit her." "I don't want her to fall in love with me," Anthony retorted. "I just want her to recommend me to her sister." "You can't fail," Colin said. "You simply can't fail. Trust me, I spent a few minutes in conversation with her earlier this evening, and she could not say enough about you." "Good." Anthony pushed himself up off the wall and gazed out with an air of determination. "Now, where is she? I need you to introduce us." Colin scanned the room for a minute or so, then said, "Ah, there she is. She's coming this way, as a matter of fact. What a marvellous coincidence." Anthony was coming to believe that nothing within 5 yards of his younger brother was ever a coincidence, but he followed his gaze nonetheless. "Which one is she?" "In the green," Colin said, motioning toward her with a barely perceptible nod of his chin. She was not at all what he'd expected, Anthony realized, as he watched her pick her way through the crowds. She was certainly no ape-leading Amazon. It was only when compared to Edwina, who barely touched 5 feet, that she would appear so tall. In fact, Miss Catherine Sheffield was quite pleasant-looking, with thick, medium brown hair and dark eyes. Her skin was pale, her lips pink, and she held herself with an air of confidence he could not help but find attractive. She would certainly never be considered a diamond of the first water like her sister, but Anthony didn't see why she shouldn't be able to find a husband of her own. Perhaps, after he married Edwina, he'd provide a dowry for her. It seemed the very least a man could do. Beside him, Colin strode forward, pushing through the crowd. "Miss Sheffield! Miss Sheffield!" Anthony swept along in Colin's wake, mentally preparing himself to charm Edwina's older sister. An underappreciated spinster, was she? He'd have her eating out of his hand in no time. "Miss Sheffield," Colin was saying, "what a delight to see you again." She looked a bit perplexed, and Anthony didn't blame her. Colin was making it sound as if they'd bumped into each other accidentally, when they all knew he'd trampled at least a half-dozen people to reach her side.
"And it's lovely to see you again as well, sir," she replied wryly, "and so unexpectedly soon after our last encounter."
Anthony smiled to himself. She had a sharper wit than he'd been led to believe. Colin grinned winningly, and Anthony had the distinct and unsettling impression that his brother was up to something. "I can't explain why," Colin said to Miss Sheffield, "but it suddenly seemed imperative that I introduce you to my brother." She looked abruptly to Colin's right and stiffened as her gaze settled on Anthony. In fact, she rather looked as if she'd just swallowed an antidote. This, Anthony thought, was odd.
"How kind of you,"
Miss Sheffield murmured, between her teeth. "Miss Sheffield," Colin continued brightly, motioning to Anthony, "my brother Anthony, Viscount Bridgerton. Anthony, Miss Catherine Sheffield. I believe you made the acquaintance of her sister earlier this evening." "Indeed," Anthony said, becoming aware of an overwhelming desire, no, need, to strangle his brother. Miss Sheffield bobbed a quick, awkward curtsy.
"Lord Bridgerton," she said, "it is an honour to make your acquaintance."
Colin made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a snort, or maybe a laugh, or maybe both. And Anthony suddenly knew. One look at his brother's face should have given it all away. This was no shy, retiring, underappreciated spinster, and whatever she had said to Colin earlier that evening, it had contained no compliments about Anthony. Fratricide was legal in England, wasn't it? If not, it damn well should have been. Anthony belatedly realised that Miss Sheffield had held out her hand to him, as was only polite. He took it and brushed a light kiss across her gloved knuckles. "Miss Sheffield," he murmured unthinkingly, "you are as lovely as your sister." If she had seemed uncomfortable before, her bearing now turned downright hostile, and Anthony realised with a mental slap that he'd said exactly the wrong thing. Of course he should not have compared her to her sister. It was the one compliment she could never have believed.
"And you, Lord Bridgerton,"
she replied in a tone that could have frozen champagne,
"are almost as handsome as your brother."
Colin snorted again, only this time it sounded as if he were being strangled.
"Are you all right?"
Miss Sheffield asked. "He's fine," Anthony barked. She ignored him, keeping her attention on Colin.
"Are you certain?"
Colin nodded furiously. "A tickle in my throat. Or perhaps a guilty conscience," Anthony suggested. Colin turned deliberately from his brother to Kate. "I think I might need another glass of lemonade," he gasped. "Or maybe," said Anthony, "something stronger. Hemlock, perhaps?" Miss Sheffield clapped a hand over her mouth, presumably to stifle a burst of horrified laughter. "Lemonade will do just fine," Colin returned smoothly.
"Would you like me to fetch you a glass?" she asked.
Anthony noticed that she'd already stepped out with one foot, looking for any excuse to flee. Colin shook his head. No, I'm quite capable. But I do believe I had reserved this next dance with you, Miss Sheffield."
"I shall not hold you to it,"
she said, with a wave of her hand. "Oh, but I could not live with myself were I to leave you unattended," he replied. Anthony could see Miss Sheffield growing worried at the devilish gleam in Colin's eye. He took a rather uncharitable pleasure in this. His reaction was, he knew, a touch out of proportion. But something about this Miss Catherine Sheffield sparked his temper and made him positively itch to do battle with her. And win. That much went without saying. "Anthony," Colin said, sounding so deucedly innocent and earnest that it was all Anthony could do not to kill him on the spot. "You're not engaged for this dance, are you?" Anthony said nothing, just glared at him. "Good. Then you will dance with Miss Sheffield."
"I'm sure that's not necessary,"
the woman in question blurted out. Anthony glared at his brother, then for good measure at Miss Sheffield, who was looking at him as if he'd just despoiled 10 virgins in her presence. "Oh, but it is," Colin said with great drama, ignoring the optical daggers being hurled across their little threesome. "I could never dream of abandoning a young lady in her hour of need. How," he shuddered, "ungentlemanly." Anthony thought seriously about pursuing some ungentlemanly behaviour himself, perhaps planting his fist in Colin's face.
"I assure you," Miss Sheffield said quickly, "that being left to my own devices would be far preferable to dance."
Enough, Anthony thought savagely, was really enough. His own brother had already played him for a fool. He was not going to stand idly by while he was insulted by Edwina's sharp-tongued spinster sister. He laid a heavy hand on Miss Sheffield's arm and said, "Allow me to prevent you from making a grievous mistake, Miss Sheffield." She stiffened. How, he did not know. Her back was already ramrod straight.
"I beg your pardon," she said.
"I believe," he said smoothly, "that you were about to say something you would soon regret."
"No," she said, sounding deliberately thoughtful. "I don't think regrets were in my future."
"They will be," he said ominously, and then he grabbed her arm and practically dragged her onto the ballroom floor. Chapter 3. Viscount Bridgerton was also seen dancing with Miss Catherine Sheffield, elder sister to the fair Edwina. This can only mean one thing, as it has not escaped the notice of this author that the elder Miss Sheffield has been in much demand on the dance floor ever since the younger Miss Sheffield made her bizarre and unprecedented announcement at the Smythe-Smith Musicale last week. Whoever heard of a girl needing her sister's permission to choose a husband? And perhaps more importantly, whoever decided that the words Smythe-Smith and musicale might be used in the same sentence? This author has attended one of these gatherings in the past and heard nothing that might ethically be termed music. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 22nd of April, 1814. There was really nothing she could do, Kate realised with dismay. He was a viscount, and she was a mere nobody from Somerset, and they were both in the middle of a crowded ballroom. It didn't matter if she'd disliked him on sight. She had to dance with him.
"There is no need to drag me,"
she hissed. He made a great show of loosening his grip. Kate ground her teeth together and swore to herself that this man would never take her sister as his bride. His manner was too cold, too superior. He was, she thought a touch unfairly, too handsome as well, with velvety brown eyes that matched his hair to perfection. He was tall, certainly over 6 feet, although probably not by more than an inch, and his lips, while classically beautiful, Kate had studied enough art to regard herself qualified to make such a judgment, were tight at the corners, as if he did not know how to smile. "Now then," he said, once their feet began to move in the familiar steps, "suppose you tell me why you hate me." Kate trod on his foot. Lord, he was direct.
"I beg your pardon."
"There is no need to maim me, Miss Sheffield."
"It was an accident, I assure you."
And it was, even if she didn't really mind this particular example of her lack of grace. "Why," he mused, "do I find I have difficulty believing you?" Honesty, Kate quickly decided, would be her best strategy. If he could be direct, well then, so could she.
"Probably,"
she answered with a wicked smile,
"because you know that had it occurred to me to step on your foot on purpose, I would have done so."
He threw back his head and laughed. It was not the reaction she'd been either expecting or hoping for. Come to think of it, She had no idea what sort of reaction she'd been hoping for, but this certainly wasn't what she'd been expecting.
"Will you stop, my lord?" she whispered urgently. "People are starting to stare."
"People started to stare 2 minutes ago," he returned. "It's not often a man such as I dances with a woman such as you." As barbs went, this one was well aimed, but sadly for him, also incorrect.
"Not true," she replied jauntily. "You are certainly not the first of Edwina's besotted idiots to attempt to gain her favour through me."
He grinned. "Not suitors, but idiots." She caught his gaze with hers, and was surprised to find true mirth in his eyes.
"Surely you're not going to hand me such a delicious piece of bait as that, my lord?"
"And yet you did not take it," he mused. Kate looked down to see if there was some way she might discreetly step on his foot again. "I have very thick boots, Miss Sheffield," he said. Her head snapped back up in surprise. One corner of his mouth curved up in a mockery of a smile. "And quick eyes as well."
"Apparently so. I shall have to watch my step around you, to be sure."
"My goodness," he drawled. "Was that a compliment? I might expire from the shock of it."
"If you'd like to consider that a compliment, I give you leave to do so," she said airily. "You're not likely to receive many more."
"You wound me, Miss Sheffield."
"Does that mean that your skin is not as thick as your boots?"
"Oh, not nearly." She felt herself laugh before she realized she was amused.
"That I find difficult to believe."
He waited for her smile to melt away, then said, "You did not answer my question. Why do you hate me?" A rush of air slipped through Kate's lips. She hadn't expected him to repeat the question, or at least she'd hoped that he would not.
"I do not hate you, my lord," she replied,
choosing her words with great care.
"I do not even know you."
"Knowing is rarely a prerequisite for hating," he said softly, his eyes settling on hers with lethal steadiness. "Come now, Miss Sheffield, you don't seem a coward to me. Answer the question." Kate held silent for a full minute. It was true. She had not been predisposed to like the man. She certainly wasn't about to give her blessing to his courtship of Edwina. She didn't believe for 1 second that reformed rakes made the best husbands. She wasn't even sure that a rake could be properly reformed in the first place. But he might have been able to overcome her preconceptions. He could have been charming and sincere and straightforward, and been able to convince her that the stories about him in Whistledown were an exaggeration, that he was not the worst rogue London had seen since the turn of the century. He might have convinced her that he held to a code of honour, that he was a man of principles and honesty, if he hadn't gone and compared her to Edwina, for nothing could have been more obvious a lie. She knew she wasn't an antidote. Her face and form were pleasing enough, but there was simply no way she could be compared to Edwina in this measure and emerge as her equal. Edwina was truly a diamond of the first water, and Kate could never be more than average and unremarkable. And if this man was saying otherwise, then he had some ulterior motive, because it was obvious he wasn't blind. He could have offered her any other empty compliment, and she would have accepted it as a gentleman's polite conversation. She might have even been flattered, if his words had struck anywhere close to the truth. But to compare her to Edwina... Kate adored her sister. She truly did, and she knew better than anyone that Edwina's heart was as beautiful and radiant as her face. She didn't like to think herself jealous, but still, somehow the comparison stung right to the core. "I do not hate you," she finally replied. Her eyes were trained on his chin, but she had no patience for cowardice, especially within herself, so she forced herself to meet his gaze when she added, "But I find I cannot like you." Something in his eyes told her that he appreciated her stark honesty. "And why is that?" he asked softly. "May I be frank?" His lips twitched. Please do.
You are dancing with me right now because you wish to court my sister. This does not bother me, she hastened to assure him. I am well used to receiving attentions from Edwina's suitors.
Her mind was clearly not on her feet. Anthony pulled his foot out of the way of hers before she could injure him again. He noticed with interest that she was back to referring to them as suitors rather than idiots. Please continue, he murmured.
You are not the sort of man I would wish my sister to marry, she said simply.
Her manner was direct, and her intelligent brown eyes never left his.
You are a rake. You are a rogue. You are, in fact, notorious for being both. I would not allow my sister within 10 feet of you.
And yet, he said with a wicked little smile, I waltzed with her earlier this evening.
An act which shall not be repeated, I can assure you.
And is it your place to decide Edwina's fate?
Edwina trusts my judgment, she said primly.
I see, he said, in what he hoped was his most mysterious manner. That is very interesting. I thought Edwina was an adult.
Edwina is but 17 years old.
And you are so ancient at, 20 years of age?
21,
she bit off. Ah, that makes you a veritable expert on men, and husbands in particular, especially since you have been married yourself, yes?
You know I am unwed,
she ground out. Anthony stifled the urge to smile. Good Lord, but it was fun baiting the elder Miss Sheffield. I think, he said, keeping his words slow and deliberate, that you have found it relatively easy to manage most of the men who have come knocking on your sister's door. Is that true? She kept her stony silence. Is it? Finally she gave him one curt nod. I thought so, he murmured. You seem the sort who would. She glared at him with such intensity that it was all he could do to keep from laughing. If he weren't dancing, he probably would have stroked his chin in an affectation of deep thought. But since his hands were otherwise engaged, he had to settle for a ponderous tilt of his head, combined with an arch raise of his eyebrows. But I also think, he added, that you made a grave mistake when you thought to manage me. Kate's lips were set in a grim, straight line, but she managed to say, I do not seek to manage you, Lord Bridgerton. I only seek to keep you away from my sister. Which just goes to show, Miss Sheffield, how very little you know of men. At least of the rakish, roguish variety. He leaned in closer, letting his hot breath brush against her cheek. She shivered. He'd known she'd shiver. He smiled wickedly. There is very little we relish more than a challenge. The music drew to a close, leaving them standing in the middle of the ballroom floor, facing one another. Anthony took her arm, but before he led her back to the perimeter of the room, he put his lips very close to her ear and whispered, And you, Miss Sheffield, have issued to me a most delicious challenge. Kate stepped on his foot, hard, enough to make him let out a small, decidedly unrakish, unroguish squeak. When he glared at her, though, she just shrugged and said, It was my only defence. His eyes darkened. You, Miss Sheffield, are a menace.
And you, Lord Bridgerton, need thicker boots.
His grasp tightened on her arm. Before I return you to the sanctuary of the chaperones and spinsters, there is one thing we need to make clear. Kate held her breath. She did not like the hard tone of his voice. I am going to court your sister, and should I decide that she will make a suitable Lady Bridgerton, I will make her my wife. Kate whipped her head up to face him, fire flashing in her eyes.
And I suppose, then, that you think it is your place to decide Edwina's fate. Do not forget, my lord, that even if you decide she will make a suitable, she sneered the word, Lady Bridgerton, she might choose otherwise. He looked down at her with the confidence of a male who is never crossed.
Should I decide to ask Edwina, she will not say no."
"Are you trying to tell me that no woman has ever been able to resist you?"
He did not answer, just raised one supercilious brow and let her draw her own conclusions. Kate wrenched her arm free and strode back to her stepmother, shaking with fury, resentment, and not a little bit of fear. Because she had an awful feeling that he did not lie, and if he really did turn out to be irresistible, Kate shuddered. She and Edwina were going to be in big, big trouble. The next afternoon was like any following a major ball. The Sheffields' drawing room was filled to bursting with flower bouquets, each one accompanied by a crisp white card bearing the name Edwina Sheffield. A simple Miss Sheffield would have sufficed, Kate thought with a grimace, but she supposed one couldn't really fault Edwina's suitors for wanting to make certain the flowers went to the correct Miss Sheffield. Not that anyone was likely to make a mistake on that measure. Floral arrangements generally went to Edwina. In fact, there was nothing general about it. Every bouquet that had arrived at the Sheffield residence in the last month had gone to Edwina. Kate liked to think she had the last laugh, however. Most of the flowers made Edwina sneeze, so they tended to end up in Kate's chamber anyway. "You beautiful thing," she said, lovingly fingering a fine orchid. "I think you belong right on my bedstand. And you—" She leaned forward and sniffed at a bouquet of perfect white roses. "You will look smashing on my dressing table." "Do you always talk to flowers?" Kate whirled around at the sound of a deep male voice. Good heavens, it was Lord Bridgerton, looking sinfully handsome in a blue morning coat. What the devil was he doing here? No sense in not asking. What the devil? She caught herself just in time. She would not let this man reduce her to cursing aloud, no matter how often she did it in her head. "What are you doing here?" He raised a brow as he adjusted the huge bouquet of flowers he had tucked under his arm. Pink roses, she noted. Perfect buds. They were lovely, simple and elegant, exactly the sort of thing she'd choose for herself. "I believe it's customary for suitors to call upon young women, yes?" he murmured. "Or did I misplace my etiquette book?"
"I meant," Kate growled. "How did you get in? No one alerted me to your arrival."
He cocked his head toward the hall. "The usual manner? I knocked on your front door." Kate's look of irritation at his sarcasm did not prevent him from continuing with, "Amazingly enough, your butler answered. Then I gave him my card. He took a look at it and showed me to the drawing-room. Much as I'd like to claim some sort of devious, underhanded subterfuge," he continued, maintaining a rather impressively supercilious tone, "it was actually quite above board and straightforward."
"Infernal butler," Kate muttered. "He's supposed to see if we're at home before showing you in."
"Maybe he had previous instructions that you would be at home for me under any circumstances." She bristled.
"I gave him no such instructions."
"No," Lord Bridgerton said with a chuckle. "I wouldn't have thought so."
"And I know Edwina didn't."
He smiled. "Perhaps your mother?"
"Of course." "Mary," she groaned, a world of accusation in the single word.
"You call her by her given name?" he asked politely.
She nodded. "She's actually my stepmother, although she's really all I know. She married my father when I was but 3. I don't know why I still call her Mary."
She gave her head a little shake as her shoulders lifted into a perplexed shrug.
"I just do."
His brown eyes remained fixed on her face, and she realized she'd just let this man, her nemesis really, into a small corner of her life. She felt the words, "I'm sorry," bubbling on her tongue. A reflexive reaction, she supposed, for having spoken too freely. But she didn't want to apologize to this man for anything. So instead she just said, "Edwina is out, I'm afraid.
So your visit was for nothing?
"Oh, I don't know about that," he replied. He grasped the bouquet of flowers, which had been tucked under his right arm, with his other hand, and as he brought it forward, Kate saw that it was not one massive bouquet, but 3 smaller ones. "This," he said, putting one of the bouquets down on a side table, "is for Edwina, and this," he did the same with the second, "is for your mother." He was left with a single bouquet. Kate stood frozen with shock, unable to take her eyes off the perfect pink blooms. She knew what he had to be about, that the only reason he'd included her in the gesture was to impress Edwina. But blast it, no one had ever brought her flowers before, and she hadn't known until that very moment how badly she'd wanted someone to do so. "These," he said finally, holding out the final arrangement of pink roses, "are for you."
"Thank you,"
she said hesitantly, taking them into her arms.
"They're lovely."
She leaned down to sniff them, sighing with pleasure at the thick scent. Glancing back up, she added,
"It was very thoughtful of you to think of Mary and me."
He nodded graciously. "It was my pleasure. I must confess, a suitor for my sister's hand once did the same for my mother, and I don't believe I've ever seen her more delighted."
"Your mother or your sister?"
He smiled at her pert question. "Both."
"And what happened to this suitor?"
Kate asked. Anthony's grin turned devilish in the extreme. "He married my sister."
Don't think history is likely to repeat itself."
"But," Kate coughed, not particularly wanting to be honest with him, but quite incapable of doing anything otherwise.
"But the flowers are truly lovely, and it was a lovely gesture on your part."
She swallowed. This wasn't easy for her.
"And I do appreciate them."
He leaned forward slightly, his dark eyes positively melting. "A kind sentence," he mused, "and directed at me, no less. There now, that wasn't so difficult, was it?" Kate went from bending lovingly over the flowers to standing uncomfortably straight in an instant.
"You do seem to have a knack for saying the exact wrong thing."
"Only where you're concerned, my dear Miss Sheffield. Other women, I assure you, hang on my every word."
"So I've read,"
she muttered. His eyes lit up. "Is that where you've developed your opinions of me? Of course. The estimable Lady Whistledown. I should have known. Lud, I'd like to strangle the woman."
"I find her rather intelligent and quite on the mark," Kate said primly.
"You would," he returned.
"Lord Bridgerton," Kate ground out, "I'm sure you did not come calling to insult me. May I leave a message for Edwina for you?"
"I think not. I don't particularly trust that it would reach her unadulterated."
That was really too much. "I would never stoop to interfering with another person's correspondence," Kate somehow managed to say. Her entire body was shaking with rage, and if she'd been a less controlled sort of woman, her hands would surely have been wrapped around his throat. "How dare you imply otherwise?"
"When all is said and done, Miss Sheffield," he said with annoying calmness, "I really don't know you very well. What I do know consists of your fervent avowals that I will never find myself within 10 feet of your sister's saintly presence. You tell me, would you feel confident to leave a note if you were me?"
"If you are attempting to gain my sister's favour through me," Kate replied icily, "you are not doing a very good job of it."
"I'm aware of that," he said. "I really shouldn't provoke you. It's not very well done of me, is it? But I'm afraid I just can't help myself." He grinned roguishly and held up his hands in a helpless manner. "What can I say? You do something to me, Miss Sheffield." His smile, Kate realized with dismay, was truly a force to be reckoned with. She suddenly felt faint. A seat. Yes, what she needed to do was sit down.
"Please have a seat,"
she said, waving at the blue damask sofa as she scrambled across the room to a chair. She didn't particularly want him to linger, but she couldn't very well sit without offering him a seat as well, and her legs were starting to feel awfully wobbly. If the Viscount thought oddly of her sudden burst of politeness, he did not say anything. Instead, he removed a long black case off the sofa and placed it on a table, then sat down in its place. "Is that a musical instrument?" he queried, motioning to the case. Kate nodded. "A flute." "Do you play?" She shook her head, then cocked her head slightly and nodded. "I'm trying to learn. I took it up just this year." He nodded in reply, and that, apparently, was to be the end of the subject, because he then politely asked, "When do you expect Edwina to return?" "Not for at least an hour, I should think. Mr. Burbrook took her out for a ride in his curricle." "Nigel Burbrook?" He practically choked on the name. "Yes. Why?" "The man has more hair than wit. A great deal more." "But he's going bald," she couldn't resist pointing out. He grimaced. "And if that doesn't prove my point, I don't know what will." Kate had reached much the same conclusion about Mr. Burbrook's intelligence, or lack thereof, but she said, "Isn't it considered bad form to insult one's fellow suitors?" Anthony let out a little snort. "It wasn't an insult. It was the truth. He courted my sister last year, or tried to. Devney did her best to discourage him. He's a nice enough fellow, I'll grant you that, but not someone you'd want building you a boat were you stranded on a desert island." Kate had a strange and unwelcome image of the Viscount stranded on a desert island, clothes in tatters, skin kissed by the sun. It left her feeling uncomfortably warm. Anthony cocked his head, regarding her with a quizzical gaze. "I say, Miss Sheffield, are you feeling all right?" "Fine," she practically barked. "Never better. You were saying?" "You look a bit flushed." He leaned in, watching her closely. She really didn't look well. Kate fanned herself. "It's a bit hot in here, don't you think?" Anthony shook his head slowly. "Not at all." She gazed longingly out the door. "I wonder where Mary is." "Are you expecting her?" "It's unlike her to leave me unchaperoned for so long," she explained. Unchaperoned. The ramifications were frightening. Anthony had a sudden vision of being trapped into marriage with Miss Sheffield the elder, and it made him break out in a cold sweat. Kate was so unlike any debutante he'd ever met that he'd quite forgotten that they even needed a chaperone. "Perhaps she's not aware I'm here," he said quickly. "Yes, that must be it." She sprang to her feet and crossed the room to the bell pull. Giving it a firm yank, she said, "I'll just ring for someone to alert her. I'm sure she won't want to miss you." "Good. Perhaps she can keep us company while we wait for your sister to return." Kate froze halfway back to her chair. "You're planning to wait for Edwina?" He shrugged, enjoying her discomfort. "I have no other plans for the afternoon." "But she might be ours." "An hour at most, I'm sure, and besides—" He cut himself off, noting the arrival of a maid in the doorway. "You rang, miss?" the maid queried. "Yes, thank you, Annie," Kate replied. "Would you please inform Mrs. Sheffield that we have a guest?" The maid bobbed a curtsy and departed. "I'm sure Mary will be down at any moment," Kate said, quite unable to stop tapping her foot. "Any minute now. I'm sure of it." He just smiled in that annoying manner, looking terribly relaxed and comfortable on the sofa. An awkward silence fell across the room. Kate offered him a tight smile. He just raised a brow in return. "I'm sure she'll be here." "Any minute now," he finished for her, sounding heartily amused. She sank back into her chair, trying not to grimace. She probably didn't succeed. Just then, a small commotion broke out in the hall. A few decidedly canine barks, followed by a high-pitched shriek of,
Newton! Newton, stop that at once!
Newton? The Viscount queried. My dog, Kate explained, sighing as she rose to her feet. He doesn't...
Newton!
Get along with Mary very well, I'm afraid. Kate moved to the door. Mary? Mary? Anthony rose when Kate did, wincing as the dog let out 3 more ear-splitting barks, which were immediately followed by another terrified shriek from Mary. What is he? He muttered. A mastiff? It had to be a mastiff. Miss Sheffield the elder seemed exactly the sort to keep a man-eating mastiff at her beck and call. No, Kate said, rushing out into the hall as Mary let out another shriek. He's a... But Anthony missed her words. It didn't matter much anyway, because 1 second later, in trotted the most benign-looking corgi he'd ever seen, with thick caramel-coloured fur and a belly that almost dragged on the ground. Anthony froze with surprise. This was the fearsome creature from the hall. Good day, dog, he said firmly. The dog stopped in its tracks, sat right down, and smiled. Chapter 4. This author was, sadly, unable to determine all the details, but there was a considerable to-do Thursday last, near the Serpentine in Hyde Park, involving Viscount Bridgerton, Mr. Nigel Burbrook, both the Misses Sheffield, and an unnamed dog of indeterminate breed. This author was not an eyewitness, but all accounts seem to indicate that the unnamed dog emerged the victor. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 25th of April, 1814. Kate stumbled back into the drawing-room, knocking arms with Mary as they both squeezed through the doorway at the same time. Newton was seated happily in the middle of the room, shedding on the blue and white rug as he grinned up at the Viscount. "I think he likes you," Mary said, somewhat accusingly. "He likes you too, Mary," Kate said. "The problem is that you don't like him. I'd like him better if he didn't try to accost me every time I come through the hall." "I thought you said Mrs. Sheffield and the dog didn't get along," Lord Bridgerton said. "They don't," Kate replied. "Well, they do. Oh, well, they don't and they do." "That clears things up immeasurably," he murmured. Kate ignored his quiet sarcasm. "Newton adores Mary," she explained, "but Mary doesn't adore Newton." "I'd adore him a bit more," Mary interrupted, "if he'd adore me a bit less." "So," Kate continued determinedly, "poor Newton regards Mary as something of a challenge. So when he sees her—" She shrugged helplessly. "Well, I'm afraid he simply adores her more." As if on cue, the dog caught sight of Mary and bounded straight over to her feet. "Kate!" Mary exclaimed. Kate rushed to her stepmother's side, just as Newton rose on his hind legs and planted his front paws just above Mary's knees. "Newton, down!" she scolded. "Bad dog! Bad dog!" The dog sat back down with a little whine. "Kate," Mary said, in an extremely no-nonsense voice, "that dog must be taken for a walk. Now." "I had been planning to when the Viscount arrived," Kate replied, motioning to the man across the room. Really, it was remarkable the number of things she could blame on the insufferable man if she put her mind to it. "Oh," Mary yelped, "I beg your pardon, my lord. How rude of me not to greet you." "It is of no concern," he said smoothly. "You were a bit preoccupied upon your arrival." "Yes," Mary grumbled. "That beastly dog. Oh, but where are my manners? May we offer you tea? Something to eat? It is so kind of you to call upon us." "No, thank you. I've just been enjoying your daughter's invigorating company while I await Miss Edwina's arrival." "Ah, yes," Mary answered. "Edwina's off with Mr. Burbrook, I believe. Isn't that so, Kate?" Kate nodded stonily, not sure she liked being called invigorating. "Do you know Mr. Burbrook, Lord Bridgerton?" Mary asked. "Ah, yes," he said, with what Kate thought was fairly surprising reticence. "Yes, I do.
I wasn't sure if I should have allowed Edwina to go off with him for a ride. Those curricles are terribly difficult to drive, aren't they?
I believe that Mr. Burbrook has a steady hand with his horses, Anthony replied.
Oh, good,
Mary replied, letting out a much relieved sigh.
You have surely set my mind at rest.
Newton let out a staccato bark, simply to remind everyone of his presence.
I had better find his lead and take him for a walk,
Kate said hurriedly. She certainly could use a bit of fresh air, and it would be nice to finally escape the Viscount's fiendish company.
If you'll excuse me. But wait, Kate, Mary called out. You cannot leave Lord Bridgerton here with me. I'm sure I'll bore him to tears.
Kate slowly turned around, dreading Mary's next words. You could never bore me, Mrs. Sheffield, the Viscount said, debonair rake that he was.
Oh, but I could, she assured him. You've never been trapped in conversation with me for an hour, which is about how long it will be before Edwina returns.
Kate stared at her stepmother, her jaw actually hanging open with shock. What on earth did Mary think she was doing?
Why don't you go with Kate to take Newton for a walk?
Mary suggested.
Oh, but I could never ask Lord Bridgerton to accompany me on a chore, Kate said quickly. It would be beyond rudeness, and after all, he is our esteemed guest. Don't be silly, Mary answered, before the Viscount could get even half of a word in. I'm sure he wouldn't look upon it as a chore. Would you, my lord?
Of course not, he murmured, looking utterly sincere. But really, what else could he say?
There, that settles it,
Mary said, sounding inordinately pleased with herself.
And who knows? You may stumble across Edwina in your travels. Wouldn't that be convenient?
Indeed, Kate said under her breath. It would be lovely to be rid of the Viscount, but the last thing she wanted to do was deliver Edwina into his clutches. Her sister was still young and impressionable. What if she couldn't resist one of his smiles, or his glib tongue? Even Kate was willing to admit that Lord Bridgerton exuded considerable charm, and she didn't even like the man. Edwina, with her less suspicious nature, would surely be overwhelmed. She turned to the Viscount.
You shouldn't feel you must accompany me while I walk Newton, my lord.
I'd be delighted, he said with a wicked smile, and Kate had the distinct impression he was agreeing to go for the sole purpose of vexing her. Besides, he continued, as your mother said, we might see Edwina, and wouldn't that be a delightful coincidence?
Delightful, Kate returned flatly. Just delightful. Excellent, Mary said, clapping her hands together with joy. I saw Newton's lead on the hall table. Here, I'll go and get it for you.
Anthony watched Mary leave, then turned to Kate and said, That was very neatly done.
I'll say, Kate muttered.
Do you suppose, he whispered, leaning toward her, that her matchmaking is directed toward Edwina, or you?
Me?
Kate all but croaked.
Surely you jest.
Anthony rubbed his chin thoughtfully, gazing at the doorway through which Mary had just exited. I'm not certain, he mused, but he closed his mouth upon hearing Mary's footsteps drawing back near.
Here you are,
Mary said, holding the lead out to Kate. Newton barked enthusiastically and drew back as if preparing to lunge at Mary, undoubtedly to shower her with all sorts of unpalatable love, but Kate kept a firm hold on his collar.
Here,
Mary quickly amended, handing the lead instead to Anthony.
Why don't you give this to Kate? I'd rather not get too close.
Newton barked and gazed longingly at Mary, who inched farther away. You, Anthony said forcefully to the dog, sit down and be quiet. Much to Kate's surprise, Newton obeyed, settling his plump bottom onto the rug with almost comical alacrity. There, Anthony said, sounding rather pleased with himself. He held out the lead toward Kate. Shall you do the honours, or shall I?
Oh, go right ahead, she replied. You seem to have such an affinity for canines.
Clearly, he shot back, keeping his voice low so that Mary could not hear. They are not so very different from women. Both breeds hang on my every word. Kate stepped on his hand as he knelt to fasten the lead to Newton's collar.
Oops, she said, rather insincerely. I'm so sorry.
Your tender solicitude quite unmans me, he returned, standing back up. I might break into tears. Mary's head bobbed back and forth between Kate and Anthony. She couldn't hear what they were saying, but was clearly fascinated. "Is something wrong?" she queried. "Not at all," Anthony replied, just as Kate gave a firm "No." "Good," Mary said briskly. "Then I'll see you to the door." At Newton's enthusiastic bark, she added, "Then again, maybe not. I don't really want to get within 10 feet of that dog, but I'll wave you off." "What would I do," Kate said to Mary as she passed her, "without you to wave me off?" Mary smiled slyly. "I surely don't know, Kate. I surely don't know." Which left Kate with a queasy feeling in her stomach and a vague suspicion that Lord Bridgerton might have been correct. Maybe Mary was playing matchmaker with more than just Edwina this time around. It was a horrifying thought. With Mary standing in the hall, Kate and Anthony exited out the doorway and headed west on Milner Street. "I usually stay to the smaller streets and make my way up to Brompton Road," Kate explained, thinking that he might not be very familiar with this area of town. "Then take that to Hyde Park. But we can walk straight up Sloane Street if you prefer." "Whatever you wish," he demurred. "I shall follow your direction." "Very well," Kate replied, marching determinedly up Milner Street toward Lennox Gardens. Maybe if she kept her eyes ahead of her and moved briskly, he'd be discouraged from conversation. Her daily walks with Newton were supposed to be her time for personal reflection. She did not appreciate having to drag him along. Her strategy worked quite well for several minutes. They walked in silence all the way to the corner of Hans Crescent and Brompton Road, and then he quite suddenly said, "My brother played us for fools last night." That stopped her in her tracks. "I beg your pardon?" "Do you know what he told me about you before he introduced us?" Kate stumbled a step before shaking her head no. Newton hadn't stopped in his tracks, and he was tugging on the lead like mad. "He told me you couldn't say enough about me." "Well," Kate stalled, "if one doesn't want to put too fine a point on it, that's not entirely untrue." "He implied," Anthony added, "that you could not say enough good about me." She shouldn't have smiled. "That's not true." He probably shouldn't have smiled either, but Kate was glad he did. "I didn't think so," he replied. They turned up Brompton Road toward Knightsbridge and Hyde Park, and Kate asked, "Why would he do such a thing?" Anthony shot her a sideways look. "You don't have a brother, do you?" "No, just Edwina, I'm afraid, and she's decidedly female." "He did it," Anthony explained, "purely to torture me." "A noble pursuit," Kate said under her breath. "I heard that." "I rather thought you would," she added. "And I expect," he continued, "that he wanted to torture you as well." "Me?" she exclaimed. "Why ever? What could I possibly have done to him?" "You might have provoked him ever so slightly by denigrating his beloved brother," he suggested. Her brows arched. "Beloved?" "Much admired," he tried. She shook her head. "That one doesn't wash either." Anthony grinned. Miss Sheffield the elder, for all her annoyingly managing ways, did have an admirable wit. They'd reached Knightsbridge, so he took her arm as they crossed over the thoroughfare and took one of the smaller pathways that led to South Carriage Road within Hyde Park. Newton, clearly a country dog at heart, picked up his pace considerably as they entered greener surroundings, although it would be difficult to imagine the portly canine moving with anything that might correctly be termed speed. Still, the dog seemed rather jolly, and certainly interested in every flower, small animal, or passer-by that crossed their path. The spring air was crisp, but the sun was warm, and the sky was a surprisingly clear blue after so many typical London days of rain. And while the woman on his arm was not the woman he planned to take to wife, nor, in fact, was she a woman he planned to take to anything, Anthony felt a rather easy sense of contentment wash over him. "Shall we cross over to Rotten Row?" he asked Kate. "Hmm?" was her distracted reply. She had her face tipped up to the sun and was basking in its warmth, and for one extremely disconcerting moment, Anthony felt a sharp stab of something. Something? He gave his head a little shake. It couldn't possibly be desire. Not for this woman. "Did you say something?" she murmured. He cleared his throat and took a deep breath, hoping it would clear his head. Instead, he simply got an intoxicating whiff of her scent, which was an odd combination of exotic lilies and sensible soap. "You seem to be enjoying the sun," he said. She smiled, turning to face him with a clear-eyed gaze. "I know that's not what you said, but yes, I am. It's been so dreadfully rainy of late." "I thought young ladies were not supposed to let sun on their faces," he teased. She shrugged, looking only the slightest bit sheepish as she replied, "They're not. That is to say, we're not. But it does feel heavenly." She let out a little sigh, and a look of longing crossed her face, so intense that Anthony almost ached for her. "I do wish I could remove my bonnet," she said wistfully. Anthony nodded his agreement, feeling much the same way about his hat. "You could probably push it back just a bit without anyone noticing," he suggested. "Do you think?" Her entire face lit up at the prospect, and that strange stab of something pierced his gut again. "Of course," he murmured, reaching up to adjust the rim of the bonnet. It was one of those bizarre confections women seemed to favour, all ribbons and lace, and tied in such a way that no reasonable man could ever make sense of it. "Here, just hold still for a moment. I'll fix it." Kate held still, just as he'd gently ordered, but when his fingers accidentally brushed the skin on her temple, she stopped breathing as well. He was so very close, and there was something very odd about it. She could feel the heat of his body, and smell the clean, soapy scent of him, and it sent a prickle of awareness straight through her. She hated him, or at least she heartily disliked and disapproved of him, and yet she had the most absurd inclination to lean forward slightly, until the space between their bodies was squeezed into nothingness, and she swallowed and forced herself to draw back. Good God, what had come over her? "Hold for a moment," he said. "I haven't finished." Kate reached up with frantic fingers to adjust her bonnet. "I'm sure it's just fine. You needn't worry yourself." "Can you feel the sun any better?" he asked. She nodded, even though she was so distracted she wasn't even sure if it was true. "Yes, thank you. It's lovely. Oh!" Newton let out a loud stream of barks and yanked on the lead. Hard. "Newton!" she called out, jerking forward with the lead. But the dog already had something in his sights. Kate had no idea what, and was bounding enthusiastically forward, pulling her along until she was stumbling over her feet, her entire body pulled into a diagonal line, with her shoulder decidedly in front of the rest of her. "Newton!" she called out again, rather helplessly. "Newton, stop!" Anthony watched with amusement as the dog barreled forward, moving with more speed than he would have ever guessed its short, pudgy legs could have managed. Kate was making a valiant attempt to keep her grip on the lead, but Newton was now barking like mad and running with equal vigour. "Miss Sheffield, allow me to take the lead," he boomed, striding forward to aid her. It wasn't the most glamorous manner in which to play the hero, but anything would do when one was trying to impress the sister of one's future bride. But just as Anthony caught up with her, Newton gave the lead a vicious tug, and it went flying from her grasp. Kate let out a shriek and dashed forward, but the dog was off and running, the lead snaking along the grass behind him. Anthony didn't know whether to laugh or groan. Newton clearly did not intend to be caught. Kate froze for a moment, one hand clasped over her mouth. Then her eyes caught Anthony's, and he had the worst sort of feeling that he knew what she intended to do. "Miss Sheffield," he said quickly, "I'm sure—" But she was off and running, hollering, "Newton!" with a decided lack of decorum. Anthony let out a weary sigh and began running after her. He couldn't very well let her chase the dog on her own and still presume to call himself a gentleman. She had a bit of a head start on him, though, and when he caught up with her around the corner, she'd stopped. She was breathing hard, her hands on her hips as she scanned her surroundings. "Where'd he go?" Anthony asked, trying to forget that there was something rather arousing about a woman who was panting.
"I don't know."
She paused to catch her breath.
"I think he's chasing a rabbit."
"Oh, now, well, that will make it easy to catch him," he said, "since rabbits always stick to the well-trod paths." She scowled at his sarcasm.
"What are we to do?"
Anthony had half a mind to answer, "Go home and get a real dog," but she looked so worried he bit his tongue. Actually, upon closer inspection, she looked more irritated than worried, but there was definitely a bit of worry in the mix. So instead he said, "I propose we wait until we hear someone shriek. Any minute now he's bound to dash right across some young lady's feet and scare her out of her very wits."
"Do you think?"
She didn't look convinced.
"Because he's not the scariest dog to look at. He thinks he is, and it's really quite sweet, actually. But the truth is, he's—"
"I believe we have our answer," Anthony said dryly, and he took off in the direction of the anonymous lady's scream. Kate hurried after him, cutting right across the grass toward Rotten Row. The Viscount was running in front of her, and all she could think was that he must really want to marry Edwina, because despite the fact that he was clearly a splendid athlete, he looked most undignified, dashing through the park after a rotund corgi. Even worse, they were going to have to run right across Rotten Row, the Tom's favourite spot for riding and driving. Everyone was going to see them. A less determined man would have given up ages ago. Kate kept running on after them, but she was losing ground. She hadn't spent much time in breeches, but she was fairly certain it was easier to run in them than in skirts, especially when one was out in public and could not hitch them up above one's ankles. She tore across Rotten Row, refusing to make eye contact with any of the fashionable ladies and gentlemen out with their horses. There was always the chance she wouldn't be recognised as the hoydenish miss racing through the park as if someone had set fire to her shoes. Not much of a chance, but a chance nonetheless. When she reached the grass again, she stumbled for a second and had to pause to take a few deep breaths. Then horror dawned. They were almost to the Serpentine. Oh no! There was little Newton liked better than to jump in a lake, and the sun was just warm enough that it might look tempting, especially if one happened to be a creature covered with thick, heavy fur, a creature who'd been running at breakneck speed for 5 minutes. Well, breakneck for an overweight corgi, which was still, Kate noted with some interest, fast enough to keep a 6-foot-tall Viscount at bay. Kate hitched up her skirts an inch or so. Hang the onlookers, she couldn't afford to be fussy right now, and took off running again. There was no way she'd catch up with Newton, but maybe she could catch up with Lord Bridgerton before he killed Newton. Murder had to be on his mind by now. The man would have to be a saint not to want to murder the dog, and if 1% of what had been written about him in Whistledown was true, he was no saint. Kate gulped.
"Lord Bridgerton!"
she called out, intending to tell him to call off the hunt. She'd simply have to wait for Newton to exhaust himself. With 4-inch-tall legs, that had to come sooner rather than later.
"Lord Bridgerton! We can just—"
Kate stumbled in her tracks. Was that Edwina over there by the Serpentine? She squinted. It was Edwina, standing gracefully with her hands clasped in front of her. And it appeared that the hapless Mr. Burbrook was making some sort of repair to his curricle. Newton stopped short for one moment, spying Edwina at the same moment Kate did, and abruptly changed his course, barking joyfully as he ran toward his beloved.
"Lord Bridgerton!"
Kate called out again.
"See, look, there's—"
Anthony turned around at the sound of her voice, then followed her pointed finger toward Edwina. So that was why the damned dog spun on its heel and made a 90-degree change of course. Anthony had nearly slipped on the mud and fallen on his bum trying to maneuver such a sharp turn. He was going to kill that dog. No, he was going to kill Kate Sheffield. No, maybe Anthony's gleeful thoughts of vengeance were broken by Edwina's sudden shriek of,
"Newton!"
Anthony liked to think of himself as a man of decisive action, but when he saw that dog launch himself in the air and hurtle himself toward Edwina, he was quite simply frozen with shock. Shakespeare himself could not have devised a more appropriate ending to this farce, and it was all playing out right before Anthony's eyes as if at half speed, and there was nothing he could do about it. The dog was going to hit Edwina straight in the chest. Edwina was going to topple backward, straight into the serpentine. "No!" he yelled, charging forward, even though he knew all attempts at heroics on his part were utterly useless. Splash! "Dear God!" Berbrook exclaimed. "She's all wet!" "Well, don't just stand there!" Anthony snapped, reaching the scene of the accident and charging forward into the waters. "Do something to help!" Berbrook clearly did not quite understand what that meant, because he just stood there, bug-eyed, as Anthony reached down, grasped Edwina's hand, and hauled her to her feet. "Are you all right?" he asked gruffly. She nodded, sputtering and sneezing too hard to answer. "Miss Sheffield!" he roared, seeing Kate skid to a halt on the banks. "No, not you," he added, when he felt Edwina jerk to attention at his side. "Your sister."
"Kate?"
she asked, blinking the filthy water from her eyes.
"Where's Kate?"
"Dry as a bone on the embankment," he muttered, followed by a holler in Kate's direction of, "Rein in your bloody dog!" Newton had cheerfully splashed back out of the serpentine and was now sitting on the grass, his tongue hanging happily out of his mouth. Kate scurried to his side and grabbed the lead. Anthony noticed that she had no pithy comeback to his roared order. Good, he thought viciously. He wouldn't have thought the bloody woman would have had the sense to keep her mouth shut. He turned back to Edwina, who, astoundingly, still managed to look lovely, even while dripping with pond water. "Let me get you out of here," he said gruffly, and before she had a chance to react, he scooped her into his arms and carried her to dry ground. "I've never seen anything like that," Berbrook said, shaking his head. Anthony made no reply. He didn't think he'd be able to speak without tossing the idiot into the water. What was he thinking? Just standing there while Edwina was submerged by that pathetic excuse for a dog. "Edwina," Kate asked, walking forward as far as Newton's lead would allow. "Are you all right?" "I think you've done enough," Anthony bit out, advancing upon her until they were barely a foot apart.
"Me?"
she gasped. "Look at her," he snapped, thrusting a pointed finger in Edwina's direction, even while his full attention was focused on Kate. "Just look at her!"
"But it was an accident. I'm really fine,"
Edwina called out, sounding a little panicked by the level of anger simmering between her sister and the Viscount.
"Cold, but fine."
"See?" Kate returned, swallowing convulsively as she took in the dishevelled sight of her sister.
"It was an accident."
He merely crossed his arms and arched a brow.
"You don't believe me," she breathed. "I can't believe you don't believe me."
Anthony said nothing. It was inconceivable to him that Kate Sheffield, for all her wit and intelligence, could not be jealous of her sister. And even if there was nothing she could have done to prevent this mishap, surely she must be taking a bit of pleasure in the fact that she was dry and comfortable, while Edwina looked like a drowned rat. An attractive rat, to be sure, but certainly a drowned one. But Kate clearly wasn't done with the conversation.
"Aside from the fact," she scorned, "that I would never, ever do anything to harm Edwina, how do you propose I managed this amazing feat?"
She clapped her free hand to her cheek in an expression of mock discovery.
"Oh, yes! I know the secret language of the corgis. I ordered the dog to yank the lead from my hand, and then, since I have the second sight, I knew that Edwina was standing right here by the serpentine. So then I said to the dog, through our powerful mind-to-mind connection, since he was much too far away to hear my voice at this point, to change his direction, head for Edwina, and topple her into the lake."
"Sarcasm doesn't become you, Miss Sheffield."
"Nothing becomes you, Lord Bridgerton."
Anthony leaned forward, his chin jutting out in a most menacing manner. "Women should not keep pets if they cannot control them."
"And men should not take women with pets for a walk in the park if they cannot control either," she shot back.
Anthony could actually feel the tips of his ears turning red with barely leashed rage. "You, madam, are a menace to society." She opened her mouth as if to return the insult, but instead she just offered him an almost frighteningly devious smile and turned to the dog and said, "Shake, Newton." Newton looked up at her finger, pointed right at Anthony, and obediently trotted a few steps closer to him before allowing himself a full body shake, spraying pond water everywhere. Anthony went for her throat. "I am going to kill you!" he roared. Kate ducked nimbly out of the way, dashing over to Edwina's side.
Now, Lord Bridgerton,"
she taunted, seeking safety behind her sister's dripping form.
"It would not do to lose your temper in front of the fair Edwina." "Kate," Edwina whispered urgently, "what is going on? Why are you being so mean to him?" "Why is he being so mean to me?" Kate hissed back.
"I say," Mr. Burbrook suddenly said, "that dog got me wet."
"He got all of us wet,"
Kate replied, including her. But it had been worth it. Oh, it had been worth it to see the look of surprise and rage on that pompous aristocrat's face. "You!" Anthony roared, jabbing a furious finger at Kate. "Be quiet!" Kate held her silence. She wasn't foolhardy enough to provoke him any further. He looked as if his head might explode at any moment, and he'd certainly lost whatever claim to dignity he'd had at the beginning of the day. His right sleeve was dripping wet from when he'd hauled Edwina out of the water. His boots looked to be ruined forever, and the rest of him was spotted with water, thanks to Newton's expert shaking prowess. "I'll tell you what we're going to do," he continued in a low, deadly voice. "What I need to do," Mr. Burbrook said jovially, clearly unaware that Lord Bridgerton was likely to murder the first person who opened his mouth, "is finish repairing this curricle. Then I can take Miss Sheffield home." He pointed at Edwina, just in case anyone didn't understand to which Miss Sheffield he referred. "Mr. Burbrook," Anthony ground out, "do you know how to fix a curricle?" Mr. Burbrook blinked a few times. "Do you even know what is wrong with your curricle?" Burbrook's mouth opened and closed a few more times, and then he said, "I have a few ideas. Shouldn't take terribly long to figure out which is the actual problem." Kate stared at Anthony, fascinated by the vein leaping in his throat. She had never before seen a man so clearly pushed to his limit. Feeling not a little apprehensive at the impending explosion, she took a prudent half-step behind Edwina. She didn't like to think herself a coward, but self-preservation was another matter entirely. But the Viscount somehow managed to keep himself under control, and his voice was terrifyingly even as he said, "This is what we are going to do." 3 pairs of eyes widened in expectation. "I am going to walk over there." He pointed at a lady and gentleman about 20 yards away who were trying not to stare, but not succeeding, "and ask Montrose if I might borrow his carriage for a few minutes." "I say," Burbrook said, craning his neck, "is that Geoffrey Montrose? Haven't seen him for an age." A second vein started leaping, this time on Lord Bridgerton's temple. Kate grasped Edwina's hand for moral support and held tight. But Bridgerton, to his credit, ignored Berbrook's exceedingly inappropriate interjection and continued with, "Since he will say yes—"
"Are you sure?"
Kate blurted out. Somehow his brown eyes resembled icicles. "Am I sure of what?" he bit off.
"Nothing,"
she mumbled, ready to kick herself.
"Please continue."
"As I was saying, since as a friend and a gentleman," he glared at Kate, "he will say yes, I will take Miss Sheffield home, and then I will return home and have one of my men return Montrose's curricle." No one bothered to ask which Miss Sheffield he was talking about.
"What about Kate?"
Edwina inquired. After all, the curricle could only seat 2. Kate gave her hand a squeeze. Dear, sweet Edwina. Anthony looked straight at Edwina. "Mr. Berbrook will escort your sister home." "But I can't," Berbrook said. "Got to finish with the curricle, you know." "Where do you live?" Anthony snapped. Berbrook blinked with surprise, but gave his address. "I will stop by your house and fetch a servant to wait with your conveyance while you escort Miss Sheffield to her home. Is that clear?" He paused and looked at everyone, including the dog, with a rather hard expression. Except for Edwina, of course, who was the only person present who had not lit a fuse directly under his temper. "Is that clear?" he repeated. Everyone nodded, and his plan was set into motion. Minutes later, Kate found herself watching Lord Bridgerton and Edwina ride off into the horizon, the very 2 people she had vowed should never even be in the same room together. Even worse, she was left alone with Mr. Berbrook and Newton, and it took only 2 minutes to discern that of the 2, Newton was the finer conversationalist. Chapter 5. It has come to this author's attention that Miss Catherine Sheffield took offence at the labelling of her beloved pet, an unnamed dog of indeterminate breed. This author is, to be sure, prostrate with shame at this grievous and egregious error, and begs of you, dear reader, to accept this abject apology, and pay attention to the first ever correction in the history of this column. Miss Catherine Sheffield's dog is a corgi. It is called Newton, although it is difficult to imagine that England's great inventor and physicist would have appreciated being immortalized in the form of a short, fat canine with poor manners. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 27th of April, 1814. By that evening, it had become apparent that Edwina had not come through her, albeit brief, ordeal unscathed. Her nose turned red, her eyes began to water, and it was apparent to anyone who glimpsed her puffy face for even a second that, while not seriously ill, she'd caught a bad cold. But even while Edwina was tucked into bed with a hot water bottle between her feet and a therapeutic potion brewed up by the cook in a mug on her bedside table, Kate was determined to have a conversation with her.
"What did he say to you on the ride home?"
Kate demanded, perching on the edge of her sister's bed.
"Who?"
Edwina replied, sniffing fearfully at the remedy.
"Look at this,"
she said, holding it forward.
"It's giving off fumes."
"The Viscount," Kate ground out.
"Who else would have spoken to you on the ride home? And don't be a ninny. It's not giving off fumes. That's just steam." "Oh."
Edwina took another sniff and pulled a face.
"It doesn't smell like steam."
"It's steam," Kate ground out, gripping the mattress until her knuckles hurt.
"What did he say?" "Lord Bridgerton?"
Edwina asked blithely.
"Oh, just the usual sort of things. You know what I mean. Polite conversation and all that."
"He made polite conversation while you were dripping wet?" Kate asked doubtfully. Edwina took a hesitant sip, then nearly gagged.
"What is in this?"
Kate leaned over and sniffed at the contents. "It smells a bit like licorice, and I think I see a raisin at the bottom." But as she sniffed, She thought she heard rain pattering against the glass of the window, and so she sat back up.
"Is it raining?" "I don't know," Edwina said. "It might be. It was rather cloudy when the sun set earlier."
She gave the glass one more dubious look, then set it back on the table.
"If I drink that, I know it will make me sicker," she stated.
"But what else did he say?" Kate persisted, getting up to check out the window. She pushed the curtain aside and peered out. It was raining, but only lightly, and it was too early to tell whether the precipitation would be accompanied by any thunder or lightning.
"Who? The Viscount?"
Kate thought herself a saint for not shaking her sister senseless.
"Yes, the Viscount."
Edwina shrugged, clearly not as interested in the conversation as Kate.
"Not much. He asked for my welfare, of course, which was only reasonable, considering that I had just been dunked in the Serpentine, which, I might add, was perfectly wretched. Aside from being cold, the water was most certainly not clean."
Kate cleared her throat and sat back down, preparing to ask a most scandalous question, but one which, in her opinion, simply had to be asked. Trying to keep her voice devoid of the complete and total fascination that was coursing through her veins, she asked, "Did he make any untoward advances?" Edwina lurched back, her eyes growing round with shock.
"Of course not!" she exclaimed. "He was a perfect gentleman. Really, I don't see what has you so excited. It wasn't a very interesting conversation. I can't even remember half of what was said."
Kate just stared at her sister, unable to fathom that she could have been trapped in conversation with that odious rake for a good 10 minutes, and it didn't make an indelible impression on her. Much to her own everlasting dismay, every single awful word he'd said to her was etched permanently on her brain.
"By the way," Edwina added, "how was your time with Mr. Burbrook? It took you nearly an hour to return."
Kate shuddered visibly.
"That bad?"
"I'm sure he will make some woman a good husband," Kate said. "Just not one with a brain." Edwina let out a little giggle.
"Kate, you are awful."
Kate sighed. I know. That was terribly cruel of me. The poor man hasn't an unkind bone in his body. It's just that
he hasn't an intelligent bone either,"
Edwina finished. Kate raised her brows. It was most unlike Edwina to make such a judgmental comment.
"I know,"
Edwina said with a sheepish smile.
"Now I am the unkind one. I really shouldn't have said a word, but truly, I thought I would perish on our curricle ride."
Kate straightened with concern. Was he a dangerous driver?
"Not at all. It was his conversation."
"Boring?" Edwina nodded, her blue eyes slightly bewildered.
"He was so hard to follow. It was almost fascinating to try to figure out how his mind works."
She let out a stream of coughs, then added,
"But it made my brain hurt."
"So he's not to be your perfect scholar husband?" Kate said with an indulgent smile. Edwina coughed some more.
"I'm afraid not."
"Maybe you should try a bit more of that brew," Kate suggested, motioning to the lonely mug sitting on Edwina's bedside table. "Cook swears by it." Edwina shook her head violently.
"It tastes like death."
Kate waited a few moments, then had to ask, "Did the Viscount say anything about me?"
"You?"
"No, some other me," Kate practically snapped. "Of course me. How many other people may I correctly refer to as me?"
"No need to get upset about it."
"I'm not upset."
"But actually, no, he didn't mention you."
Kate suddenly felt upset.
"He had a lot to say about Newton, though."
Kate's lips parted with dismay. It was never flattering to be passed over for a dog.
"I assured him that Newton is truly the perfect pet, and that I was not at all angry with him, but he was rather charmingly upset on my behalf."
"How charming," Kate muttered. Edwina grabbed a handkerchief and blew her nose.
"I say, Kate, you're rather interested in the Viscount."
"I did spend practically the entire afternoon trapped in conversation with him," Kate replied, as if that ought to explain everything.
"Good. Then you've had a chance to see how polite and charming he can be. He's very wealthy, too."
Edwina let out a loud sniffle, then fumbled around for a fresh handkerchief.
"And while I don't think that one can choose a husband based entirely on finances, given our lack of funds, I would be remiss not to consider it, don't you think?"
"Well—" Kate hedged, knowing that Edwina was absolutely correct, but not wanting to say anything that might be construed as approval of Lord Bridgerton. Edwina brought the handkerchief to her face and gave her nose a rather unfeminine blow.
"I think we should add him to our list,"
she said, snuffling over the words. "Our list?" Kate echoed, her voice strangled.
"Yes, of possible matches. I think he and I would suit very well."
"But I thought you wanted a scholar."
"I did. I do. But you yourself pointed out the unlikelihood of my finding a true scholar. Lord Bridgerton seems intelligent enough. I'll just have to devise a way to discover if he likes to read."
"I'd be surprised if that boor can read," Kate muttered.
"Kate Sheffield!"
Edwina exclaimed with a laugh.
"Did you just say what I think you said?"
"No," Kate said baldly, because of course the Viscount could read, but he was just so awful in every other way.
"You did?"
Edwina accused.
"You are the worst, Kate."
She smiled.
"But you do make me laugh."
A low rumble of distant thunder echoed in the night, and Kate forced a smile on her face, trying not to flinch. She was usually all right when the thunder and lightning were far away. It was only when they came one on top of each other, and both seemingly on top of her, that she felt as if she were about to burst from her skin. "Edwina," Kate said, needing to have this discussion with her sister, but also needing to say something that would take her mind off the approaching storm, "you must put the Viscount from your mind. He is absolutely not the sort of husband who would make you happy. Aside from the fact that he is the worst sort of rake, and would probably flaunt a dozen mistresses in your face—" At Edwina's frown, Kate cut off the rest of her sentence and decided to expand upon this point. "He would," she said with great drama. "Haven't you been reading Whistledown? Or listening to anything any of the other young ladies' mammas have to say? The ones who have been on the social circuit for several years and know what's what. They all say he is a terrible rake, that his only saving grace is how nicely he treats his family."
"Well, that would be a mark in his favour,"
Edwina pointed out.
"Since a wife would be family, yes?"
Kate nearly groaned. "A wife isn't the same as a blood relative. Men who would never dream of uttering a cross word in front of their mothers trample all over their wives' feelings every day."
"And how would you know this?"
Edwina demanded. Kate's mouth fell open. She couldn't remember the last time Edwina had questioned her judgment on an important matter, and, unfortunately, the only answer she could think of on such short notice was, "I just do," which even she had to admit really didn't pass muster. "Edwina," she said in a placating voice, deciding to steer the topic in a different direction, "aside from all that, I don't think you would even like the Viscount if you got to know him.
He seemed pleasant enough while driving me home."
"But he was on his best behaviour," Kate persisted.
"Of course he'd seem nice. He wants you to fall in love with him."
Edwina blinked.
"So you think it was all an act?"
"Exactly," Kate exclaimed, pouncing on the concept. "Edwina, between last night and this afternoon, I spent several hours in his company, and I can assure you he was not on his best behaviour with me." Edwina gasped with horror, and maybe a little titillation.
"Did he kiss you?"
she breathed.
"No!"
Kate howled.
"Of course not.
Where on earth would you get that idea?"
"You said he wasn't on his best behaviour."
"What I meant," Kate ground out, "was that he wasn't polite. Nor was he very nice. In fact, he was insufferably arrogant, and dreadfully rude and insulting." "That's interesting," Edwina murmured. "It wasn't the least bit interesting. It was horrible." "No, that's not what I meant," Edwina said, thoughtfully scratching her chin. "It's very odd that he would have behaved rudely to you. He must have heard that I shall be looking to your judgment when I choose a husband. One would think he'd go out of his way to be nice to you. Why," she mused, "would he behave the churl?" Kate's face coloured a dull red, thankfully not so noticeable in the candlelight, as she muttered, "He said he couldn't help himself." Edwina's mouth fell open, and for 1 second she sat utterly frozen, as if suspended in time. Then she fell back onto her pillows, hooting with laughter. "Oh, Kate!" she gasped. "That is splendid! Oh, what a tangle! Oh, I love it!" Kate glared at her. "It's not funny." Edwina wiped at her eyes. "It might be the funniest thing I've heard all month, all year. Oh, my goodness!" She let out a short stream of coughs, brought on by her laughing fit. "Oh, Kate, I do believe you might have cleared out my nose." "Edwina, that's disgusting." Edwina brought her handkerchief to her face and blew her nose. "But true," she said triumphantly. "It won't last," Kate muttered. "You'll be sick as a dog by morning." "You're probably right," Edwina agreed. "But oh, what fun! He said he couldn't help himself. Oh, Kate, that is just rich." "There is no need to dwell on it," Kate grumbled. "Do you know, but he might be the very first gentleman we've met all season you haven't been able to manage." Kate's lips twisted into a grimace. The Viscount had used the same word, and they were both correct. She'd indeed spent the season managing men, managing them for Edwina, and she suddenly wasn't so sure she liked this role of mother hen she'd been thrust into. Or maybe she'd thrust herself into it. Edwina saw the play of emotion on her sister's face and immediately turned apologetic. "Oh, dear," she murmured. "I'm sorry, Kate. I didn't mean to tease." Kate arched a brow. "Oh, very well. I did mean to tease, but never to actually hurt your feelings. I had no idea Lord Bridgerton had upset you so." "Edwina, I just don't like the man, and I don't think you should even consider marrying him. I don't care how ardently or how persistently he pursues you. He will not make a good husband." Edwina was silent for a moment, her magnificent eyes utterly sober. Then she said, "Well, if you say so, it must be true. I have certainly never been steered wrong by your judgment before, and as you said, you have spent more time in his company than have I, so you would know better." Kate let out a long and ill-disguised sigh of relief. "Good," she said firmly. "And when you are feeling more the thing, we shall look among your current suitors for a better match." "And maybe you could look for a husband too," Edwina suggested. "Of course I'm always looking," Kate insisted. "What would be the point of a London season if I weren't looking?" Edwina looked dubious. "I don't think you are looking, Kate. I think that all you do is interview possibilities for me, and there is no reason you shouldn't find a husband as well. You need a family of your own. I certainly can't imagine anyone more suited to be a mother than you." Kate bit her lip, not wanting to respond directly to Edwina's point, because behind those lovely blue eyes and perfect face, Edwina was quite the most perceptive person she knew. And Edwina was right. Kate hadn't been looking for a husband. But why should she? No one was considering her for marriage either. She sighed, glancing toward the window. The storm seemed to have passed without striking her area of London. She supposed she ought to be thankful for small favours. "Why don't we see about you first?" Kate finally said, "since I think we both agree that you are more likely to receive a proposal before I do, and then we'll think about my prospects." Edwina shrugged, and Kate knew that her deliberate silence meant that she did not agree. "Very well," Kate said, rising to her feet. "I'll leave you to your rest. I'm sure you'll need it." Edwina coughed as a reply. "And drink that remedy," Kate said with a laugh, heading out the door. As she shut the door behind her, she heard Edwina mutter, "I'd rather die." 4 days later, Edwina was dutifully drinking Cook's remedy, although not without considerable grumbling and complaint. Her health had improved, but only to the point where she was almost better. She was still stuck in bed, still coughing and very irritable. Mary had declared that Edwina could not attend any social functions until Tuesday at the earliest. Kate had taken that to mean that they all would receive a respite, because really, what was the point of attending a ball without Edwina? But after Kate spent a blessedly uneventful Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with nothing to do but read and take Newton for walks, Mary suddenly declared that the two of them would attend Lady Bridgerton's musicale Monday evening, and Kate tried to interject a vehement argument about why this was not a good idea at this point. That was final. Kate gave in fairly quickly. There was really no point in arguing any further, especially since Mary turned on her heel and walked away directly after uttering the word final. Kate did have certain standards, and they included not arguing with closed doors. And so, Monday evening, she found herself dressed in ice-blue silk, fan in hand, as she and Mary rolled through the streets of London in their inexpensive carriage on their way to Bridgerton House in Grosvenor Square. "Everyone will be very surprised to see us without Edwina," Kate said, her left hand fiddling with the black gauze of her cloak. "You are looking for a husband as well," Mary replied. Kate held silent for a moment. She couldn't very well argue that point, since, after all, it was supposed to be true. "And stop crumpling your cloak," Mary added. "It will be wrinkled all evening." Kate's hand went limp. She then tapped the right one rhythmically against the seat for several seconds, until Mary blurted out, "Good heavens, Kate, can't you sit still?" "You know I can't," Kate said. Mary just sighed. After another long silence, punctuated only by the tapping of her foot, Kate added, "Edwina will be lonely without us." Mary didn't even bother to look at her as she answered, "Edwina has a novel to read, the latest by that Austen woman. She won't even notice we're gone." That much was also true. Edwina probably wouldn't notice if her bed caught on fire while she was reading a book. So Kate said, "The music will probably be dreadful. After that Smythe-Smith affair—" "The Smythe-Smith musicale was performed by the Smythe-Smith daughters," Mary replied, her voice starting to hold an edge of impatience. "Lady Bridgerton has hired a professional opera singer, visiting from Italy. We are honoured simply to receive an invitation." Kate knew without a doubt that the invitation was for Edwina. She and Mary were surely included only out of politeness. But Mary's teeth were beginning to clench together, and so Kate vowed to hold her tongue for the remainder of the ride, which wouldn't be so difficult after all, as they were presently rolling up in front of Bridgerton House. Kate's mouth dropped open as she looked out the window. "It's huge," she said dumbly. "Isn't it?" Mary replied, gathering her things together. "I understand that Lord Bridgerton doesn't live there, even though it belongs to him. He remains in his bachelor's lodgings, so that his mother and siblings may reside at Bridgerton House. Isn't that thoughtful of him?" Thoughtful and Lord Bridgerton were not two expressions Kate would have thought to use in the same sentence, but she nodded nonetheless, too awed by the size and grace of the stone building to make an intelligent comment. The carriage rolled to a halt, and Mary and Kate were helped down by one of the Bridgerton footmen, who rushed to open the door. A butler took their invitation and admitted them, taking their wraps and pointing them toward the music room, which was just at the end of the hall. Kate had been inside enough grand London homes not to publicly gape at the obvious wealth and beauty of the furnishings, but even she was impressed by the interiors, decorated with elegance and restraint in the Adam style. Even the ceilings were works of art, done up in pale shades of sage and blue, the colours separated by white plasterwork so intricate it almost appeared to be a more solid form of lace. The music room was just as lovely, the walls painted a friendly shade of lemon yellow. Rows of chairs had been set up for attendees, and Kate quickly steered her stepmother toward the back. Truly, there could be no reason why she'd want to put herself in a noticeable position. Lord Bridgerton was sure to be in attendance, if all the tales about his devotion to his family were true, and if Kate was lucky, maybe he wouldn't even notice her presence. Quite to the contrary, Anthony knew exactly when Kate stepped out of her carriage and entered his family home. He had been in his study, having a solitary drink before heading down to his mother's annual musicale. In a bid for privacy, he'd chosen not to live at Bridgerton House while still a bachelor, but he did keep his study here. His position as head of the Bridgerton family carried with it serious responsibilities, and Anthony generally found it easier to attend to these responsibilities while in close proximity to the rest of his family. The study's windows looked out over Grosvenor Square, however, and so he had been amusing himself watching the carriages arrive and the guests alight. When Kate Sheffield had stepped down, she'd looked up at the facade of Bridgerton House, tipping her face up in much the same manner she'd done while enjoying the warmth of the sun in Hyde Park. The light from the sconces on either side of the front door had filtered onto her skin, bathing her with a flickering glow, and Anthony's breath was sucked right out of him. His glass tumbler landed on the wide windowsill with a heavy thunk. This was getting ridiculous. He wasn't self-delusional enough to mistake the tightening of his muscles as anything other than desire. Bloody hell. He didn't even like the woman. She was too bossy, too opinionated, too quick to jump to conclusions. She wasn't even beautiful, at least not compared to quite a few of the ladies flitting about London for the season, her sister most especially included. Kate's face was a touch too long, her chin a hair too pointed, her eyes a shade too big. Everything about her was too something. Even her mouth, which vexed him to no end with its endless stream of insults and opinions, was too full. It was a rare event when she actually had it closed and was treating him to a moment of blessed silence. But if he happened to look at her in that split second, for surely she could not be silent for much longer than that, all he saw were her lips, full and pouty, and, provided that she kept them shut and didn't actually speak, eminently kissable. Kissable? Anthony shuddered. The thought of kissing Kate Sheffield was terrifying. In fact, the mere fact that he'd even thought of it ought to be enough to have him locked up in an asylum. And yet, Anthony collapsed in a chair. And yet he'd dreamed about her. It had happened after the fiasco at the Serpentine. He'd been so furious with her he could barely speak. It was a wonder he'd managed to say anything at all to Edwina during the short ride back to her house. Polite conversation was all he'd been able to get out. Mindless words, so familiar they tripped from his tongue as if by rote. A blessing indeed, since his mind most definitely had not been where it should be, on Edwina, his future wife. Oh, she hadn't agreed to marry him. He hadn't even asked. But she fit his requirements for a wife in every possible way. He'd already decided that she would be the one to whom he would finally propose marriage. She was beautiful, intelligent, and even-tempered, attractive without making his blood rush. They would spend enjoyable years together, but he'd never fall in love with her. She was exactly what he needed. And yet, Anthony reached for his drink and downed the rest of its contents in one gasping gulp. And yet, he'd dreamed about her sister. He tried not to remember. He tried not to remember the details of the dream, the heat and the sweat of it, but he'd only had this one drink this evening, certainly not enough to impair his memory. and although he'd had no intention of having more than this one drink, the concept of sliding into mindless oblivion was starting to sound appealing. Anything would be appealing if it meant he wouldn't remember. But he didn't feel like drinking. He'd not over-imbibed in years. It seemed such the young man's game, not at all attractive as one neared 30. Besides, even if he did decide to seek temporary amnesia in a bottle, it wouldn't come fast enough to make the memory of her go away. Memory? Ha! It wasn't even a real memory. Just a dream, he reminded himself. Just a dream. He'd fallen asleep quickly upon returning home that evening. He'd stripped naked and soaked in a hot bath for nearly an hour, trying to remove the chill from his bones. He hadn't been completely submerged in the serpentine, as had Edwina, but his legs had been soaked, as had one of his sleeves, and Newton's strategic shake had guaranteed that not 1 inch of his body remained warm during the windy ride home in the borrowed curricle. After his bath, he'd crawled into bed, not particularly caring that it was still light outside, and would be for a good hour yet. He was exhausted, and he'd had every intention of falling into a deep, dreamless sleep, not to be awakened until the first streaks of dawn touched the morning. But sometime in the night, his body had grown restless and hungry, and his treacherous mind had filled with the most awful of images. He'd watched it as if floating near the ceiling, and yet he felt everything. His body, naked, moving over a lithe female form, his hands stroking and squeezing warm flesh, the delectable tangle of arms and legs, the musky scent of 2 bodies in love. It had all been there, hot and vivid in his mind. And then he'd shifted, just the tiniest bit, perhaps to kiss the faceless woman's ear. Except, as he moved to the side, she was no longer faceless. First appeared a thick lock of dark brown hair, softly curling and tickling at his shoulder. Then he moved even farther, and he saw her. Kate Sheffield. He'd awakened in an instant, sitting bolt upright in bed and shaking from the horror of it. It had been the most vivid, erotic dream he'd ever experienced, and his worst nightmare. He'd felt frantically around the sheets with one of his hands, terrified that he'd find the proof of his passion. God help him, if he'd actually ejaculated while dreaming of quite the most awful woman of his acquaintance. Thankfully, his sheets were clean, and so, with beating heart and heavy breath, he'd lain back against his pillows, his movements slow and careful, as if that would somehow prevent a recurrence of the dream. He'd stared at the ceiling for hours, first conjugating Latin verbs, then counting to 1,000, all in an attempt to keep his brain on anything but Kate Sheffield. And, amazingly, he'd exorcised her image from his brain and fallen asleep. But now she was back. Here, in his home. It was a terrifying thought. And where the hell was Edwina? Why hadn't she accompanied her mother and sister? The first strains of a string quartet drifted under his door, discordant and jumbled. No doubt the warm-up of the musicians his mother had hired to accompany Maria Rosso, the latest soprano to take London by storm. Anthony certainly hadn't told his mother, but he and Maria had enjoyed a pleasant interlude the last time she'd been in town. Maybe he ought to consider renewing their friendship. If the sultry Italian beauty didn't cure what ailed him, nothing would. Anthony stood and straightened his shoulders, aware that he probably looked as if he were girding himself for battle. Hell, that's how he felt. Maybe, if he was lucky, he'd be able to avoid Kate Sheffield entirely. He couldn't imagine she'd go out of her way to engage him in conversation. She'd made it abundantly clear that she held him in just as much esteem as he did her. Yes, that's exactly what he would do. Avoid her. How difficult could that be? Chapter 6. Lady Bridgerton's musicale proved to be a decidedly musical affair, Not, this author assures you, always the norm for musicales. The guest performer was none other than Maria Rosso, the Italian soprano who made her debut in London 2 years ago and has returned after a brief stint on the Vienna stage. With thick sable hair and flashing dark eyes, Miss Rosso proved as lovely in form as she did in voice, and more than one, indeed more than a dozen of society's so-called gentlemen found it difficult indeed to remove their eyes from her person, even after the performance had concluded. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 27th of April, 1814. Kate knew the minute he walked in the room. She tried to tell herself it had nothing to do with the heightened awareness of the man. He was excruciatingly handsome. That was fact, not opinion. She couldn't imagine that every woman didn't notice him immediately. He arrived late. Not very. The soprano couldn't have been more than a dozen bars into her piece, but late enough so that he tried to be quiet as he slipped into a chair toward the front near his family. Kate remained motionless in her position at the back, fairly certain that he didn't see her as he settled in for the performance. He didn't look her way, and besides, several candles had been snuffed, leaving the room bathed in a dim, romantic glow. The shadows surely obscured her face. Kate tried to keep her eyes on Miss Rosso throughout the performance. Kate's disposition was not improved, however, by the fact that the singer could not take her eyes off of Lord Bridgerton. At first, Kate had thought she must be imagining Miss Rosso's fascination with the Viscount, but by the time the soprano was halfway done, there could be no doubt. Maria Rosso was issuing the Viscount a sultry invitation with her eyes. Why this bothered Kate so much, she didn't know. After all, it was just another piece of proof that he was every bit the licentious rake she'd always known him to be. She should have felt smug. She should have felt vindicated. Instead, all she felt was disappointment. It was a heavy, uncomfortable feeling around her heart, one that left her slumping slightly in her chair. When the performance was done, she couldn't help but notice that the soprano, after graciously accepting her applause, walked brazenly up to the Viscount and offered him one of those seductive smiles, the sort Kate would never learn to do if she had a dozen opera singers trying to teach her. There was no mistaking what the singer meant by that smile. Good heavens, the man didn't even need to chase women. They practically dropped at his feet. It was disgusting. Really, truly disgusting. And yet, Kate couldn't stop watching. Lord Bridgerton offered the opera singer a mysterious half-smile of his own. Then he reached out and actually tucked an errant lock of her raven hair behind her ear. Kate shivered. Now he was leaning forward, whispering something in her ear. Kate felt her own ears straining in their direction, even though it was quite obviously impossible for her to hear a thing from so far away. But still, was it truly a crime to be ravenously curious? And, good heavens, did he just kiss her neck? Surely he wouldn't do that in his mother's home. Well, she supposed Bridgerton House was technically his home, but his mother lived here, as did many of his siblings. Truly, the man should know better than that. A little decorum in the company of his family would not be remiss. Kate! Kate! It may have been a small kiss, just a feather-light brush of his lips against the opera singer's skin, but it was still a kiss. Kate! Right! Yes? Kate nearly jumped half a foot as she whirled around to face Mary, who was watching her with a decidedly irritated expression. "Stop watching the Viscount," Mary hissed. "I wasn't. Well, all right, I was. But did you see him?" Kate whispered urgently. "He's shameless." She looked back over at him. He was still flirting with Maria Rosso, and he obviously didn't care who saw them. Mary's lips pursed into a tight line before she said,
I'm sure his behaviour isn't any of our business. Of course it's our business. He wants to marry Edwina. We don't know that for sure.
Kate thought back over her conversations with Lord Bridgerton.
I'd say it's a very, very good bet. Well, stop watching him. I'm certain he wants nothing to do with you after that fiasco in Hyde Park. And besides, there are any number of eligible gentlemen here. You'd do well to stop thinking of Edwina all the time and start looking around for yourself.
Kate felt her shoulders sag. The mere thought of trying to attract a suitor was exhausting. They were all interested in Edwina anyway, and even though she wanted nothing to do with the Viscount, it still stung when Mary said she was certain he wanted nothing to do with her. Mary grasped her arm with a grip that brooked no protest.
"Come now, Kate," she said quietly. "Let us go forward to greet our hostess."
Kate swallowed. Lady Bridgerton. She had to meet Lady Bridgerton, the Viscount's mother. It was hard enough to believe that a creature such as he even had a mother. But manners were manners, and no matter how much Kate would have liked to slip out into the hall and depart, she knew she must thank her hostess for staging such a lovely performance. And it had been lovely. Much as Kate was loath to admit it, especially while the woman in question was hanging all over the Viscount, Maria Rosso did possess the voice of an angel. With Mary's arm firmly guiding her, Kate reached the front of the room and waited her turn to meet the Viscountess. She seemed a lovely woman, with fair hair and light eyes, and rather petite to have mothered such large sons. The late Viscount must have been a tall man, Kate decided. Finally, they reached the front of the small crowd, and the Viscountess grasped Mary's hand.
"Mrs. Sheffield," she said warmly,
What a delight to see you again. I so enjoyed our meeting at the Hartside Ball last week. I am very glad you decided to accept my invitation. We would not dream of spending the evening anywhere else, Mary replied. And may I present my daughter?
She motioned to Kate, who stepped forward and bobbed a dutiful curtsy.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Sheffield,
Lady Bridgerton said.
And I am likewise honoured,
Kate replied. Lady Bridgerton motioned to a young lady at her side.
And this is my daughter Eloise.
Kate smiled warmly at the girl, who looked to be about the same age as Edwina. Eloise Bridgerton had the exact same colour hair as her older brothers, and her face was lit by a friendly, wide smile. Kate liked her instantly.
How do you do, Miss Bridgerton?
Kate said.
Is this your first season?
Eloise nodded.
I'm not officially out until next year, but my mother has been allowing me to attend functions here at Bridgerton House.
How lucky for you, Kate replied. I should have loved to have attended a few parties last year. Everything was so new when I arrived in London this spring. The mind boggles at the simple attempt to remember everyone's name. Eloise grinned.
Actually, my sister Daphne came out 2 years ago, and she always described everyone and everything to me in such detail. I feel as if I already recognise almost everyone.
Daphne is your eldest daughter? Mary asked Lady Bridgerton. The Viscountess nodded. She married the Duke of Hastings last year. Mary smiled.
You must have been delighted.
Indeed. He is a duke, but more importantly, he is a good man and loves my daughter. I only hope the rest of my children make such excellent matches. Lady Bridgerton cocked her head slightly to the side and turned back to Kate. I understand, Miss Sheffield, that your sister was not able to attend this evening. Kate fought a groan. Clearly, Lady Bridgerton was already pairing up Anthony and Edwina for a walk down the aisle. I'm afraid she caught a chill last week. Nothing serious, I hope, the Viscountess said to Mary, in a rather mother-to-mother sort of tone. No, not at all, Mary replied. In fact, she is nearly back to sorts, but I thought she should have one more day of recuperation before venturing out. It would not do for her to suffer a relapse. No, of course not. Lady Bridgerton paused, then smiled. Well, that is too bad. I was so looking forward to meeting her. Edwina is her name, yes? Kate and Mary both nodded. I've heard she is lovely. But even as Lady Bridgerton said the words, she was glancing at her son, who was flirting madly with the Italian opera singer, and frowning. Kate felt something very uneasy in her stomach. According to recent issues of Whistledown, Lady Bridgerton was on a mission to get her son married off, and while the Viscount didn't seem the sort of man to bend to his mother's will, or anyone's for that matter, Kate had a feeling that Lady Bridgerton would be able to exert quite a bit of pressure, if she so chose. After a few more moments of polite chatter, Mary and Kate left Lady Bridgerton to greet the rest of her guests. They were soon accosted by Mrs. Featherington, who, as the mother of 3 unmarried young women herself, always had a lot to say to Mary on a wide variety of topics. But as the stout woman bore down on them, her eyes were focused firmly on Kate. Kate immediately began to assess possible escape routes. "Kate!" Mrs. Featherington boomed. She had long since declared herself on a first-name basis with the Sheffields. "What a surprise to see you here!" "And why is that, Mrs. Featherington?" Kate asked, puzzled. "Surely you read Whistledown this morning?" Kate smiled weakly. It was either that or wince. "Oh, you mean that little incident involving my dog?" Mrs. Featherington's brows rose a good half-inch. "From what I hear, it was more than a little incident." "It was of little consequence," Kate said firmly, although, truth be told, she was finding it difficult not to growl at the meddlesome woman. "And I must say, I resent Lady Whistledown referring to Newton as a dog of indeterminate breed. I'll have you know he is a full-blooded corgi." "It was truly of no matter," Mary said, finally coming to Kate's defence. "I'm surprised it even warranted a mention in the column." Kate offered Mrs. Featherington her blandest smile, fully aware that both she and Mary were lying through their teeth. Dunking Edwina, and nearly dunking Lord Bridgerton, in the Serpentine was not an incident of little consequence, but if Lady Whistledown hadn't seen fit to report the full details, Kate certainly wasn't about to fill the gap. Mrs. Featherington opened her mouth, a sharp intake of breath telling Kate that she was preparing to launch into a lengthy monologue on the topic of the importance of good deportment, or good manners, or good breeding, or good whatever the day's topic was. So Kate quickly blurted out, "May I fetch you 2 some lemonade?" The 2 matrons said yes and thanked her, and Kate slipped away. Once she returned, however, she smiled innocently and said, "But I have only 2 hands, so now I must return for a glass for myself." And with that she took her leave. She stopped briefly at the lemonade table, just in case Mary was looking, then darted out of the room and into the hall, where she sank onto a cushioned bench about 10 yards from the music room, eager to get a bit of air. Lady Bridgerton had left the music room's French doors open to the small garden at the back of the house, but it was such a crush that the air was stifling, even with the slight breeze from outside. She remained where she sat for several minutes, more than pleased that the other guests had not chosen to spill out into the hall. But then she heard one particular voice rise slightly above the low rumble of the crowd, followed by decidedly musical laughter, and Kate realized with horror that Lord Bridgerton and his would-be mistress were leaving the music room and entering the hall. "Oh, no," she groaned, trying to keep her voice to herself. The last thing she wanted was for the Viscount to stumble across her sitting alone in the hall. She knew she was by herself by choice, but he'd probably think she'd fled the gathering because she was a social failure, and all the ton shared his opinion of her, that she was an impertinent, unattractive menace to society. Menace to society? Kate's teeth clamped together. It would take a long, long time before she'd forgive him that insult. But still, she was tired, and she didn't feel like facing him just then. So she hitched up her skirts by a few inches to save her from tripping, and ducked into the doorway next to her bench. With any luck, he and his paramour would walk on by, and she could scoot back into the music room, no one being the wiser. Kate looked around quickly as she shut the door. There was a lighted lantern on a desk, and as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, she realized she was in some sort of office. The walls were lined with books, although not enough for this to be the Bridgertons' library, and the room was dominated by a massive oak desk. Papers lay on top in neat piles, and a quill and inkpot still sat on the blotter. Clearly this office was not just for show. Someone actually worked here. Kate wandered toward the desk, her curiosity getting the better of her, and idly ran her fingers along the wooden rim. The air still smelled faintly of ink, and maybe the slightest hint of pipe smoke. All in all, she decided it was a lovely room, comfortable and practical. A person could spend hours here in lazy contemplation. But just as Kate leaned back against the desk, savouring her quiet solitude, she heard an awful sound. The click of a doorknob. With a frantic gasp, she dove under the desk, squeezing herself into the empty cube of space and thanking the heavens that the desk was completely solid, rather than the sort that rested on 4 spindly legs. Barely breathing, she listened.
But I had heard this would be the year we would finally see the notorious Lord Bridgerton fall into the parson's mousetrap, came a lilting feminine voice.
Kate bit her lip. It was a lilting feminine voice with an Italian accent. "And where did you hear that?" came the unmistakable voice of the Viscount, followed by another awful click of the doorknob. Kate shut her eyes in agony. She was trapped in the office with a pair of lovers. Life simply could not get any worse than this. Well, she could be discovered. That would be worse. Funny how that didn't make her feel much better about her present predicament, though.
"It is all over town, my lord," Maria replied. "Everyone is saying you have decided to settle down and choose a bride."
There was a silence, but Kate could swear she could hear him shrug. Some footsteps, most probably drawing the lovers closer together. Then Bridgerton murmured, "It is probably past time."
"You are breaking my heart. Did you know that?"
Kate thought she might gag. "Now, now, my sweet signorina." The sound of lips on skin. "We both know that your heart is impervious to any of my machinations." Next came a rustling sound, which Kate took to be Maria pulling coyly away, followed by,
"But I am not inclined for a dalliance, my lord. I do not look for marriage, of course. That would be most foolish. But when I next choose a protector, it shall be for, shall we say, the long term."
Footsteps. Perhaps Bridgerton was closing the distance between them again. His voice was low and husky, as he said, "I fail to see the problem."
"Your wife may see a problem."
Bridgerton chuckled. "The only reason to give up one's mistress is if one happens to love one's wife. And as I do not intend to choose a wife with whom I might fall in love, I see no reason to deny myself the pleasures of a lovely woman like you."
"And do you want to marry Edwina?"
It was all Kate could do not to scream. Truly, if she weren't squatting like a frog with her hands wrapped around her ankles, she probably would have emerged like a fury and tried to murder the man. Then followed a few unintelligible sounds, which Kate dearly prayed were not the prelude to something considerably more intimate. After a moment, though, the Viscount's voice emerged clearly. "Would you care for something to drink?" Maria murmured her assent, and Bridgerton's forceful stride echoed along the floor, growing closer and closer until... Oh, no! Kate spied the decanter, sitting on the windowsill, directly opposite her hiding spot under the desk. If he just kept his face to the window as he poured, she might escape detection. But if he turned so much as halfway... She froze, utterly froze, completely stopped breathing. Eyes wide and unblinking. Could eyelids make a sound? She watched with utter and complete horror as Bridgerton came into view. His athletic frame displayed to surprising benefit from her vantage point on the floor. The tumblers clinked slightly together as he set them down. Then he pulled the stopper from the decanter and poured 2 fingers of amber liquid into each glass.
"Don't turn around. Don't turn around."
"Is everything all right?" Maria called out. "Perfect," Bridgerton answered, although he sounded vaguely distracted. He lifted the glasses, humming slightly to himself as his body slowly began to turn.
"Keep walking, keep walking."
If he walked away from her while he turned, he'd go back to Maria and she'd be safe. But if he turned and then walked, Kate was as good as dead. And she had no doubt that he would kill her. Frankly, she was surprised he hadn't made an attempt last week at the Serpentine. Slowly, he turned and didn't walk. And Kate tried to think of all the reasons why dying at the age of 21 was really not such a bad thing. Anthony knew quite well why he'd brought Maria Rosso back to his study. Surely no warm-blooded man could be immune to her charms. Her body was lush, her voice was intoxicating, and he knew from experience that her touch was equally potent. But even as he took in that silky sable hair and those full pouting lips, even as his muscles tightened at the memory of other full pouting parts of her body, he knew that he was using her. He felt no guilt that he would be using her for his own pleasure. In that regard, she was using him as well, and she at least would be compensated for it, whereas he would be out several jewels, a quarterly allowance, and the rent on a fashionable townhouse in a fashionable, but not too fashionable, part of town. No, if he felt uneasy, if he felt frustrated, if he felt like he wanted to put his damned fist through a brick wall, it was because he was using Maria to banish the nightmare that was Kate Sheffield from his mind. He never wanted to wake up hard and tortured again, knowing that Kate Sheffield was the cause. He wanted to drown himself in another woman until the very memory of the dream dissolved and faded into nothingness. Because God knew he was never going to act on that particular erotic fantasy. He didn't even like Kate Sheffield. The thought of bedding her made him break out in a cold sweat, even as it swirled a ripple of desire right through his gut. No, the only way that dream was going to come true was if he were delirious with fever. And maybe she'd have to be delirious as well, and perhaps they would both have to be stranded on a desert isle, or sentenced to be executed in the morning, or... Anthony shuddered. It simply wasn't going to happen. But bloody hell, the woman must have bewitched him. There could be no other explanation for the dream. No, make that a nightmare. And besides that, even now he could swear that he could smell her. It was that maddening combination of lilies and soap, that beguiling scent that had washed over him while they were out in Hyde Park last week. Here he was, pouring a glass of the finest whiskey for Maria Rosso, one of the few women of his acquaintance who knew how to appreciate both a fine whiskey and the devilish intoxication that followed, and all he could smell was the damned scent of Kate Sheffield. He knew she was in the house, and he was half ready to kill his mother for that. But this was ridiculous. "Is everything all right?" Maria called out. "Perfect," Anthony said, his voice sounding tight to his ears. He began to hum, something he'd always done to relax himself. He turned and started to take a step forward. Maria was waiting for him after all. But there was that damned scent again. Lilies. He could swear it was lilies. And soap. The lilies were intriguing, but the soap made sense. A practical sort of woman, like Kate Sheffield, would scrub herself clean with soap. His foot hesitated in mid-air, and his step forward proved to be a small one instead of his usual long stride. He couldn't quite escape the smell, and he kept turning, his nose instinctively twisting his eyes toward where he knew there couldn't be lilies, and yet the scent was, impossibly, there. And then he saw her. Under his desk. It was impossible. Surely this was a nightmare. Surely if he closed his eyes and opened them again, she'd be gone. He blinked. She was still there. Kate Sheffield, the most maddening, irritating, diabolical woman in all England, was crouching like a frog under his desk. It was a wonder he didn't drop the whiskey. Their eyes met, and he saw hers widen with panic and fright. Good, he thought savagely. She should be frightened. He was going to tan her bloody hide until her hide was bloody well bloody. What the hell was she doing here? Wasn't dousing him with the filthy water of the Serpentine enough for her bloodthirsty spirit? Wasn't she satisfied with her attempts to stymie his courtship of her sister? Did she need to spy on him as well? "Maria," he said smoothly, moving forward toward the desk until he was stepping on Kate's hand. He didn't step hard, but he heard her squeak. This gave him immense satisfaction. "Maria," he repeated, "I have suddenly remembered an urgent matter of business that must be dealt with immediately." "This very night?" she asked, sounding quite dubious. "I'm afraid so." "Oof!" Maria blinked. "Did you just grunt?" "No," Anthony lied, trying not to choke on the word. Kate had removed her glove and wrapped her hand around his knee, digging her nails straight through his breeches and into his skin. Hard. At least he hoped it was her nails. It could have been her teeth. "Are you sure there's nothing amiss?" Maria inquired. "Nothing at—" Whatever body part Kate was sinking into his leg sank a little farther. "All!" The last word came out as more of a howl, and he kicked his foot forward, connecting with something he had a sneaking suspicion was her stomach. Normally, Anthony would die before striking a woman, but this truly seemed to be an exceptional case. In fact, he took not a little bit of pleasure in kicking her while she was down. She was biting his leg, after all. "Allow me to walk you to the door," he said to Maria, shaking Kate off his ankle. But Maria's eyes were curious, and she took a few steps forward. "Anthony, is there an animal under your desk?" Anthony let out a bark of laughter. "You could say that." Kate's fist came down on his foot. "Is it a dog?" Anthony seriously considered answering in the affirmative, but even he was not that cruel. Kate obviously appreciated his uncharacteristic tact, because she let go of his leg. Anthony took advantage of his release to quickly step out from behind the desk. "Would I be unforgivably rude," he asked, striding to Maria's side and taking her arm, "if I merely walked you to the door and not back to the music room?" She laughed, a low, sultry sound that should have seduced him. "I am a grown woman, my lord. I believe I can manage the short distance." "Forgive me." She stepped through the door he held open for her. "I suspect there isn't a woman alive who could deny you forgiveness for that smile." "You are a rare woman, Maria Rosso." She laughed again. "But not, apparently, rare enough." She floated out, and Anthony shut the door with a decisive click. Then, some devil on his shoulder surely prodding him, he turned the key in the lock and pocketed it. "You!" he boomed, eliminating the distance to the desk in 4 long strides. "Show yourself!" When Kate didn't scramble out quickly enough, he reached down, clamped his hand around her upper arm, and hauled her to her feet. "Explain yourself!" he hissed. Kate's legs nearly buckled as the blood rushed back to her knees, which had been bent for nearly a quarter of an hour. "It was an accident," she said, grabbing onto the edge of the desk for support. funny how those words seem to emerge from your mouth with startling frequency."
"It's true," she protested. "I was sitting in the hall and—"
She gulped. He had stepped forward and was now very, very close.
"I was sitting in the hall,"
she said again, her voice sounding crackly and hoarse.
"And I heard you coming. I was just trying to avoid you."
"And so you invaded my private office?"
"I didn't know it was your office.
Kate sucked in her breath. He'd moved even closer, his crisp, wide lapels now only inches from the bodice of her dress. She knew his proximity was deliberate, that he sought to intimidate rather than seduce, but that didn't do anything to quell the frantic beating of her heart. "I think perhaps you did know that this was my office," he murmured, letting his forefinger trail down the side of her cheek. "Perhaps you did not seek to avoid me at all." Kate swallowed convulsively, long past the point of trying to maintain her composure. His finger slid along the line of her jaw. "What do you say to that?" Kate's lips parted, but she couldn't have uttered a word if her life had depended on it. He wore no gloves. He must have removed them during his tryst with Maria, and the touch of his skin against hers was so powerful it seemed to control her body. She breathed when he paused, stopped when he moved. She had no doubt that her heart was beating in time to his pulse. "Maybe," he whispered, so close now that his breath kissed her lips, "you desired something else altogether." Kate tried to shake her head, but her muscles refused to obey. "Are you sure?" This time, her head betrayed her, and gave a little shake. He smiled, and they both knew he had won. Chapter 7. Also in attendance at Lady Bridgerton's musicale, Mrs. Featherington and the 3 elder Featherington daughters, Prudence, Philippa, and Penelope, none of whom wore colours beneficial to their complexions. Mr. Nigel Burbrook, who as usual had much to say, although no one save Philippa Featherington seemed interested, and of course Mrs. Sheffield and Miss Catherine Sheffield. This author assumes that the Sheffields' invitation had also included Miss Edwina Sheffield, but she was not present. Lord Bridgerton seemed in fine spirits, despite the younger Miss Sheffield's absence, but alas, his mother appeared disappointed. But then again, Lady Bridgerton's matchmaking tendencies are legendary, and surely she must be at loose ends, now that her daughter has married the Duke of Hastings. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 27th of April, 1814. Anthony knew he had to be insane. There could be no other explanation. He'd meant to scare her, terrify her, make her understand that she could never hope to meddle in his affairs and win, and instead, he kissed her. Intimidation had been his intention, and so he'd moved closer and closer until she, an innocent, could only be cowed by his presence. She wouldn't know what it was like to have a man so near that the heat of his body seeped through her clothes, so close that she couldn't tell where his breath ended and hers began. She wouldn't recognize the first prickles of desire, nor would she understand that slow, swirling heat in the core of her being. And that slow, swirling heat was there. He could see it in her face. But she, a complete innocent, would never comprehend what he could see with one look of his experienced eyes. All she would know was that he was looming over her, that he was stronger, more powerful, and that she had made a dreadful mistake by invading his private sanctuary. He was going to stop right there and leave her bothered and breathless. But when there was barely an inch between them, the pull grew too strong. Her scent was too beguiling, the sound of her breath too arousing. The prickles of desire he'd meant to spark within her suddenly ignited within him, sending a warm claw of need to the very tips of his toes. and the finger he'd been trailing along her cheek, just to torture her, he told himself, suddenly became a hand that cupped the back of her head as his lips took hers in an explosion of anger and desire. She gasped against his mouth, and he took advantage of her parted lips by sliding his tongue between them. She was stiff in his arms, but it seemed more to do with surprise than anything else, and so Anthony pressed his suit further by allowing one of his hands to slide down her back and cup the gentle curve of her derriere. "This is madness," he whispered against her ear, but he made no move to let her go. Her reply was an incoherent, confused moan, and her body became slightly more pliant in his arms, allowing him to mould her even closer to his form. He knew he should stop, knew he damned well shouldn't have started, but his blood was racing with need, and she felt so good. He groaned, his lips leaving hers to taste the slightly salty skin of her neck. There was something about her that suited him like no woman ever had before, as if his body had discovered something his mind utterly refused to consider. Something about her was right. She felt right. She smelled right. She tasted right. And he knew that if he stripped off all of her clothes and took her there on the carpet of the floor of his study, she would fit underneath him, fit around him, just right. It occurred to Anthony that when she wasn't arguing with him, Kate Sheffield might bloody well be the finest woman in England. Her arms, which had been imprisoned in his embrace, slowly edged up until her hands were hesitantly resting on his back, and then her lips moved. It was a tiny thing, actually, a movement barely felt on the thin skin of his forehead. But she was definitely kissing him back. A low, triumphant growl emerged from Anthony's mouth as he moved his mouth back to hers, kissing her fiercely, daring her to continue what she'd begun. "Oh, Kate," he moaned, nudging her back until she was leaning against the edge of the desk. "God, you taste so good."
"Bridgerton."
Her voice was tremulous, the word more of a question than anything else.
"Don't say anything," he whispered. "Whatever you do, don't say anything."
"But
not a word," he interrupted, pressing a finger to her lips. The last thing he wanted was for her to ruin this perfectly good moment by opening her mouth and arguing.
"But
She planted her hands on his chest and wrenched herself away, leaving him off balance and panting. Anthony let out a curse, and not a mild one. Kate scurried away, not all the way across the room, but over to a tall wing-back chair, far enough away so that she was not in arm's reach. She gripped the stiff back of the chair, then darted around it, thinking that it might be a good idea to have a nice, solid piece of furniture between them. The Viscount didn't look to be in the best of tempers.
"Why did you do that?"
she said, her voice so low it was almost a whisper. He shrugged, suddenly looking a little less angry and a little more uncaring. "Because I wanted to." Kate just gaped at him for a moment, unable to believe that he could have such a simple answer to what was, despite its simple phrasing, such a complicated question. Finally she blurted out,
"But you can't have."
He smiled, slowly. "But I did."
"But you don't like me."
"True," he allowed.
"And I don't like you."
"So you've been telling me," he said smoothly. "I'll have to take your word for it, since it wasn't particularly apparent a few seconds ago." Kate felt her cheeks flush with shame. She had responded to his wicked kiss, and she hated herself for it, almost as much as she hated him for initiating the intimacy. But he didn't have to taunt her. That was the act of a cad. She gripped the back of the chair until her knuckles turned white, no longer certain if she was using it as a defense against Bridgerton or as a means to stop herself from lunging forward to strangle him.
"I am not going to let you marry Edwina,"
she said in a very low voice. "No," he murmured, moving slowly forward until he was just on the other side of the chair. "I didn't think you were." Her chin lifted a notch.
"And I am certainly not going to marry you."
He planted his hands on the armrests and leaned forward until his face was only a few inches from hers. "I don't recall asking." Kate lurched backward.
"But you just kissed me."
He laughed. "If I offered marriage to every woman I'd kissed, I'd have been thrown into jail for bigamy long ago." Kate could feel herself begin to shake, and she held on to the back of the chair for dear life.
"You, sir,"
she nearly spat out,
"have no honour."
His eyes blazed, and one of his hands shot out to grip her chin. He held her that way for several seconds, forcing her to meet his gaze. "That," he said in a deadly voice, "is not true, and were you a man, I'd call you out for it." Kate remained still for what seemed like a very long time, her eyes locked on his, the skin on her cheek burning where his powerful fingers held her motionless. Finally, she did the one thing she'd sworn she would never do with this man. She begged.
"Please,"
she whispered.
"let me go."
He did, his hand releasing her with a startling abruptness. "My apologies," he said, sounding the slightest bit surprised. No, that was impossible. Nothing could surprise this man. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he added softly.
"Didn't you?"
He gave his head a small shake. "No. To scare you, perhaps, but not to hurt you." Kate stepped backward on shaky legs.
"You're nothing but a rake,"
she said, wishing her voice had emerged with a bit more disdain and a bit less quavering. "I know," he said with a shrug, the intense fire in his eyes draining down to light amusement. "It's in my nature." Kate took another step back. She didn't have the energy to try to keep up with his abrupt changes of mood.
"I'm leaving now."
"Go," he said affably, waving toward the door.
"You can't stop me."
He smiled. "I wouldn't dream of it." She began to edge away, walking slowly backward, afraid that if she took her eyes off him for 1 second he might pounce.
"I'm leaving now,"
she said again, unnecessarily. But when her hand was an inch away from the doorknob, he said, "I suppose I'll see you next time I call upon Edwina." Kate went white. Not that she could actually see her face, of course, but for the first time in her life she actually felt the blood drain from her skin.
"You said you were going to leave her alone,"
she said accusingly. "No," he replied, leaning rather insolently against the side of the chair. "I said that I didn't think you were likely to let me marry her, which doesn't really signify, as I have no plans to let you manage my life." Kate suddenly felt as if a cannonball were lodged in her throat.
"But you can't possibly want to marry her after I—"
He took a few steps toward her, his movements slow and sleek like a cat. "After you kissed me."
"I didn't."
But the words burned the back of her throat, because they were so obviously a lie. She had not initiated the kiss, but she had, in the end, participated in it. "Oh, come now, Miss Sheffield," he said, standing up straight and crossing his arms. "Let's not go down that road. We don't like each other, that much is true, but I do respect you in an odd, perverted sort of way, and I know you're not a liar." She said nothing. Really, what could she say? How did one respond to a statement that contained the words respect and perverted? "You kissed me back," he said, with a small, satisfied smile. "Not with any great enthusiasm, I'll admit, but that would be just a matter of time." She shook her head, unable to believe what she was hearing.
"How can you talk of such things? Not even a minute after declaring your intention to court my sister.
This does put a bit of a crimp in my plans, that is true, he commented, his voice light and thoughtful, as if he were considering the purchase of a new horse, or perhaps deciding which neckcloth to wear. Maybe it was his casual posture. Maybe it was the way he stroked his chin, as if pretending to give the matter some thought. But something ignited a fuse inside of Kate, and without even thinking, she launched forward, all the furies of the world collecting in her soul as she threw herself against him, pounding his chest with her fists.
"You will never marry her," she cried out. "Never! Do you hear me?"
He raised one arm to ward off a blow to his face. I'd have to be deaf not to. Then he expertly captured her wrists, holding her arms immobile, while her body heaved and shook with rage.
"I won't let you make her unhappy. I won't let you ruin her life," she said, the words choking in her throat. "She is everything that is good and honourable and pure, and she deserves better than you."
Anthony watched her closely, his eyes trained on her face, somehow rendered beautiful by the force of her anger. Her cheeks were high with colour. Her eyes shone with tears she was fighting hard to keep off her face, and he was beginning to feel like he might be the worst sort of cad. "Why, Miss Sheffield," he said softly, "I do believe you truly love your sister."
"Of course I love her,"
she burst out.
"Why do you think I have gone to such efforts to keep her away from you? Did you think I did it for amusement? Because I can assure you, my lord, I can think of many things more amusing than being held captive in your study."
Abruptly, he let go of her wrists.
"I should think,"
she said with a sniffle, rubbing her reddened, abused flesh,
"that my love for Edwina would be the one thing about me you could understand with perfect clarity. You, who are supposedly so devoted to your own family."
Anthony said nothing, just watched her, and wondered if perhaps there was a great deal more to this woman than he'd originally estimated.
"If you were Edwina's brother,"
Kate said with deadly accuracy,
"would you allow her to marry a man like you?"
He did not speak for a very long moment, long enough so that the silence rang awkwardly in his own ears. Finally he said, "That is beside the point." To her credit, she did not smile. She did not crow, nor did she taunt. When she spoke, her words were quiet and true.
"I believe I have my answer."
Then she turned on her heel and began to walk away. "My sister," he said, loudly enough to halt her progress toward the door, "married the Duke of Hastings. Are you familiar with his reputation?" She paused, but she did not turn around.
"He is reputed to be quite devoted to his wife."
Anthony chuckled. "Then you are not familiar with his reputation, at least not as it was before he married." Kate turned slowly around.
"If you are attempting to convince me that reformed rakes make the best husbands, you will meet with no success. It was in this very room, not 15 minutes ago, that you told Miss Rosso that you saw no reason to give up a mistress for a wife."
"I believe I said that was the case only if one does not love one's wife." A funny little sound emerged from her nose, not quite a snort, but more than a breath, and it was abundantly clear, in that moment at least, that she had no respect for him. With a sharp amusement in her eyes, she asked, "And do you love my sister, Lord Bridgerton?" "Of course not," he replied, "and I would never insult your intelligence by saying otherwise. But," he said loudly, warding off the interruption he knew was sure to come, "I have known your sister but a week. I have no reason to believe that I would not come to love her, were we to spend many years in holy matrimony." She crossed her arms.
"Why is it that I cannot believe a word out of your mouth?"
He shrugged. "I'm sure I do not know." But he did know. The very reason he'd selected Edwina for his wife was that he knew he'd never come to love her. He liked her. He respected her. And he was confident that she'd make an excellent mother to his heirs. But he'd never love her. The spark simply was not there. She shook her head, disappointment in her eyes, disappointment that somehow made him feel less of a man. "I hadn't thought you a liar either," she said softly. "A rake and a rogue, and perhaps a whole host of other things, but not a liar." Anthony felt her words like blows. Something unpleasant squeezed around his heart, something that made him want to lash out, to hurt her, or at least to show her she hadn't the power to hurt him. "Oh, Miss Sheffield," he called out, his voice a rather cruel drawl. "You won't get far without this." Before she had a chance to react, he reached into his pocket, pulled out the key to the study, and tossed it in her direction, deliberately aiming it at her feet. Given no warning, her reflexes were not sharp, and when she thrust out her hands to catch the key, she missed it entirely. Her hands made a hollow clapping sound as they connected, followed by the dull thud of the key hitting the carpet. She stood there for a moment, staring at the key, and he could tell the instant she realized he had not intended for her to catch it. She remained utterly still, and then she brought her eyes to his. They were blazing with hatred, and something worse, disdain. Anthony felt as if he'd been punched in the gut. He fought the most ridiculous impulse to leap forward and grab the key from the carpet, to get down on one knee and hand it to her, to apologize for his conduct and beg her forgiveness. But he would do none of those things. He did not want to mend this breach. He did not want her favourable opinion. Because that elusive spark, the one so noticeably absent with her sister, whom he intended to marry, crackled and burned so strongly it seemed the room ought to be as light as day, and nothing could have terrified him more. Kate remained motionless for far longer than he would have thought, obviously loath to kneel before him, even if it was to gather up the key that would provide her with the escape she so obviously desired. Anthony just forced a smile, lowering his gaze to the floor and then back up to her face. "Don't you want to leave, Miss Sheffield?" he said, too smoothly. He watched as her chin trembled, as her throat worked a convulsive swallow, and then, abruptly, she crouched down and scooped up the key. "You will never marry my sister," she vowed, her low, intense voice sending chills to his very bones. "Never." And then, with a decisive click of the lock, she was gone. 2 days later, Kate was still furious. It didn't help that the afternoon following the musicale, a large bouquet of flowers had arrived for Edwina, the card reading, "With my wishes for a speedy recovery. Last night was dull indeed without your shining presence. Bridgerton." Mary had oohed and ahed over the note. So poetic, she'd sighed, so lovely, so obviously the words of a man truly smitten. But Kate had known the truth. The note was more of an insult toward her than it was a compliment toward Edwina. Dull indeed, she fumed, eyeing that note, enshrined now on a table in the sitting-room, and wondering how she might make it look an accident if it somehow found itself torn into pieces. She might not know very much about matters of the heart and the affairs of men and women, but she'd bet her life that whatever the Viscount had been feeling that night in the study, it had not been boredom. He hadn't, however, come to call. Kate couldn't imagine why, since taking Edwina out for a drive would be an even bigger slap in the face than the note had been. In her most fanciful moments, she liked to flatter herself that he hadn't stopped by because he was afraid to face her, but she knew that was patently untrue. That man wasn't afraid of anyone, least of all a plain, aging spinster he'd probably kissed out of a mix of curiosity, anger, and pity. Kate crossed over to a window and gazed out over Milner Street. Not the most picturesque view in London, but at least it stopped her from staring at the note. It was the pity that truly ate at her. She prayed that whatever had gone into that kiss, the curiosity and the anger had outweighed the pity. She didn't think she could bear it if he pitied her. But Kate didn't have very long to obsess over the kiss and what it might and might not have meant, because that afternoon, the afternoon after the flowers, arrived an invitation far more unsettling than anything Lord Bridgerton might have issued himself. The Sheffields' presence, it seemed, was desired at a country house party being rather spontaneously hosted in 1 week's time by Lady Bridgerton, the mother of the devil himself, and there was no way that Kate could possibly get out of going. Nothing short of an earthquake combined with a hurricane, combined with a tornado, none of which were likely to occur in Great Britain, although Kate was still holding out hope for the hurricane, as long as there was no thunder or lightning involved, would prevent Mary from showing up on the Bridgertons' bucolic doorstep with Edwina in tow. And Mary certainly wasn't going to allow Kate to remain alone in London, left to her own devices. Not to mention that there was no way Kate was going to allow Edwina to go without her. The Viscount had no scruples. He'd probably kiss Edwina just as he'd kissed Kate, and Kate couldn't imagine that Edwina would have the fortitude to resist such an advance. She'd probably think it beyond romantic, and fall in love with him on the spot. Even Kate had had difficulty keeping her head when his lips had been on hers. For one blissful moment, she'd forgotten everything. She'd known nothing but an exquisite sensation of being cherished and wanted. No, needed. And it had been heady stuff indeed. Almost enough to make a lady forget that the man doing the kissing was a worthless cad. Almost, but not quite. Chapter 8. As any regular reader of this column knows, there are 2 sects in London who shall forever remain in the utmost opposition: ambitious mammas and determined bachelors. The ambitious mamma has daughters of marriageable age. The determined bachelor does not want a wife. The crux of the conflict should be obvious to those with half a brain, or in other words, approximately 50% of this author's readership. This author has not yet seen a guest list for Lady Bridgerton's country house party, but informed sources indicate that nearly every eligible young lady of marriageable age will be gathering in Kent next week. This surprises no one. Lady Bridgerton has never made a secret of her desire to see her sons favourably married. This sentiment has made her a favourite among the ambitious mamma set, who despairingly view the Bridgerton brothers as the worst sort of determined bachelors. If one is to trust the betting books, then at least one of the Bridgerton brothers shall be witness to wedding bells before the year is through. As much as it pains this author to agree with the betting books, they are written by men and thus inherently flawed. This author must concur in the prediction. Lady Bridgerton will soon have her daughter-in-law, but who she will be, and to which brother she shall find herself married, gentle reader, that is still anyone's guess. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 29th of April, 1814. 1 week later, Anthony was in Kent, in his private suite of offices to be precise, awaiting the start of his mother's country house party. He'd seen the guest list. There could be no doubt that his mother had decided to host this party for one reason and one reason only: to get one of her sons married off, preferably him. Aubrey Hall, the ancestral seat of the Bridgertons, would be filled to the brim with eligible young ladies, each lovelier and more empty-headed than the last. To keep numbers even, Lady Bridgerton had had to invite a number of gentlemen, to be sure, but none were as wealthy or well-connected as her own sons, save for the few who were married. His mother, Anthony thought ruefully, had never been known for her subtlety, at least not when the well-being, her definition of well-being, that is, of her children was concerned. He had not been surprised to see that an invitation had been extended to the Mrs. Sheffield. His mother had mentioned several times how much he liked Mrs. Sheffield, and he had been forced to listen to his mother's "good parents make good children" theory too many times not to know what that meant. He'd actually felt a resigned sort of satisfaction upon the sight of Edwina's name on the list. He was eager to propose to her and be done with it. He did feel a measure of uneasiness over what had happened with Kate, but there seemed little to be done now, unless he wanted to go to the trouble of finding another prospective bride, which he did not. Once Anthony made a decision, in this case to finally get married, he saw no reason in courting delays. Procrastination was for those with a bit more time to live out their lives. Anthony might have avoided the parson's mousetrap for nearly a decade, but now that he'd decided it was time for a bride, there seemed little sense in tarrying. Marry, procreate, and die. Such was the life of a noble Englishman, even one whose father and uncle had not dropped unexpectedly dead at the ages of 38 and 34, respectively. Clearly, all he could do at this point was to avoid Kate Sheffield. An apology would probably also be in order. It wouldn't be easy, since the last thing he wanted to do was humble himself to that woman, but the whispers of his conscience had risen to a dull roar, and he knew she deserved the words, "I'm sorry." She probably deserved more, but Anthony was unwilling to contemplate what that might be. Not to mention that unless he went and spoke to her, she was likely to block a union between him and Edwina to her dying breath. Now was clearly the time to take action. If there ever was a romantic spot for a proposal of marriage, Aubrey Hall was it. Built in the early 1700s of warm yellow stone, it sat comfortably on a wide green lawn, surrounded by 60 acres of parkland, a full 10 of which were flowering gardens. Later in the summer, the roses would be out, but now the grounds were carpeted with grape hyacinths and the brilliant tulips his mother had had imported from Holland. Anthony gazed across the room and out the window, where ancient elms rose majestically around the house. They shaded the drive, and, he liked to think, made the hall seem a bit more like it was a part of nature, and a bit less like the typical country homes of the aristocracy, man-made monuments to wealth, position, and power. There were several ponds, a creek, and countless hills and hollows, each one with its own special memories of childhood. And his father. Anthony closed his eyes and exhaled. He loved coming home to Aubrey Hall, but the familiar sights and smells brought his father to mind with a clarity so vivid it was almost painful. Even now, nearly 12 years after Edmund Bridgerton's death, Anthony still expected to see him come bounding around the corner, the smallest of the Bridgerton children screaming with delight as he rode on his father's shoulders. The image made Anthony grin. The child on the shoulders might be a boy or a girl. Edmund had never discriminated between his children when it came to horseplay, but no matter who held the coveted spot at the top of the world, they would surely be chased after by a nurse, insisting that they stop this nonsense at once, and that a child's place was in the nursery, and certainly not on her father's shoulders. "Oh, father," Anthony whispered, looking up at the portrait of Edmund that hung over the fireplace. "How on earth will I ever live up to your achievements?" And surely that had to have been Edmund Bridgerton's greatest achievement, presiding over a family filled with love and laughter and everything that was so often absent from aristocratic life. Anthony turned away from his father's portrait and crossed over to the window, watching the coaches pull up the drive. The afternoon had brought a steady stream of arrivals, and every conveyance seemed to carry yet another fresh-faced young lady, her eyes alight with happiness at having been gifted with an invitation to the Bridgerton house party. Lady Bridgerton didn't often elect to fill her country home with guests. When she did, it was always the event of the season. Although, truth be told, none of the Bridgertons spent much time at Aubrey Hall any longer. Anthony suspected that his mother suffered the same malady he did, memories of Edmund around every corner. The younger children had few memories of the place, having been raised primarily in London. They certainly didn't recall the long hikes across fields, or the fishing, or the tree house. Hyacinth, who was now just 11, had never even been held in her father's arms. Anthony had tried to fill the gap as best as he could, but he knew he was a very pale comparison. With a weary sigh, Anthony leaned heavily against the window frame, trying to decide whether or not he wanted to pour himself a drink. He was staring out over the lawn, his eyes focusing on absolutely nothing, when a carriage, decidedly shabbier than the rest, rolled down the drive. Not that there was anything shoddy about it. It was obviously well made and sturdy, but it lacked the gilded crests that graced the other carriages, and it seemed to bump along a tiny bit more than the rest, as if it weren't quite well sprung enough for comfort. This would be the Sheffields, Anthony realized. Everyone else on the guest list was in possession of a respectable fortune. Only the Sheffields would have had to hire a carriage for the season. Sure enough, when one of the Bridgerton footmen, dressed in stylish powder blue livery, leaped forward to open the door, out stepped Edwina Sheffield, looking a veritable vision in a pale yellow travelling dress and matching bonnet. Anthony was not close enough to see her face clearly, but it was easy enough to imagine. Her cheeks would be soft and pink, and her exquisite eyes would mirror the cloudless sky. The next to emerge was Mrs. Sheffield. It was only when she took her place next to Edwina that he realized how closely they resembled one another. Both were charmingly graceful and petite, and as they spoke, he could see that they held themselves in the same manner. The tilt of the head was identical, as were their posture and stance. Edwina would not outgrow her beauty. This would clearly be a good attribute in a wife, although, Anthony threw a rueful glance at his father's portrait, he wasn't likely to be around to watch her age. Finally, Kate stepped down, and Anthony realized he'd been holding his breath. She didn't move like the two other Sheffield women. They had been dainty, leaning on the footman, putting their hands in his with a graceful arch of the wrist. Kate, on the other hand, practically hopped right down. She took the footman's proffered arm, but she certainly didn't appear to need his assistance. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she stood tall and lifted her face to gaze at the facade of Aubrey Hall. Everything about her was direct and straightforward, and Anthony had no doubt that if he were close enough to gaze into her eyes, he would find them utterly forthright. Once she saw him, however, they would fill with disdain, and perhaps a touch of hatred as well, which was really all he deserved. A gentleman did not treat a lady as he had Kate Sheffield and expect her continued good favour. Kate turned to her mother and sister and said something, causing Edwina to laugh and Mary to smile indulgently. Anthony realized he hadn't had much opportunity to watch the three of them interact before. They were a true family, comfortable in each other's presence, and there was a warmth one sensed in their faces when they conversed. It was especially fascinating since he knew that Mary and Kate were not blood relatives. There were some bonds, he was coming to realize, that were stronger than those of blood. These were not bonds he had room for in his life, which was why, when he married, the face behind the veil would have to be Edwina Sheffield's. Kate had expected to be impressed by Aubrey Hall. She had not expected to be enchanted. The house was smaller than she'd expected. Oh, it was still far, far larger than anything she'd ever had the honour to call home, but the country manor was not a hulking behemoth rising out of the landscape like a misplaced medieval castle. Rather, Aubrey Hall seemed almost cosy. It seemed a bizarre word to use to describe a house with surely 50 rooms, but its fanciful turrets and crenellations almost made it seem like something out of a fairy story, especially with the late afternoon sun giving the yellow stone an almost reddish glow. There was nothing austere or imposing about Aubrey Hall, and Kate liked it immediately.
"Isn't it lovely?"
Edwina whispered. Kate nodded.
Lovely enough to make a week spent in the company of that awful man almost bearable. Edwina laughed, and Mary scolded, but even Mary could not resist an indulgent smile. But she did say, casting an eye to the footman, who had gone around the back of the coach to unload their luggage, "You should not say such things, Kate. One never knows who is listening, and it is unbecoming to speak thusly about our host." "Have no fear. He didn't hear me," Kate replied. "And besides, I thought Lady Bridgerton was our hostess. She did issue the invitation." "The Viscount owns the house," Mary returned. "Very well," Kate acceded, motioning to Aubrey Hall with a dramatic wave of her arm. "The moment I enter those hallowed halls, I shall be nothing but sweetness and light." Edwina snorted. "That will certainly be a sight to behold." Mary shot Kate a knowing look. "Sweetness and light applies to the gardens as well," she said. Kate just smiled. "Truly, Mary, I shall be on my best behaviour, I promise. Just do your best to avoid the Viscount." "I will," Kate promised, as long as he does his best to avoid Edwina. A footman appeared at their side, his arm sweeping toward the hall in a splendid arc.
"If you will step inside," he said. "Lady Bridgerton is eager to greet her guests."
The three Sheffields immediately turned and made their way to the front door. As they mounted the shallow steps, however, Edwina turned to Kate with a mischievous grin and whispered, "Sweetness and light begins here, sister mine." "If we weren't in public," Kate returned, her voice equally hushed, "I might have to hit you." Lady Bridgerton was in the main hall when they stepped inside, and Kate could see the ribboned hems of walking dresses disappearing up the stairs as the previous carriage's occupants made their way to their rooms. "Mrs. Sheffield!" Lady Bridgerton called out, crossing over toward them. "How lovely to see you! And Miss Sheffield," she added, turning to Kate, "I am so glad you were able to join us." "It was kind of you to invite us," Kate replied, "and it is truly a pleasure to escape the city for a week." Lady Bridgerton smiled. "You are a country girl at heart, then?" "I'm afraid so. London is exciting and always worth a visit, but I do prefer the green fields and fresh air of the countryside." "My son is much the same way," Lady Bridgerton said. "Oh, he spends his time in the city, but a mother knows the truth." "The Viscount?" Kate asked doubtfully. He seemed such the consummate rake, and everyone knew a rake's natural habitat was the city. "Yes, Anthony. We lived here almost exclusively when he was a child. We went to London during the season, of course, since I do love to attend parties and balls, but never for more than a few weeks. It was only after my husband passed away that we moved our primary residence to town." "I'm sorry for your loss," Kate murmured. The Viscountess turned to her, with a wistful expression in her blue eyes. "That is very sweet of you. He has been gone for many years, but I do still miss him, each and every day." Kate felt a lump forming in her throat. She remembered how well Mary and her father had loved each other, and she knew that she was in the presence of another woman who had experienced true love. And suddenly she felt so very sad, because Mary had lost her husband, and the Viscountess had lost hers as well, and maybe most of all, because she would probably never know the bliss of true love herself. "But we are becoming so maudlin," Lady Bridgerton suddenly said, smiling a little too brightly as she turned back to Mary. "And here I haven't even met your other daughter." "Have you not?" Mary asked, her brow furrowing. "I suppose that must be true. Edwina was not able to attend your musicale." "I have, of course, seen you from afar," Lady Bridgerton said to Edwina, bestowing upon her a dazzling smile. Mary made the introductions, and Kate could not help but notice the appraising manner in which Lady Bridgerton regarded Edwina. There could be no doubt about it. She'd decided Edwina would make an excellent addition to her family. After a few more moments of chit-chat, Lady Bridgerton offered them tea while their bags were being delivered to their rooms, but they declined, as Mary was tired and wanted to lie down. "As you wish," Lady Bridgerton said,
signalling to a housemaid. "I shall have Rose show you to your rooms. Dinner is at 8. Is there anything else I may do for you before you retire?" Mary and Edwina both shook their heads no, and Kate started to follow suit. But at the last minute she blurted out, "Actually, if I might ask you a question." Lady Bridgerton smiled warmly. "Of course. I noticed when we arrived that you have extensive flower gardens. Might I explore them?" "Then you are a gardener as well?" Lady Bridgerton inquired. "Not a very good one," Kate admitted, "but I do admire the hand of an expert." The Viscountess blushed. "I should be honoured if you explored the gardens. They are my pride and joy. I don't have much of a hand in them now, but when Edmund was She stopped and cleared her throat. "That is to say, when I spent more time here, I was always up to my elbows in dirt. It used to drive my mother positively mad." "And the gardener too, I imagine," Kate said. Lady Bridgerton's smile erupted into laughter. "Oh, indeed. He was a terrible sort, always saying that the only thing women knew about flowers was how to accept them as a gift. But he had the greenest thumb you could ever imagine, so I learned to put up with him." "And he learned to put up with you?" Lady Bridgerton smiled wickedly. "No, he never did, actually. But I didn't let that stop me." Kate grinned, instinctively warming to the older woman. "But don't let me keep you any longer," Lady Bridgerton said. "Let Rose take you up and get you settled in. And Miss Sheffield," she said to Kate, "if you like, I should be happy to give you a tour of the gardens later in the week. I'm afraid I'm too busy greeting guests right now, but I would be delighted to make time for you at a later date." "I would like that, thank you," Kate said, and then she and Mary and Edwina followed the maid up the stairs. Anthony emerged from his position behind his ever so slightly ajar door and strode down the hall toward his mother. "Was that the Sheffields I saw you greeting?" he asked, even though he knew very well it was. But his officers were too far down the hall for him to have heard anything the quartet of women had actually said, so he decided that a brief interrogation was in order. "Indeed it was," Violet replied. "Such a lovely family, don't you think?" Anthony just grunted. "I'm so glad I invited them." Anthony said nothing, although he considered grunting again. They were a last-minute addition to the guest list. "I didn't realize," he murmured. Violet nodded. "I had to scrounge up 3 more gentlemen from the village to even the numbers." "So we may expect the vicar at supper this eve?" "And his brother, who is visiting for a spell, and his son." "Isn't young John only 16? Violet shrugged. "I was desperate." Anthony pondered this. His mother was indeed desperate to have the Sheffields join the house party, if it meant inviting a spotty-faced 16-year-old to supper. Not that she wouldn't have invited him for a family meal. When not formally entertaining, the Bridgertons broke with accepted standards and had all the children eat in the dining room, regardless of age. Indeed, the first time Anthony had gone to visit a friend, he'd been shocked that he was expected to take his meals in the nursery. But still, a house party was a house party, and even Violet Bridgerton did not allow children at the table. "I understand you've made the acquaintance of both Sheffield girls," Violet said. Anthony nodded. "I find them both delightful myself," she continued. "They haven't much in the way of fortune, but I've always maintained that when choosing a spouse, fortune is not as important as character, provided, of course, that one isn't in desperate straits." "Which I," Anthony drawled, "as I am sure you are about to point out, am not." Violet sniffed and shot him a haughty look. "I should not be so quick to mock me, my son. I merely point out the truth. You should be down on your hands and knees, thanking your Maker every day that you don't have to marry an heiress. Most men don't have the luxury of free will when it comes to marriage, you know." Anthony just smiled. "I should be thanking my Maker? Or my mother? You are a beast." He clucked her gently under the chin. "A beast you raised." "And it wasn't an easy task," she muttered. "I can assure you of that." He leaned forward and dropped a kiss on her cheek. Have fun greeting your guests, Mother." She scowled at him, but her heart clearly wasn't in it. "Where are you going?" she asked, as he started to move away. "For a walk." "Really?" He turned around, a bit bewildered over her interest. "Yes, really. Is there a problem with that?" "Not at all," she replied. "Just that you haven't taken a walk, for the simple sake of taking a walk, in ages." "I haven't been in the country in ages," he commented. "True," she conceded. "In that case, you should really head out to the flower gardens. The early species are just beginning to bloom, and it's simply spectacular. Like nothing you can ever see in London." Anthony nodded. "I shall see you for supper." Violet beamed and waved him off, watching as he disappeared back into his offices, which wrapped around the corner of Aubrey Hall and had French doors leading out to the side lawn. Her eldest son's interest in the Sheffields was most intriguing. Now, if she could only figure out which Sheffield he was interested in. About a quarter of an hour later, Anthony was out strolling through his mother's flower gardens, enjoying the contradiction of the warm sun and the cool breeze, when he heard the light sound of a second set of footsteps on a nearby path. This piqued his curiosity. The guests were all settling in their rooms, and it was the gardener's day off. Frankly, he'd been anticipating solitude. He turned toward the direction of the footfall, moving silently until he reached the end of his path. He looked to the right, then to the left, and then he saw her. Why, he wondered, was he surprised? Kate Sheffield, dressed in a pale lavender frock, blending in charmingly with the irises and grape hyacinths. She was standing beside a decorative wooden arch, which, later in the year, would be covered with climbing pink and white roses. He watched her for a moment as she trailed her fingers along some fuzzy plant he could never remember the name of, then bent down to sniff at a Dutch tulip. "They don't have a scent," he called out, slowly making his way toward her. She straightened immediately, her entire body reacting before she'd turned to see him. He could tell she'd recognized his voice, which left him feeling rather oddly satisfied. As he approached her side, he motioned to the brilliant red bloom and said, "They're lovely, and somewhat rare in an English garden, but alas, with no perfume." She waited longer to reply than he would have expected. Then she said, "I've never seen a tulip before." Something about that made him smile. "Never?" "Well, not in the ground," she explained. "Edwina has received many bouquets, and the bulb flowers are quite the rage this time of year, but I've never actually seen one growing." "They are my mother's favourite," Anthony said, reaching down and plucking one. "That and hyacinths, of course." She smiled curiously. "Of course," she echoed. "My youngest sister is named Hyacinth," he said, handing her the flower. "Or didn't you know that?" She shook her head. "I didn't." "I see," he murmured. "We are quite famously named in alphabetical order, from Anthony right down to Hyacinth. But then, perhaps I know a great deal more about you than you know of me." Kate's eyes widened in surprise at his enigmatic statement, but all she said was, "That may very well be true." Anthony quirked a brow. "I'm shocked, Miss Sheffield. I had donned all my armour, and was expecting you to return with, 'I know quite enough.'" Kate tried not to make a face at his imitation of her voice, but her expression was wry in the extreme as she said, "I promised Mary I would be on my best behaviour." Anthony let out a loud hoot of laughter. "Strangely enough," Kate muttered, "Edwina had a similar reaction." He leaned one hand against the arch, carefully avoiding the thorns on a climbing rose vine. "I find myself insanely curious as to what constitutes good behaviour." She shrugged and fiddled with the tulip in her hand. "I expect I shall figure that out as I go along." "But you're not supposed to argue with your host, correct?" Kate shot him an arch look. "There was some debate over whether or not you qualify as our host, my lord. After all,
The invitation was issued by your mother.
True, he acceded, but I do own the house.
Yes, she muttered. Mary said as much.
He grinned. This is killing you, isn't it?
Being nice to you?
He nodded.
It's not the easiest thing I've ever done.
His expression changed slightly, as if he might be done teasing her, as if he might have something entirely different on his mind. But it's not the hardest thing either now, is it? He murmured.
I don't like you, my lord, she blurted out.
No, he said with an amused smile. I didn't think you did. Kate started to feel very strange, much like she had in his study, right before he'd kissed her. Her throat suddenly felt a bit tight, and her palms grew very warm, and her insides... Well, there was really nothing to describe the tense, prickly feeling that tightened through her abdomen. Instinctively, and perhaps out of self-preservation, she took a step back. He looked amused, as if he knew exactly what she was thinking. She fiddled with the flower some more, then blurted out, "You shouldn't have picked this." "You should have a tulip," he said matter-of-factly. "It isn't right that Edwina receives all the flowers." Kate's stomach, already tense and prickly, did a little flip.
"Nonetheless," she managed to say, "your gardener will surely not appreciate the mutilation of his work."
He smiled devilishly. "He'll blame one of my younger siblings." She couldn't help but smile.
"I should think less of you for such a ploy," she said.
"But you don't." She shook her head.
"But then again, it's not as if my opinion of you could sink very much lower."
Ouch! He shook a finger at her. "I thought you were supposed to be on your best behaviour." Kate looked around.
"It doesn't count if there is no one nearby to hear me, right?"
"I can hear you."
"You certainly don't count."
His head dipped a little closer in her direction. "I should think I was the only one who did." Kate said nothing, not wanting even to meet his eyes. Whenever she allowed herself one glimpse into those velvety depths, her stomach started flipping anew. "Miss Sheffield," he murmured. She looked up. Big mistake. Her stomach flipped again.
"Why did you seek me out?"
she asked. Anthony pushed off the wooden post and stood straight. "I didn't, actually. I was just as surprised to see you as you were me." Although, he thought acerbically, he shouldn't have been. He should have realized his mother was up to something the moment she actually suggested where he take his walk. But could she possibly be steering him to the wrong Miss Sheffield? Surely she wouldn't choose Kate over Edwina as a prospective daughter-in-law. "But now that I have found you," he said, "I did have something I wanted to say."
"Something you haven't already said?"
she quipped.
"I can't imagine."
He ignored her jibe. "I wanted to apologize." That got her attention. Her lips parted with shock, and her eyes grew round.
"I beg your pardon," she said.
Anthony thought her voice sounded rather like a frog. "I owe you an apology for my behaviour the other night," he said. "I treated you most rudely."
"You're apologizing for the kiss?"
she asked, still looking rather dazed. The kiss? He hadn't even considered apologizing for the kiss. He'd never apologized for a kiss. Never before kissed someone for whom an apology might be necessary. He'd actually been thinking more of the unpleasant things he'd said to her after the kiss. Yes," he lied. "The kiss. And for what I said as well."
"I see," she murmured.
"I didn't think rakes apologized." His hand flexed, then made a tight fist. It was damned annoying, this habit of hers always to jump to conclusions about him. "This rake does," he said in clipped tones. She took a deep breath, then let it out in a long, steady exhale.
"Then I accept your apology."
"Excellent," he said, offering his most winning smile. "May I escort you back to the house?" She nodded.
"But don't think this means that I will suddenly change my mind about you and Edwina."
"I would never dream of considering you so easily swayed." he said, quite honestly. She turned to him, her eyes startlingly direct, even for her.
"The fact remains that you kissed me," she said bluntly.
"And you kissed me," he could not resist returning. Her cheeks turned a delightful shade of pink.
"The fact remains," she repeated determinedly, "that it happened. And should you marry Edwina, regardless of your reputation, which I do not consider inconsequential—"
"No," he murmured, interrupting her with velvet soft tones. "I didn't think you would."
She glared at him. "Regardless of your reputation, it would always be between us. Once something happens, you can't take it away."
The devil in Anthony nearly compelled him to drawl the word "it," forcing her to repeat the words, "the kiss." But instead, he took pity on her and let it go. Besides, she had a good point. The kiss would always be between them. Even now, with her cheeks pinkened by embarrassment and her lips pursed with irritation, he found himself wondering how she'd feel if he pulled her into his arms, how she'd taste if he traced the outline of her lips with his tongue. Would she smell like the garden? Or would that maddening scent of lilies and soap still cling to her skin? Would she melt into his embrace? Or would she push him away and run for the house? There was only one way to find out, and doing so would ruin his chances with Edwina forever. But, as Kate had pointed out, maybe marrying Edwina would bring with it far too many complications. It would not do to be lusting after one's sister-in-law, after all. Maybe the time had come to search out a new bride, tedious though the prospect may be. Maybe the time was right to kiss Kate Sheffield again, here, in the perfect beauty of Aubrey Hall's gardens, with the flowers grazing their legs and the smell of lilac hanging in the air. Maybe. Chapter 9. Men are contrary creatures. Their heads and their hearts are never in agreement, and as women know all too well, their actions are usually governed by a different aspect altogether. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 29th of April, 1814. Or maybe not. Just as Anthony was plotting the best course to her lips, he heard the perfectly awful sound of his younger brother's voice. "Anthony!" Colin shouted out. "There you are!" Miss Sheffield, blissfully unaware of how close she'd come to having been kissed utterly senseless, turned to watch Colin approach. "One of these days," Anthony muttered, "I'm going to have to kill him." Kate turned back.
"Did you say something, my lord?"
Anthony ignored her. It was probably his best option, since not ignoring her tended to leave him rather desperately lusting after her, which was, as he well knew, a short, straight road to utter disaster. In all truth, he probably should have thanked Colin for his untimely interruption. A few more seconds, and he would have kissed Kate Sheffield, which would have been the greatest mistake of his life. One kiss with Kate could probably be excused, especially considering how far she'd provoked him the other night in his study. But two? Well, two would have required any man of honour to withdraw his courtship of Edwina Sheffield. And Anthony wasn't quite ready to give up on the concept of honour. He couldn't believe how close he'd come to tossing aside his plan to marry Edwina. What was he thinking? She was the perfect bride for his purposes. It was only when her meddlesome sister was around that his brain grew confused. "Anthony," Colin said again as he drew near, "and Miss Sheffield." He eyed them curiously. He well knew they didn't get along. "What a surprise!"
"I was just exploring your mother's gardens," Kate said, "and I stumbled upon your brother."
Anthony gave a single nod of agreement. "Daphne and Simon are here," Colin said. Anthony turned to Kate and explained, "My sister and her husband."
"The Duke?"
she inquired politely. "The very one," he grumbled. Colin laughed at his brother's pique. "He was opposed to the marriage," he said to Kate. "It kills him that they're happy. "Oh, for the love of—" Anthony snapped, catching himself just before he blasphemed in front of Kate. "I'm very happy that my sister is happy," he ground out, not sounding particularly happy. "It's simply that I should have had one more opportunity to beat the tar out of that bounder before they embarked on happily ever after." Kate choked on a laugh.
I see,
she said, fairly certain that she had not kept the straight face she'd been aiming for. Colin shot her a grin before turning back to his brother. "Daff suggested a game of pall-mall. What do you say? We haven't played for ages, and if we set off soon, we can escape the milksop Mrs. Mother has invited for us." He turned back to Kate with the sort of grin that could win forgiveness for anything. "Present company excluded, of course."
Of course,
she murmured. Colin leaned forward, his green eyes flashing with mischief. "No one would make the mistake of calling you a milksop, miss," he added.
Is that a compliment?
She asked acerbically. "Without a doubt."
Then I shall accept it with grace and good favour.
Colin laughed and said to Anthony, "I like her." Anthony didn't look amused. "Have you ever played pall-mall, Miss Sheffield?" Colin asked.
I'm afraid not. I'm not even sure what it is.
It's a lawn game. Brilliant fun. More popular in France than it is here, although they call it paille-maille.
How does one play?
Kate asked. "We set out wickets on a course," Colin explained, "then hit wooden balls through them with mallets."
That sounds simple enough,
she mused. "Not," he said with a laugh, "when you're playing with the Bridgertons."
And what does that mean?
"It means," Anthony cut in, "that we've never seen the need to set out a regulation course. Colin sets out the wickets over tree roots. And you aimed yours toward the lake," Colin interrupted. "We never did find the red ball after Devney sank it." Kate knew she shouldn't be committing herself to an afternoon in the company of Viscount Bridgerton, but dash it all, pall-mall sounded fun.
Might there be room for one more player? She inquired, since we've already excluded me from the ranks of the milksops.
"Of course," Colin said. "I suspect you'll fit right in with the rest of us schemers and cheaters."
"Coming from you," Kate said with a laugh. "I know that was a compliment."
"Oh, for certain. Honour and honesty has its time and place, but not in a game of pall-mall. And," Anthony cut in, a smug expression on his face, "we shall have to invite your sister as well."
"Edwina?"
Kate choked out. Drat! She'd just played right into his hand. She'd been doing her best to keep the two of them apart, and now she'd practically arranged an afternoon out. There was no way she could exclude Edwina after all but inviting herself into the game. "Do you have another sister?" he asked mildly. She just scowled at him.
"She might not wish to play. I think she was resting in her room."
"I'll instruct the maid to knock very lightly on her door," Anthony said, obviously lying. "Excellent," Colin said brightly. "We shall be evenly matched. 3 men and 3 women.
"Does one play on teams?"
Kate asked. "No," he replied, "but my mother has always been adamant that one must be evenly matched in all things. She'll be quite disturbed if we go out in odd numbers." Kate couldn't imagine the lovely and gracious woman she'd chatted with just an hour earlier getting upset over a game of pall-mall, but she figured it wasn't her place to comment. "I'll see to fetching Miss Sheffield," Anthony murmured, looking insufferably smug. "Colin, why don't you see this Miss Sheffield down to the field, and I'll meet you there in half an hour?" Kate opened her mouth to protest the arrangements that would leave Edwina alone in the Viscount's company, even for so short a time as a walk down to the field. But in the end she remained silent. There was no reasonable excuse she could give to prevent it, and she knew it. Anthony caught her fish-like spluttering and quirked one corner of his mouth in the most obnoxious manner before he said, "I'm pleased to see you agree with me, Miss Sheffield." She just grumbled. If she'd formed words, they wouldn't have been polite ones. "Excellent," Colin said. "We'll see you then." And then he looped his arm through hers, and led her away, leaving Anthony smirking behind them. Colin and Kate walked about a quarter of a mile from the house to a somewhat uneven clearing bordered on one side by a lake.
"Home of the prodigal red ball, I presume?"
Kate queried, motioning to the water. Colin laughed and nodded. "It's a pity, because we used to have equipment enough for 8 players. Mother had insisted on our purchasing a set that could accommodate all of her children." Kate wasn't certain whether to smile or frown.
"Yours is a very close family, isn't it?"
"The best," Colin said simply, walking over to a nearby shed. Kate trailed after him, tapping her hand idly against her thigh.
"Do you know what time it is?"
she called out. He paused, pulled out his pocket watch and flipped it open. 10 minutes past 3.
"Thank you,"
Kate replied, making a mental note of it. They'd probably left Anthony at 2 to 3, and he'd promised to deliver Edwina to the Pall Mall field within 30 minutes, so they should be down at 25 past the hour. 3:30 at the very latest. Kate was willing to be generous and allow for unavoidable delays. If the Viscount had Edwina down by 3:30, she wouldn't quibble. Colin resumed his trek to the shed, Kate watching with interest as he wrenched open the door.
"It sounds rusty,"
she commented. "It's been a while since we've been out here to play," he said.
"Really? If I had a house like Aubrey Hall, I would never go to London."
Colin turned around, his hand still on the half-open door to the shed. "You're a lot like Anthony. Did you know that?" Kate gasped.
"Surely you're joking."
He shook his head, a strange little smile on his lips. "Perhaps it's because you're both the eldest. The Lord knows I'm thankful every day I wasn't born in Anthony's shoes."
"What do you mean?"
Colin shrugged. "I simply wouldn't want his responsibilities, that's all. The title, the family, the fortune. It's a great deal to fit on one man's shoulders." Kate didn't particularly want to hear how well the Viscount had assumed the responsibilities of his title. She didn't want to hear anything that might change her opinion of him, although she had to confess that she'd been impressed by the apparent sincerity of his apology earlier that afternoon.
"What has this to do with Aubrey Hall?"
she inquired. Colin stared at her blankly for a moment, as if he'd forgotten that the conversation had started with her innocent comment about how lovely his country home was. "Nothing, I suppose," he said finally. "And everything as well. Anthony loves it here."
"But he spends all his time in London," Kate said. "Doesn't he?"
"I know," Colin shrugged. "Odd, isn't it?" Kate had no reply, so she just watched as he pulled the door to the shed all the way open. "Here we are," he said, pulling out a wheeled cart that had been specially constructed to fit 8 mallets and wooden balls. "A bit musty, but none the worse for the wear."
"Except for the loss of the red ball,"
Kate said with a smile. "I blame that entirely on Daphne," Colin replied. "I blame everything on Daphne. It makes my life much easier."
"I heard that."
Kate turned to see an attractive young couple approaching. The man was devastatingly handsome, with dark, dark hair and light, light eyes. The woman could only be a Bridgerton, with the same chestnut hair as both Anthony and Colin, not to mention the same bone structure and smile. Kate had heard that all the Bridgertons looked rather alike, but she'd never fully believed it until now. "Daff!" Colin called out. "You're just in time to help us put out the wickets." She gave him an arch smile.
"You didn't think I'd let you set up the course yourself, do you?"
She turned to her husband.
"I don't trust him as far as I can throw him."
"Don't listen to her," Colin said to Kate. "She's very strong. I'd wager she could toss me clear into the lake." Daphne rolled her eyes and turned to Kate.
"Since I'm sure my miserable brother won't do the honours, I'll introduce myself. I am Daphne, Duchess of Hastings, and this is my husband Simon."
Kate bobbed a quick curtsy.
"Your Grace,"
she murmured, then turned to the Duke and said again,
"Your Grace."
Colin waved his hand toward her as he bent down to retrieve the wickets from the Pall Mall cart. "This is Miss Sheffield." Daphne looked confused.
I just passed by Anthony at the house. I thought he said he was on his way to fetch Miss Sheffield. My sister, Kate explained. Edwina. I am Catherine. Kate to my friends. Well, if you are brave enough to play pall-mall with the Bridgertons, I definitely want you as my friend, Daphne said with a wide smile. Therefore, you must call me Daphne. And my husband, Simon. Simon?
Oh, of course, he said, and Kate had the distinct impression that he would have said the same had she just declared the sky orange. Not that he wasn't listening to her, just that it was clear he adored her to distraction. This, Kate thought, was what she wanted for Edwina.
Let me take half of those,
Daphne said, reaching for the wickets in her brother's hand.
Miss Sheffield and I, that is, Kate and I,
she flashed Kate a friendly grin,
will set up 3 of them, and you and Simon can do the rest.
Before Kate could even venture an opinion, Daphne had taken her by the arm and was leading her toward the lake.
We have to make absolutely certain that Anthony loses his ball in the water,
Daphne muttered.
I have never forgiven him for last time. I thought Benedict and Colin were going to die laughing, and Anthony was the worst. He just stood there smirking. Smirking.
She turned to Kate with a most beleaguered expression.
No one smirks quite like my eldest brother.
I know, Kate muttered under her breath. Thankfully, the Duchess hadn't heard her.
If I could have killed him, I vow I would have. What will happen once all your balls are lost in the lake?
Kate couldn't resist asking.
I haven't played with you lot yet, but you do seem rather competitive, and it seems that it would be inevitable.
Daphne finished for her. She grinned.
You're probably right. We have no sense of sportsmanship when it comes to pall-mall. When a Bridgerton picks up a mallet, we become the worst sorts of cheaters and liars. Truly, the game is less about winning than making sure the other players lose.
Kate fought for words.
It sounds awful, Daphne grinned. It's not. You'll never have more fun, I guarantee it. But at the rate we're going, the entire set will end up in the lake ere long. I suppose we'll have to send to France for another set.
She jammed a wicket into the ground.
It seems a waste, I know, but worth it to humiliate my brothers.
Kate tried not to laugh, but she didn't succeed.
Do you have any brothers, Miss Sheffield?
Daphne asked. Since the Duchess had forgotten to use her given name, Kate deemed it best to revert to formal manners.
None, Your Grace, she replied. Edwina is my only sibling.
Daphne shaded her eyes with her hand and scanned the area for a devilish wicket location. When she spied one, sitting right atop a tree root, she marched away, leaving Kate no choice but to follow.
4 brothers,
Daphne said, shoving the wicket into the ground,
provide quite a marvellous education. The things you must have learned, Kate said, quite impressed. Can you give a man a black eye? Knock him to the ground?
Daphne grinned wickedly.
Ask my husband.
Ask me what? The Duke called out, from where he and Colin were placing a wicket on a tree root on the opposite side of the tree.
Nothing,
the Duchess called out innocently.
I've also learned, she whispered to Kate, when it's best just to keep one's mouth shut. Men are much easier to manage once you understand a few basic facts about their nature. Which are? Kate prompted.
Daphne leaned forward and whispered behind her cupped hand.
They're not as smart as we are. They're not as intuitive as we are. And they certainly don't need to know about 50% of what we do.
She looked around.
He didn't hear that, did he?
Simon stepped out from behind the tree. Every word. Kate choked on a laugh as Daphne jumped a foot.
But it's true,
Daphne said archly.
Simon crossed his arms.
I'll let you think so. He turned to Kate. I've learned a thing or two about women over the years.
Really?
Kate asked, fascinated. He nodded and leaned in, as if imparting a grave state secret. They're much easier to manage if one allows them to believe that they are smarter and more intuitive than men. And, he added, with a superior glance at his wife. "Our lives are much more peaceful if we pretend that we're only aware of about 50% of what they do." Colin approached, swinging a mallet in a low arc. "Are they having a spat?" he asked Kate. "A discussion," Devney corrected. "God save me from such discussions," Colin muttered. "Let's choose colours." Kate followed him back to the Pall Mall set, her fingers drumming against her thigh. "Do you have the time?" she asked him. Colin pulled out his pocket watch. "A bit after 3:30. Why?" "I just thought that Edwina and the Viscount would be down by now, that's all," she said, trying not to look too concerned. Colin shrugged. "They should be." Then, completely oblivious to her distress, he motioned to the Pall Mall set. "Here, you're the guest. You choose first. What colour do you want?" Without giving it much thought, Kate reached in and grabbed a mallet. It was only when it was in her hand that she realised it was black. "The mallet of death," Colin said approvingly. "I knew she'd make a fine player."
"Leave the pink one for Anthony,"
Devney said, reaching for the green mallet. The Duke pulled the orange mallet out of the set, turning to Kate as he said, "You are my witness that I had nothing to do with Bridgerton's pink mallet, yes?" Kate smiled wickedly.
"I noticed that you didn't choose the pink mallet."
"Of course not," he returned, his grin even more devious than hers. "My wife had already chosen it for him. I could not gainsay her now, could I?" "Yellow for me," Colin said. "And blue for Miss Edwina, don't you think?"
"Oh, yes," Kate replied. "Edwina loves blue."
The foursome stared down at the two mallets left, pink and purple.
"He's not going to like either one,"
Devney said. Colin nodded. "But he'll like pink even less." And with that, he picked up the purple mallet and tossed it into the shed, then reached down and sent the purple ball in after it. "I say," the Duke said, "where is Anthony?"
"That's a very good question,"
Kate muttered, tapping her hand against her thigh. "I suppose you'll want to know what time it is," Colin said slyly. Kate flushed. She'd already asked him to check his pocket watch twice.
"I'm fine, thank you,"
she answered, lacking a witty retort. "Very well. It's just that I've learned that once you start moving your hand like that—" Kate's hand froze. "You're usually about ready to ask me what time it is."
"You've learned quite a lot about me in the past hour,"
Kate said dryly. He grinned. "I'm an observant fellow."
"Obviously,"
she muttered. "But in case you wanted to know, it's 1/4 hour before 4.
"They're past due,"
Kate said. Colin leaned forward and whispered, "I highly doubt that my brother is ravishing your sister." Kate lurched back.
"Mr. Bridgerton, what are you two talking about?"
Devney asked. Colin grinned. "Miss Sheffield is worried that Anthony is compromising the other Miss Sheffield."
"Colin!"
Devney exclaimed.
"That isn't the least bit funny. And certainly not true,"
Kate protested. Well, almost not true. She didn't think the Viscount was compromising Edwina, but he was probably doing his very best to charm her silly, and that was dangerous in and of itself. Kate pondered the mallet in her hand and tried to figure out how she might bring it down upon the Viscount's head and make it look like an accident. The mallet of death, indeed. Anthony checked the clock on the mantel in his study. Almost 3:30. They were going to be late. He grinned. Oh well, nothing to do about it. Normally he was a stickler for punctuality, but when tardiness resulted in the torture of Kate Sheffield, he didn't much mind a late arrival. And Kate Sheffield was surely writhing in agony by now, horrified at the thought of her precious younger sister in his evil clutches. Anthony looked down at his evil clutches. Hands, he reminded himself. Hands, and grinned anew. He hadn't had this much fun in ages, and all he was doing was loitering about his office, picturing Kate Sheffield with her jaw clenched together, steam pouring from her ears. It was a highly entertaining image. Not, of course, that this was even his fault. He would have left right on time if he hadn't had to wait for Edwina. She'd sent word down with the maid that she would join him in 10 minutes. That was 20 minutes ago. He couldn't help it if she was late. Anthony had a sudden image of the rest of his life, waiting for Edwina. Was she the sort who was chronically late? That might grow vexing after a while. As if on cue, he heard the patter of footsteps in the hall, and when he looked up, Edwina's exquisite form was framed by the doorway. She was, he thought dispassionately, a vision, utterly lovely in every way. Her face was perfection, her posture the epitome of grace, and her eyes were the most radiant shade of blue, so vivid that one could not help but be surprised by their hue every time she blinked. Anthony waited for some sort of reaction to rise up within him. Surely no man could be immune to her beauty. Nothing. Not even the slightest urge to kiss her. It almost seemed a crime against nature. But maybe this was a good thing. After all, he didn't want a wife with whom he'd fall in love. Desire would have been nice, but desire could be dangerous. Desire certainly had a greater chance of sliding into love than did disinterest.
"I'm terribly sorry I'm late, my lord,"
Edwina said prettily. "It was no trouble whatsoever," he replied, feeling a bit brightened by his recent set of rationalizations. She'd still work just fine as a bride. No need to look elsewhere. "But we should be on our way. The others will have the course set up already." He took her arm, and they strolled out of the house. He remarked on the weather. She remarked on the weather. He remarked on the previous day's weather. She agreed with whatever he'd said. He couldn't even remember 1 minute later. After exhausting all possible weather-related topics, they fell into silence, and then, finally, after a full 3 minutes of neither of them having anything to say, Edwina blurted out,
"What did you study at university?"
Anthony looked at her oddly. He couldn't remember ever being asked such a question by a young lady. "Oh, the usual," he replied.
"But what,"
she ground out, looking most uncharacteristically impatient,
"is the usual?"
"History, mostly. A bit of literature."
"Oh."
She pondered that for a moment.
"I love to read."
"Do you?" He eyed her with renewed interest. He wouldn't have taken her for a blue stocking. "What do you like to read?" She seemed to relax as she answered the question.
"Novels, if I'm feeling fanciful. Philosophy, if I'm in the mood for self-improvement."
"Philosophy, eh?" Anthony queried. "Never could stomach the stuff myself." Edwina let out one of her charmingly musical laughs.
"Kate is the same way. She is forever telling me that she knows perfectly well how to live her life and doesn't need a dead man to give her instructions."
Anthony thought about his experiences reading Aristotle, Bentham, and Descartes at university. Then he thought about his experiences avoiding reading Aristotle, Bentham, and Descartes at university. "I think," he murmured, "that I would have to agree with your sister." Edwina grinned.
"You agree with Kate? I feel I should find a notebook and record the moment. Surely this must be a first."
He gave her a sideways, assessing sort of glance. "You're more impertinent than you let on, aren't you?"
"Not half as much as Kate."
"That was never in doubt." He heard Edwina let out a little giggle, and when he looked over at her, she appeared to be trying her hardest to maintain a straight face. They rounded the final corner to the field, and as they came over the rise, they saw the rest of the Pall Mall party waiting for them, idly swinging their mallets to and fro as they waited. "Oh, bloody hell!" Anthony swore, completely forgetting that he was in the company of the woman he planned to make his wife. "She's got the mallet of death!" Chapter 10. The country house party is a very dangerous event. Married persons often find themselves enjoying the company of one other than one's spouse, and unmarried persons often return to town as rather hastily engaged persons. Indeed, the most surprising betrothals are announced on the heels of these spells of rustication. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 2nd of May, 1814. "You certainly took your time getting here," Colin remarked, as soon as Anthony and Edwina reached the group. "Here, we're ready to go. Edwina, you're blue." He handed her a mallet. "Anthony, you're pink." "I'm pink. And she," he jabbed a finger toward Kate, "gets to have the mallet of death." "I gave her first pick," Colin said. "She is our guest, after all."
Anthony is usually black, Daphne explained. "In fact, he gave the mallet its name." "You shouldn't have to be pink," Edwina said to Anthony. "It doesn't suit you at all. Here." She held out her mallet. "Why don't we trade?"
"Don't be silly," Colin interjected. "We specifically decided that you must be blue, to match your eyes." Kate thought she heard Anthony groan. "I will be pink," Anthony announced, grabbing the offending mallet rather forcefully from Colin's hand, "and I will still win. Let's begin, shall we?" As soon as the necessary introductions were made between the Duke and Duchess and Edwina, they all plopped their wooden balls down near the starting point and prepared to play. "Shall we play youngest to oldest?" Colin suggested, with a gallant bow in Edwina's direction. She shook her head.
"I should rather go last, so that I might have a chance to observe the play of those more experienced than I."
"A wise woman," Colin murmured. "Then we shall play oldest to youngest. Anthony, I believe you're the most ancient among us. Sorry, brother dear, but Hastings has a few months on me."
"Why?"
Edwina whispered in Kate's ear.
"Do I get the feeling I'm intruding upon a family spat?"
"I think the Bridgertons take Pall Mall very seriously," Kate whispered back.
The three Bridgerton siblings had assumed bulldog faces, and they all appeared rather single-mindedly determined to win. Eh, Colin scolded, waving a finger at them. "No collusion allowed."
"We wouldn't even begin to know where to collude," Kate commented, "as no one has seen fit to even explain to us the rules of play."
"Just follow along," Daphne said briskly. "You'll figure it out as you go."
"I think," Kate whispered to Edwina, "that the object is to sink your opponent's balls into the lake."
"Really?"
"No, but I think that's how the Bridgertons see it."
"You're still whispering," Colin called out, without sparing a glance in their direction. Then, to the Duke, he barked, "Hastings, hit the bloody ball! We haven't all day."
"Colin," Daphne cut in, "don't curse. There are ladies present. You don't count. There are 2 ladies present who are not me," she ground out.
Colin blinked, then turned to the Sheffield sisters. "Do you mind?"
"Not at all,"
Kate replied, utterly fascinated. Edwina just shook her head. "Good." Colin turned back to the Duke. "Hastings, get moving!" The Duke nudged his ball a bit forward from the rest of the pile. "You do realise," he said to no one in particular, "that I have never played Pall Mall before."
"Just give the ball a good whack in that direction, darling,"
Daphne said, pointing to the first wicket. "Isn't that the last wicket?" Anthony asked.
"It's the first."
"It ought to be the last." Daphne's jaw jutted out.
"I set up the course, and it's the first."
"I think this might get bloody,"
Edwina whispered to Kate. The Duke turned to Anthony and flashed him a false smile. "I believe I'll take Daphne's word for it."
"She did set up the course,"
Kate cut in. Anthony, Colin, Simon and Daphne all looked at her in shock, as if they couldn't quite believe she'd had the nerve to enter the conversation.
"Well, she did,"
Kate said. Daphne looped her arm through hers.
"I do believe I adore you, Kate Sheffield," she announced.
"God help me," Anthony muttered. The Duke drew back his mallet, let fly, and soon the orange ball was hurtling along the lawn.
"Well done, Simon!"
Devney cried out. Colin turned and looked at his sister with disdain. "One never cheers one's opponents in Pall Mall," he said archly.
"He's never played before," she said. "He's not likely to win."
"Doesn't matter." Devney turned to Kate and Edwina and explained.
"Bad sportsmanship is a requirement in Bridgerton Pall Mall, I'm afraid." "I'd gathered,"
Kate said dryly. "My turn," Anthony barked. He gave the pink ball a disdainful glance, then gave it a good whack. It sailed splendidly over the grass, only to slam into a tree and drop like a stone to the ground. "Brilliant!" Colin exclaimed, getting ready to take his turn. Anthony muttered a few things under his breath, none of which was suitable for gentle ears. Colin sent the yellow ball toward the first wicket, then stepped aside to let Kate try her hand.
"Might I have a practice swing?"
she inquired. "No!" It was a rather loud no, coming as it did from 3 mouths.
"Very well," she grumbled. "Stand back, all of you. I won't be held responsible if I injure anyone on the first try."
She drew back on her mallet with all her might and slammed it into the ball. It sailed through the air in a rather impressive arc, then smacked into the same tree that had foiled Anthony and plopped on the ground right next to his ball.
"Oh, dear,"
Devney said, setting her aim by drawing back on her mallet a few times without actually hitting the ball.
"Why, oh dear?"
Kate asked worriedly, not reassured by the Duchess's faintly pitying smile.
"You'll see."
Devney took her turn, then marched off in the direction of her ball. Kate looked over at Anthony. He looked very, very pleased with the current state of affairs.
"What are you going to do to me?"
she asked. He leaned forward devilishly. "What am I not going to do to you might be a more appropriate question."
"I believe it's my turn,"
Edwina said, stepping up to the starting point. She gave her ball an anemic hit, then groaned when it travelled only a third as far as the rest. "Put a bit more muscle into it next time," Anthony said, before stalking over to his ball.
"Right,"
Edwina muttered at his back.
"I never would have figured that out."
"Hastings!" Anthony yelled. "It's your turn!" While the Duke tapped his ball toward the next wicket, Anthony leaned against the tree with crossed arms, his ridiculous pink mallet hanging from one hand, and waited for Kate. "Oh, Miss Sheffield," he finally called out. "Play of the game dictates that one follow one's ball." He watched her tromp over to his side.
"There,"
she grumbled.
"Now what?"
"You really ought to treat me with more respect," he said, offering her a slow, sly smile.
"After you tarried with Edwina?"
she shot back.
"What I ought to do is have you drawn and quartered."
"Such a bloodthirsty wench," he mused. "You'll do well at Pall Mall, eventually." He watched, utterly entertained, as her face grew red, then white.
"What do you mean?"
she asked. "For the love of God, Anthony!" Colin yelled. "Take your bloody turn!" Anthony looked down to where the wooden ball sat kissing on the grass, hers black, his appallingly pink. "Right," he murmured. "Wouldn't want to keep dear, sweet Colin waiting." And with that, he put his foot atop his ball, drew back his mallet.
"What are you doing?"
Kate shrieked, and let fly. His ball remained firmly in place under his boot. Hers went sailing down the hill for what seemed like miles.
"You fiend!"
she growled. "All's fair in love and war," he quipped.
"I am going to kill you."
"You can try," he taunted, "but you'll have to catch up with me first." Kate pondered the mallet of death, then pondered his foot. "Don't even think about it," he warned.
"It's so very, very tempting,"
she growled. He leaned forward menacingly. "We have witnesses."
"And that is the only thing saving your life right now."
He merely smiled. "I believe your ball is down the hill, Miss Sheffield. I'm sure we'll see you in a half-hour or so, when you catch up." Just then Daphne marched by, following her ball, which had sailed unnoticed past their feet.
"That was why I said, 'Oh dear,'"
she said, rather unnecessarily in Kate's opinion.
"You'll pay for this,"
Kate hissed at Anthony. His smirk said more than words ever could. And then she marched down the hill, letting out a loud and extremely unladylike curse when she realized her ball was lodged under a hedge. Half an hour later, Kate was still 2 wickets behind the next-to-last player. Anthony was winning, which irked her to no end. The only saving grace was that she was so far behind she couldn't see his gloating face. Then, as she was twiddling her thumbs and waiting for her turn, there was precious little else to do while waiting for her turn, as no other players were remotely near her, she heard Anthony let out an aggrieved shout. This immediately got her attention. Beaming with anticipation at his possible demise, she looked eagerly about until she saw the pink ball hurtling along the grass straight at her. "Up!" Kate gurgled, jumping up and darting quickly to the side before she lost a toe. Looking back up, she saw Colin leaping into the air, his mallet swinging wildly above him as he cried out exultantly, "Woo-hoo!" Anthony looked as if he might disembowel his brother on the spot. Kate would have done a little victory dance herself. If she couldn't win, the next best thing was knowing that he wouldn't, except now it seemed that he'd be stuck back with her for a few turns, and while her solitude wasn't terribly entertaining, it was better than having to make conversation with him. Still, it was difficult not to look just a little bit smug when he came tromping over toward her, scowling as if a thundercloud had just lodged itself in his brain.
"Bad luck there, my lord,"
Kate murmured. He glared at her. She sighed, just for effect, of course.
"I'm sure you'll still manage to place second or third."
He leaned forward menacingly and made a sound suspiciously like a growl. "Miss Sheffield!" came Colin's impatient holler from up the hill. "It's your turn!"
"So it is,"
Kate said, analysing her possible shots. She could aim for the next wicket, or she could attempt to sabotage Anthony even further. Unfortunately, his ball wasn't touching hers, so she couldn't attempt the foot-on-the-ball manoeuvre he'd used on her earlier in the game, which was probably for the best. With her luck, she'd end up missing the ball entirely and instead breaking her foot. "Decisions, decisions," she murmured. Anthony crossed his arms. "The only way you're going to ruin my game is to ruin yours as well." "True," she acceded. If she wanted to send him into oblivion, she'd have to send herself there as well, since she'd have to hit hers with all she was worth just to get his to move. And since she couldn't hold hers in place, heaven only knew where she'd end up. "But," she said, looking up at him and smiling innocently, "I really have no chance of winning the game anyway." "You could come in second or third," he tried. She shook her head. "Unlikely, don't you think? I'm so far behind as it is, and we are nearing the end of play." "You don't want to do this, Miss Sheffield," he warned. "Oh," she said with great feeling, "I do. I really, really do." And then, with quite the most evil grin her lips had ever formed, she drew back her mallet and smacked her ball with every ounce of every single emotion within her. It knocked into his with stunning force, sending it hurtling even farther down the hill. Farther, farther, right into the lake. Open-mouthed with delight, Kate just stared for a moment as the pink ball sank into the lake. Then something rose up within her, some strange and primitive emotion, and before she knew what she was about, she was jumping about like a crazy woman, yelling, "Yes! Yes, I win!" "You don't win!" Anthony snapped. "Oh, it feels like I've won," she revelled. Colin and Devney, who had come dashing down the hill, skidded to a halt before them. "Well done, Miss Sheffield!" Colin exclaimed. "I knew you were worthy of the mallet of death."
"Brilliant,"
Devney agreed.
"Absolutely brilliant."
Anthony, of course, had no choice but to cross his arms and scowl mightily. Colin gave her a congenial pat on the back. "Are you certain you're not a Bridgerton in disguise? You have truly lived up to the spirit of the game."
"I couldn't have done it without you," Kate said graciously. "If you hadn't hit his ball down the hill—"
"I had been hoping you would pick up the reins of his destruction," Colin said. The Duke finally approached, Edwina at his side. "A rather stunning conclusion to the game," he commented.
"It's not over yet,"
Devney said. Her husband gave her a faintly amused glance. "To continue the play now seems rather anticlimactic, don't you think?" Surprisingly, even Colin agreed. "I certainly can't imagine anything topping it." Kate beamed. The Duke glanced up at the sky. "Furthermore, it's starting to cloud over. I want to get Devney in before it starts to rain. Delicate condition and all, you know." Kate looked in surprise at Devney, who had started to blush. She didn't look the least bit pregnant. "Very well," Colin said. "I move we end the game and declare Miss Sheffield the winner."
"I was 2 wickets behind the rest of you,"
Kate demurred. "Nevertheless," Colin said, "any true aficionado of Bridgerton Pall Mall understands that sending Anthony into the lake is far more important than actually sending one's ball through all the wickets. Which makes you our winner, Miss Sheffield." He looked about, then straight at Anthony. "Does anyone disagree?" No one did, although Anthony looked close to violence. "Excellent," Colin said. "In that case, Miss Sheffield is our winner, and Anthony, you are our loser." A strange, muffled sound burst from Kate's mouth, half laugh and half choke. "Well, someone has to lose," Colin said with a grin. "It's tradition."
"It's true," Devney agreed. "We're a bloodthirsty lot, but we do like to follow tradition."
"You're all mad in the head is what you are," the Duke said affably. "And on that note, Devney and I must bid you farewell. I do want to get her inside before it begins to rain. I trust no one will mind if we leave without helping to clear the course." No one minded, of course, and soon the Duke and Duchess were on their way back to Aubrey Hall. Edwina, who had kept silent throughout the exchange, although she had been looking at the various Bridgertons as if they'd recently escaped from an asylum, suddenly cleared her throat.
"Do you think we should try to retrieve the ball?"
she asked, squinting down the hill toward the lake. The rest of the party just stared at the calm waters as if they'd never considered such a bizarre notion.
"It's not as if it landed in the middle," she added. "It just rolled in. It's probably right by the edge."
Colin scratched his head. Anthony continued to glower.
"Surely you don't want to lose another ball?"
Edwina persisted. When no one had a reply, she threw down her mallet and threw up arms, saying,
"Fine, I'll get the silly old ball."
That certainly roused the men from their stupor, and they jumped to help her. "Don't be silly, Miss Sheffield," Colin said gallantly, as he started to walk down the hill. "I'll get it. For the love of Christ," Anthony muttered. "I'll get the bloody ball." He strode down the hill, quickly overtaking his brother. For all his ire, he couldn't really blame Kate for her actions. He would have done the very same thing, although he would have hit the ball with enough force to sink hers in the middle of the lake. Still, it was damned humiliating to be bested by a female, especially her. He reached the edge of the lake and peered in. The pink ball was so brightly coloured that it ought to show through the water, provided it had settled at a shallow enough level. "Do you see it?" Colin asked, coming to a halt beside him. Anthony shook his head. "It's a stupid colour anyway. No one ever wanted to be pink." Colin nodded his agreement. "Even the purple was better," Anthony continued, moving a few steps to the right so that he could inspect another stretch of shoreline. He looked up suddenly, glaring at his brother. "What the hell happened to the purple mallet anyway?" Colin shrugged. "I'm sure I have no idea." "And I'm sure," Anthony muttered, "that it will miraculously reappear in the Pall Mall set tomorrow evening." "You might very well be right," Colin said brightly, moving a bit past Anthony, keeping his eyes on the water the whole way. "Perhaps even this afternoon, if we're lucky." "One of these days," Anthony said matter-of-factly, "I'm going to kill you. Of that I have no doubt." Colin scanned the water, then suddenly pointed with his index finger. "I say, there it is!" Sure enough, the pink ball sat in the shallow water, about 2 feet out from the edge of the lake. It looked to be only a foot or so deep. Anthony swore under his breath. He was going to have to take off his boots and wade in. It seemed Kate Sheffield was forever forcing him to take off his boots and wade into bodies of water. No, he thought wearily. He hadn't had time to remove his boots when he'd charged into the Serpentine to save Edwina. The leather had been completely ruined. His valet had nearly fainted from the horror of it. With a groan, he sat on a rock to pull off his footwear. To save Edwina, he supposed it was worth a pair of good boots. To save a stupid pink Pall Mall ball, frankly, it didn't even seem worth getting his feet wet. "You seem to have this well in hand," Colin said, "so I'm going to go help Miss Sheffield pull up the wickets." Anthony just shook his head in resignation and waded in. "Is it cold?" came a feminine voice. Good God, it was her. He turned around. Kate Sheffield was standing on the shore. "I thought you were pulling up wickets," he said, somewhat testily. "That's Edwina." "Too bloody many Miss Sheffields," he muttered under his breath. There ought to be a law against letting sisters come out in the same season. "I beg your pardon?" she asked, cocking her head to the side. "I said it's freezing," he lied. "Oh, I'm sorry." That got his attention. "No, you're not," he finally said. "Well, no," she admitted. "Not for your losing, anyway. But I didn't intend for you to freeze your toes off." Anthony was suddenly gripped by the most insane desire to see her toes. It was a horrible thought. He had no business lusting after this woman. He didn't even like her. He sighed. That wasn't true. He supposed he did like her in an odd, paradoxical sort of way, and he thought, strangely enough, she might be beginning to like him in much the same manner. "You would have done the same thing if you were me," she called out. He said nothing, just continued his slow wade. "You would have," she insisted. He leaned down and scooped up the ball, getting his sleeve wet in the process. "Damn." "I know," he replied. "Oh," she said, sounding surprised, as if she hadn't expected him to admit it. He waded back out, thankful that the ground by the shore was firmly packed, so that dirt didn't stick to his feet. "Here," she said, holding out what looked like a blanket. "It was in the shed. I stopped by on my way down. I thought you might need something to dry your feet." Anthony opened his mouth, but oddly enough, no sound emerged. Finally he managed, "Thank you," and took the blanket from her hands. "I'm not such a terrible person, you know," she said with a smile. "Neither am I." "Perhaps," she allowed, "but you shouldn't have tarried so long with Edwina. I know you did it just to vex me." He lifted a brow as he sat on the rock so he could dry his feet, dropping the ball onto the ground next to him. "Don't you think it's possible that my delay had anything to do with my wanting to spend time with the woman I'm considering making my wife?" She coloured slightly, but then muttered, "This has to be the most self-centered thing I've ever said. But no, I think you just wanted to vex me." She was right, of course, but he wasn't going to tell her so. "As it happens," he said. Edwina was delayed. Why, I do not know. I deemed it impolite to seek her out in her room and demand that she hurry along, so I waited in my study until she was ready. There was a long moment of silence. Then she said, "Thank you for telling me that." He smiled wryly. "I'm not such a terrible person, you know." She sighed. "I know." Something about her resigned expression made him grin. "But maybe a little terrible," he teased. She brightened, then returned to levity, obviously making her much more comfortable with the conversation.
"Oh, for certain."
"Good. I'd hate to be boring." Kate smiled, watching him as he pulled on his stockings and boots. She reached down and picked up the pink ball.
"I'd better carry this back to the shed."
"In case I'm overcome by an uncontrollable urge to toss it back in the lake." She nodded.
"Something like that."
"Very well." He stood. "I'll take the blanket, then."
"A fair trade."
She turned to walk up the hill, then spied Colin and Edwina disappearing into the distance.
"Oh."
Anthony turned quickly around. "What is it?" "Oh, I see. It seems your sister and my brother have decided to head back without us." Kate scowled at their errant siblings, then shrugged in resignation as she started trudging up the hill.
"I suppose I can tolerate your company for a few more minutes, if you can tolerate mine."
He didn't say anything, which surprised her. It seemed just the sort of comment to which he'd have a witty and perhaps even cutting comeback. She looked up at him, then drew back slightly in surprise. He was staring at her in the oddest manner.
Is everything all right, my lord?"
she asked hesitantly. He nodded. "Fine," but he sounded rather distracted. The rest of the trip to the shed was met with silence. Kate set the pink ball in its spot in the Pall Mall cart, noting that Colin and Edwina had cleared the course and put everything neatly away, including the errant purple mallet and ball. She stole a glance at Anthony and had to smile. It was obvious from his beleaguered frown that he'd noticed as well.
"The blanket goes in here, my lord,"
she said with a hidden grin, stepping out of his way. Anthony shrugged. "I'll bring it up to the house. It probably needs a good cleaning." She nodded in agreement, and they shut the door and were off. Chapter 11. There is nothing like a spot of competition to bring out the worst in a man, or the best in a woman. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 4th of May, 1814. Anthony whistled as they ambled up the path to the house, stealing glances at Kate when she wasn't looking. She really was quite an attractive woman in her own right. He didn't know why this always surprised him, but it did. His memory of her never quite lived up to the enchanting reality of her face. She was always in motion, always smiling or frowning or pursing her lips. She'd never master the placid, serene expression to which young ladies were meant to aspire. He'd fallen into the same trap as had the rest of society, of thinking of her only in terms of her younger sister. And Edwina was so stunning, so amazingly, startlingly beautiful, that anyone near to her couldn't help but fade into the background. It was, Anthony allowed, difficult to look at anyone else when Edwina was in the room. And yet, he frowned, and yet he'd barely spared Edwina a glance through the entire Pall Mall game. This might have been understandable, simply because it was Bridgerton Pall Mall, and it brought out the worst in anyone named Bridgerton. Hell, he probably wouldn't have spared a glance for the Prince Regent if he'd deigned to join the game. But that explanation wouldn't wash, for his mind was filled with other images. Kate, bending over her mallet, her face tense with concentration. Kate giggling as someone missed a shot. Kate cheering on Edwina when her ball rolled through the wicket. A very un-Bridgerton-like trait, that. And, of course, Kate smiling wickedly in that last second before she'd sent his ball flying into the lake. Clearly, even if he hadn't been able to spare a glance for Edwina, he'd been sparing plenty for Kate. That ought to have been disturbing. He glanced back over at her again. This time her face was tilted slightly toward the sky, and she was frowning. "Is something wrong?" he inquired politely. She shook her head. "Just wondering if it's going to rain." He looked up. "Not any time soon, I imagine." She nodded slowly in agreement. "I hate the rain." Something about the expression on her face, rather reminiscent of a frustrated 3-year-old, made him laugh. "You live in the wrong country, then, Miss Sheffield." She turned to him with a sheepish smile. "I don't mind a gentle rain. It's just when it grows violent that I don't like it." "I've always rather enjoyed thunderstorms," he murmured. She shot him a startled look, but didn't say anything, then returned her gaze to the pebbles at her feet. She was kicking one along the path as they walked, occasionally breaking her stride, or stepping to the side, just so she could give it a kick and keep it flying ahead of her. There was something charming about it, something rather sweet about the way her booted foot peeked out from under the hem of her dress at such regular intervals and connected with the pebble. Anthony watched her curiously, forgetting to pull his eyes off her face when she looked back up. "Do you think... Why are you looking at me like that?" she asked. "Do I think what?" he returned, deliberately ignoring the second part of her question. Her lips settled into a peevish line. Anthony felt his own quivering, wanting to smile with amusement. "Are you laughing at me?" she asked suspiciously. He shook his head. Her feet ground to a halt. "I think you are." "I assure you," he said, sounding even to himself as if he wanted to laugh, "that I am not laughing at you." "You're lying." "I'm not." He had to stop. If he spoke any further, he knew he'd explode with laughter. And the strangest thing was, he hadn't a clue why. "Oh, for heaven's sake," she muttered. "What is the problem?" Anthony sank against the trunk of a nearby elm, his entire body shaking with barely contained mirth. Kate planted her hands on her hips, the expression in her eyes a little bit curious, a little bit furious. "What's so funny?" He finally gave in to the laughter and barely managed to lift his shoulders into a shrug. "I don't know," he gasped. "The expression on your face, it's—" He noticed that she smiled. He loved that she smiled. "The expression on your face is not exactly unamusing yourself, my lord," she remarked. "Oh, I'm sure." He took a few deep breaths, and then, when he was satisfied that he had regained control, straightened. He caught sight of her face, still vaguely suspicious, and suddenly he realized that he had to know what she thought of him. It couldn't wait until the next day. It couldn't wait until that evening. He wasn't sure how it had come about, but her good opinion meant a great deal to him. Of course, he needed her approval in his much-neglected suit of Edwina, but there was more to it than that. She'd insulted him. She'd nearly dunked him in the Serpentine. She'd humiliated him at Pall Mall. And yet he craved her good opinion. Anthony couldn't remember the last time someone's regard had meant so much, and frankly, it was humbling. "I think you owe me a boon," he said, pushing off the tree and standing straight. His mind was whirring. He needed to be clever about this. He had to know what she thought, and yet he didn't want her knowing how much it meant to him. Not until he understood why it meant so much to him. "I beg your pardon?" "A boon. For the Pall Mall game." She let out a ladylike snort as she leaned against the tree and crossed her arms. "If anyone owes anyone else a boon, then you owe one to me. I did win, after all." "Ah, but I was the one humiliated." "True," she acceded. "You would not be yourself," he said in an extremely dry voice, "if you resisted the urge to agree." Kate gave him a demure glance. A lady should be honest in all things. When she raised her eyes to his face, one corner of his mouth was curved into a rather knowing smile. "I was hoping you'd say that," he murmured. Kate felt immediately uneasy. "And why is that?" "Because my boon, Miss Sheffield, is to ask you a question, any question of my choosing, and you must answer with the utmost honesty." He planted one hand against the tree trunk, rather close to her face, and leaned forward. Kate suddenly felt trapped, even though it would be easy enough to dart away. With a touch of dismay and a shiver of excitement, she realized that she felt trapped by his eyes, which were burning rather dark and hot into hers. "Do you think you can do that, Miss Sheffield?" he murmured.
What is your question?"
she asked, not realizing that she was whispering until she heard her voice, breathy and crackling like the wind. He cocked his head slightly to the side. "Now remember, you have to answer honestly." She nodded, or at least she thought she nodded. She meant to nod. In all truth, she wasn't entirely convinced of her ability to move. He leaned forward, not so much that she could feel his breath, but close enough to make her shiver. "Here, Miss Sheffield, is my question." Her lips parted. "Do you—" He moved closer. "Still, and another inch, hate me?" Kate swallowed convulsively. Whatever she'd been expecting him to ask, it hadn't been this. She licked her lips, preparing to speak, even though she had no idea what she'd say. But not a sound emerged. His lips curved into a slow, masculine smile. "I'll take that as a no." And then, with an abruptness that left her head spinning, he pushed off the tree and said briskly, "Well then, I do believe it's time we went inside and prepared for the evening, don't you?" Kate sagged against the tree, completely devoid of energy. "You wish to remain outside for a few moments?" He planted his hands on his hips and looked up at the sky, his demeanor pragmatic and efficient. 180 degrees changed from the slow, lazy seducer he'd been just 10 seconds earlier. "You might as well. It doesn't look like it's going to rain after all. At least not in the next few hours." She just stared at him. Either he'd lost his mind, or she'd forgotten how to talk. Or maybe both. "Very well. I've always admired a woman who appreciates fresh air. I shall see you at supper, then." She nodded. She was surprised she even managed that. "Excellent." He reached out and took her hand, dropping a searing kiss on the inside of her wrist, upon the single band of bare flesh that peeked out between her glove and the hem of her sleeve. "Until tonight, Miss Sheffield." And then he strode off, leaving her with the oddest feeling that something rather important had just taken place. But for the life of her, she had no idea what. At 7:30 that night, Kate considered falling dreadfully ill. At 7:45, she'd refined her goal to an apoplectic fit. But at 5 minutes to the hour, as the dinner bell sounded, alerting guests that it was time to assemble in the drawing room, she squared her shoulders and walked into the hall outside her bedroom door to meet Mary. She refused to be a coward. She wasn't a coward, and she could make it through the evening. Besides, she told herself, she wasn't likely to be seated anywhere near Lord Bridgerton. He was a viscount and a man of the house, and would therefore be at the head of the table. As the daughter of a baron's second son, she held little rank compared to the other guests, and would most certainly be seated so far down the table that she wouldn't even be able to see him without developing a crick in her neck. Edwina, who was sharing a room with Kate, had already gone to Mary's chamber to help her choose a necklace, and so Kate found herself alone in the hall. She supposed she could enter Mary's room and wait for the two of them there, but she didn't feel terribly conversational. and Edwina had already noticed her odd, reflective mood. The last thing Kate needed was a round of "whatever can be wrongs" from Mary. And the truth was, Kate didn't even know what was wrong. All she knew was that afternoon something had changed between her and the Viscount. Something was different, and she freely admitted, to herself at least, that it frightened her. Which was normal, right? People always feared what they didn't understand. And Kate definitely didn't understand the Viscount. But just as she was beginning to truly enjoy her solitude, the door across the hall opened, and out walked another young lady. Kate recognized her instantly as Penelope Featherington, the youngest of the 3 famed Featherington sisters. Well, the 3 who were out in society. Kate had heard that there was a 4th still in the schoolroom. Unfortunately for the Featherington sisters, they were famed for their lack of success on the marriage mart. Prudence and Philippa had been out for 3 years now, without a single proposal between the 2 of them. Penelope was in the midst of her 2nd season, and could usually be found at social functions trying to avoid her mother and sisters, who were universally regarded as ninnies. Kate had always liked Penelope. The 2 had formed a bond ever since they'd both been skewered by Lady Whistledown for wearing gowns of an unflattering colour. Kate noted with a sad sigh that Penelope's current gown of lemon-yellow silk made the poor girl look hopelessly sallow, and if that weren't bad enough, it had been cut with far too many frills and flounces. Penelope wasn't a tall girl, and the gown positively overwhelmed her. It was a pity, because she might be quite attractive if someone could convince her mother to stay away from the modiste and let Penelope choose her own clothing. She had a rather pleasing face, with the pale skin of a redhead, except that her hair was truly more auburn than red, and if one really wanted to put a fine point on it, more brownish red than auburn. Whatever you called it, Kate thought with dismay, it didn't go with lemon yellow.
"Kate,"
Penelope called out, after closing her door behind her.
"What a surprise! I didn't realize you were attending."
Kate nodded. "I think we might have been issued a late invitation. We met Lady Bridgerton only just last week."
"Well, I know I just said I was surprised, but I'm actually not surprised. Lord Bridgerton has been paying much attention to your sister."
Kate flushed.
Yes,"
she stammered.
"he has. That is what the gossips say, at least,"
Penelope continued.
"But then again, one can't always trust the gossips." "I have rarely known Lady Whistledown to be incorrect,"
Kate said. Penelope just shrugged, and then looked down at her gown with disgust.
"She certainly is never incorrect about me." "Oh, don't be silly,"
Kate said quickly, but they both knew she was just being polite. Penelope gave her head a weary shake.
"My mother is convinced that yellow is a happy colour, and that a happy girl will snare a husband."
"Oh, dear," Kate said, snorting a giggle.
"What she doesn't grasp,"
Penelope continued wryly,
"is that such a happy shade of yellow makes me look rather unhappy, and positively repels the gentleman."
"Have you suggested green?" Kate inquired.
"I think you'd be smashing in green."
Penelope shook her head.
"She doesn't like green, says it's melancholy."
"Green?" Kate asked with disbelief.
"I don't even try to understand her."
Kate, who was wearing green, held up her sleeve near Penelope's face, blocking the yellow as best as she could.
"Your whole face lights up," she said. "Don't tell me that. It will only make the yellow more painful."
Kate offered her a sympathetic smile.
"I would loan you one of mine, but I'm afraid it would drag on the floor."
Penelope waved away her offer.
"That's very kind of you, but I'm resigned to my fate. At least it's better than last year."
Kate raised a brow.
"Oh, that's right, you weren't out last year."
Penelope winced.
"I weighed nearly 2 stone more than I do now."
2 stone? Kate echoed. She couldn't believe it. Penelope nodded and made a face.
"Baby fat. I begged Mamma not to force me to come out until I turned 18, but she thought a head start might be good for me.
Kate only had to take one look at Penelope's face to know that it hadn't been good for her. She felt a certain kinship with this girl, even though Penelope was nearly 3 years younger. Both of them knew the singular feeling of not being the most popular girl in the room, knew the exact expression you put on your face when you weren't asked to dance, but you wanted to look as if you didn't care.
"I say,"
Penelope said,
"why don't the two of us go down to supper together? It seems your family and mine are both delayed."
Kate wasn't in much of a rush to reach the drawing-room and the inevitable company of Lord Bridgerton, but waiting for Mary and Edwina would delay the torture by only a few minutes, so she decided she might as well head down with Penelope. They both poked their heads into their respective mother's room, informed them of the change in plans, and linked arms, heading down the hall. When they reached the drawing-room, much of the company was already in attendance, milling about and chatting as they waited for the rest of the guests to come down. Kate, who had never attended a country house party before, noted with surprise that nearly everyone seemed more relaxed and a bit more animated than they did in London. It must be the fresh air, she thought with a smile, or perhaps distance relaxed the strict rules of the capital. Whatever the case, she decided she preferred this atmosphere to that of a London dinner party. She could see Lord Bridgerton across the room, or rather, she supposed she could sense him. As soon as she spotted him standing over by the fireplace, she'd kept her gaze scrupulously averted, but she could feel him nonetheless. She knew she had to be crazy, but she'd swear she knew when he tilted his head and heard him when he spoke and when he laughed, and she definitely knew when his eyes were on her back. Her neck felt as if it were about to go up in flames.
"I didn't realize Lady Bridgerton had invited so many people," Penelope said.
Careful to keep her eyes away from the fireplace, Kate did a sweep of the room to see who was there.
"Oh, no,"
Penelope half whispered, half moaned.
"Cressida Cooper is here."
Kate discreetly followed Penelope's gaze. If Edwina had any competition for the role of 1814's reigning beauty, it was Cressida Cooper. Tall, slender, with honey blonde hair and sparkling green eyes, Cressida was almost never without a small bevy of admirers. But where Edwina was kind and generous, Cressida was, in Kate's estimation, a self-centred, ill-mannered witch who took her joy in the torment of others.
"She hates me,"
Penelope whispered.
"She hates everyone," Kate replied. "No, she really hates me."
"Why ever?" Kate turned to her friend with curious eyes.
"What could you possibly have done to her? I bumped into her last year and caused her to spill punch all over herself and the Duke of Ashbourne. That's all."
Penelope rolled her eyes.
"It was enough for Cressida. She's convinced he would have proposed if she hadn't appeared clumsy."
Kate let out a snort that didn't even pretend to be ladylike.
"Ashbourne isn't about to get hitched any time soon. Everyone knows that. He's nearly as bad a rake as Bridgerton, who is most probably going to get married this year," Penelope reminded her, "if the gossips are correct."
"Bah," Kate scoffed.
"Lady Whistledown herself wrote that she doesn't think he'll marry this year." "That was weeks ago,"
Penelope replied with a dismissive wave of her hand.
"Lady Whistledown changes her mind all the time. Besides, it's obvious to everyone that the Viscount is courting your sister."
Kate bit her tongue before she muttered, "Don't remind me." But her wince of pain was drowned out by Penelope's hoarse whisper of,
"Oh, no, she's coming this way."
Kate gave her arm a reassuring squeeze.
"Don't worry about her. She's no better than you."
Penelope shot her a sarcastic look.
"I know that, but that doesn't make her any less unpleasant, and she always goes out of her way to make sure that I have to deal with her."
"Kate! Penelope!"
Cressida trilled, drawing up alongside them, giving her shiny hair an affected shake.
"What a surprise to see you here."
"And why is that?" Kate asked. Cressida blinked, obviously surprised that Kate had even questioned her pronouncement.
"Well," she said slowly, "I suppose it is not such a surprise to see you here, as your sister is very much in demand, and we all know that you must go where she goes. But Penelope's presence—"
She shrugged daintily.
"Well, who am I to judge? Lady Bridgerton is a most kind-hearted woman."
The comment was so rude that Kate could not help but gape, and while she was staring at Cressida, open-mouthed with shock, Cressida went in for the kill.
"That's a lovely gown, Penelope," she said,
her smile so sweet that Kate would swear she could taste sugar in the air.
"I do love yellow,"
she added, smoothing down the pale yellow fabric of her own gown.
"It takes a very special complexion to wear it, don't you think?"
Kate ground her teeth together. Naturally, Cressida looked brilliant in her gown. Cressida would look brilliant in a sackcloth. Cressida smiled again, this time reminding Kate of a serpent, then turned slightly to motion to someone across the room.
"Oh, Grimston! Grimston! Come over here for a moment."
Kate looked over her shoulder to see Basil Grimston approaching, and just barely managed to stifle a groan. Grimston was the perfect male counterpart to Cressida, rude, supercilious, and self-important. Why a lovely lady like Viscountess Bridgerton had invited him, she'd never know. Probably to even up the numbers, with so many young ladies invited. Grimston slithered over and lifted one corner of his mouth in a mockery of a smile. "Your servant," he said to Cressida, after sparing Kate and Penelope a fleeting, disdainful glance.
"Don't you think dear Penelope looks fetching in that gown?" Cressida said. "Yellow truly must be the colour of the season."
Grimston did a slow, insulting perusal of Penelope, from the top of her head to the tips of her feet and back. He barely moved his head, letting his eyes travel up and down her frame. Kate fought a spasm of revulsion so strong it nearly brought on a wave of nausea. More than anything, she wanted to throw her arms around Penelope and give the poor girl a hug. But such attention would only single her out further as someone who was weak and easily bullied. When Grimston was finally done with his rude inspection, he turned to Cressida and shrugged, as if he couldn't think of anything complimentary to say.
"Don't you have somewhere else to be?"
Kate blurted out. Cressida looked shocked.
"Why, Miss Sheffield, I can hardly countenance your impertinence. Mr. Grimston and I were merely admiring Penelope's appearance. That shade of yellow does so much for her complexion, and it is so nice to see her looking so well after last year."
"Indeed," Grimston drawled, his oily tone making Kate feel positively unclean. Kate could feel Penelope shaking next to her. She hoped it was with anger, not with pain.
"I can't imagine what you mean," Kate said in icy tones.
"Why, surely you know," Grimston said, his eyes glittering with delight. He leaned forward and then said, in a whisper that was louder than his usual voice, loud enough so that a great many people could hear, "She was fat." Kate opened her mouth to give a scathing retort, but before she could make a sound, Cressida added,
"It was such a pity, because there were so many more men in town last year. Of course, most of us still never lack for a dance partner, but I do feel for poor Penelope when I see her sitting with the dowagers." "The dowagers," Penelope ground out, "are often the only people in the room with a modicum of intelligence."
Kate wanted to jump up and cheer. Cressida made a breathy little "oh" sound, as if she had any right to be offended.
"Still, one cannot help but— Oh, Lord Bridgerton!"
Kate moved to the side to allow the Viscount into their small circle, noticing with disgust that Cressida's entire demeanour changed. Her eyelids began to flutter, and her mouth made a pretty little Cupid's bow. It was so appalling, Kate forgot to be self-conscious around the Viscount. Bridgerton shot Cressida a hard look, but did not say anything. Instead, he turned quite deliberately to Kate and Penelope and murmured their names in greeting. Kate nearly gasped with glee. He'd given Cressida Cooper the cut direct. "Miss Sheffield," he said smoothly, "I hope you will excuse us as I escort Miss Featherington in to dinner."
"But you can't escort her in,"
Cressida blurted out. Bridgerton gave her an icy stare. "I'm sorry," he said in a voice that said he was anything but. "Had I included you in the conversation?" Cressida shrank back, obviously mortified by her outburst. Still, it was beyond irregular for him to escort Penelope. As the man of the house, it was his duty to escort the highest-ranking woman. Kate wasn't sure who that happened to be this evening, but it certainly wasn't Penelope, whose father had been a mere mister. Bridgerton offered Penelope his arm, turning his back on Cressida in the process. "I do hate a bully, don't you?" he murmured. Kate clapped her hand over her mouth, but she couldn't stifle her giggle. Bridgerton offered her a small, secret smile over Penelope's head, and in that moment Kate had the oddest feeling that she understood this man completely. But even stranger, suddenly she wasn't so certain that he was the soulless, reprehensible rake she'd taken such comfort in believing him.
"Did you see that?"
Kate, who along with the rest of the assembled company had been staring open-mouthed as Bridgerton led Penelope from the room, his head bent to hers as if she were the most fascinating woman ever to walk the earth, turned to see Edwina standing next to her.
"I saw the whole thing,"
Kate said in a dazed voice.
"I heard the whole thing. What happened? He was...
Kate stumbled over her words, unsure of how to describe what exactly he'd done. And then she said something she'd never thought possible.
He was a hero.
Chapter 12. A man with charm is an entertaining thing, and a man with looks is, of course, a sight to behold. But a man with honour, he is the one, dear reader, to which the young ladies should flock. Lady Whistledown's Society Papers, 2nd of May, 1814. Later that night, after supper was done, and the men went off to drink their port, before rejoining the ladies with superior expressions on their faces, as if they had just talked about something weightier than which horse was likely to win the Royal Ascot, after the assembled company had played a sometime tedious and sometime hilarious round of charades, after Lady Bridgerton had cleared her throat and discreetly suggested that it might be time to turn in, after the ladies had taken their candles and headed off to bed, after the gentlemen had presumably followed, Kate couldn't sleep. Clearly, it was to be one of those stare-at-the-cracks-in-the-ceiling sort of nights, except that there were no cracks in the ceiling at Aubrey Hall, and the moon wasn't even out, so there wasn't any light filtering through the curtains, which meant that even if there were cracks, she wouldn't be able to see them, and Kate groaned as she pushed back her covers and rose to her feet. One of these days she was going to have to learn how to force her brain to stop racing in 8 different directions at once. She'd already lain in bed for nearly an hour, staring up into the dark, inky night, shutting her eyes every now and then and trying to will herself to sleep. It wasn't working. She couldn't stop thinking about the expression on Penelope Featherington's face when the Viscount had swooped in to her rescue. Her own expression, Kate was sure, must have been somewhat similar. A bit stunned, a little delighted, and a lot as if she were about to melt onto the floor at that very minute. Bridgerton had been that magnificent. Kate had spent the entire day either watching or interacting with the Bridgertons, and one thing had become clear. Everything that had been said about Anthony and his devotion to his family, it was all true. And while she wasn't quite ready to relinquish her opinion that he was a rake and a rogue, she was starting to realize that he might be all that, and something else as well. Something good. Something that, if she were trying to be utterly objective about the matter, which she admitted was difficult to do, really ought not disqualify him as a potential husband for Edwina. Oh, why did he have to go and be nice? Why couldn't he have just stayed the suave but shallow libertine it had been so easy to believe him? Now he was something else altogether, someone she feared she might actually come to care for. Kate felt her face flush, even in the dark. She had to stop thinking about Anthony Bridgerton. At this rate, she wasn't going to get any sleep for a week. Maybe if she had something to read. She'd seen a rather large and extensive library earlier that evening. Surely the Bridgertons had some tome in there that would be guaranteed to put her to sleep. She pulled on her robe and tiptoed to the door, careful not to wake Edwina. Not that that would have been an easy task. Edwina had always slept like the dead. According to Mary, she'd even slept through the night as a baby, from the very first day of her birth. Kate slid her feet into a pair of slippers, then moved quietly into the hall, careful to look this way and that before shutting the door behind her. This was her first country house visit, but she'd heard a thing or two about these sorts of gatherings, and the last thing she wanted to do was run into someone on his way to a bedroom not his own. If someone was carrying on with someone not his spouse, Kate decided she didn't want to know about it. A single lantern lit the hall, giving the dark air a dim, flickering glow. Kate had grabbed a candle on her way out, so she walked over and flipped the lid of the lantern to light her wick. Once the flame was steady, she started toward the stairs, making sure to pause at every corner and check carefully for passers-by. A few minutes later, she found herself in the library. It wasn't large by Ton standards, but the walls were covered floor to ceiling with bookcases. Kate pushed the door until it was almost closed. If someone was up and about, she didn't want to alert them to her presence by letting the door click shut, and made her way to the nearest bookcase, peering at the titles. She murmured to herself, pulling out a book and looking at the front cover, Botany. She did love gardening, but somehow a textbook on the subject didn't sound terribly exciting. Should she seek out a novel, which would capture her imagination, or should she go for a dry text, which would be more likely to put her to sleep? Kate replaced the book and moved over to the next bookcase, setting her candle down on a nearby table. It appeared to be the philosophy section. "Definitely not," she muttered, sliding her candle along the table as she moved one bookcase to the right. Botany might put her to sleep, but philosophy was likely to leave her in a stupor for days. She moved the candle a bit to the right, leaning forward to peer at the next set of books, when a bright and completely unexpected flash of lightning lit up the room. A short staccato scream burst forth from her lungs, and she jumped backward, bumping her behind against the table. "Not now," she silently pleaded. "Not here." But as her mind formed the word here, the entire room exploded with a dull boom of thunder, and then it was dark again, leaving Kate shaking, her fingers gripping the table so hard that her joints locked. She hated this. Oh, how she hated this! She hated the noise and the streaks of light and the crackling tension in the air, but most of all she hated what it made her feel. So terrified that eventually she couldn't feel anything at all. It had been this way all her life, or at least as long as she could remember. When she'd been small, her father or Mary had comforted her whenever it had stormed. Kate had many memories of one of them sitting on the edge of her bed, holding her hand and whispering soothing words as thunder and lightning crashed around her. But as she grew older, she managed to convince people that she was over her affliction. Oh, everyone knew that she still hated storms, but she'd managed to keep the extent of her terror to herself. It seemed the worst sort of weakness, one with no apparent cause, and, unfortunately, one with no clear cure. She didn't hear any rain against the windows. Maybe the storm wouldn't be so bad. Maybe it had started far away and was moving even farther. Maybe it was... Another flash illuminated the room, squeezing out a second scream from Kate's lungs. And this time the thunder had arrived even closer to the lightning, indicating that the storm was pulling closer. Kate felt herself sink to the floor. It was too loud and too bright and too... Boom! Kate huddled under the table, her legs folded up, her arms about her knees. waiting in terror for the next round. And then the rain began. It was a bit past midnight, and all the guests, who were keeping somewhat to country hours, had gone to bed, but Anthony was still in his study, tapping his fingers against the edge of his desk in time with the rain beating against his window. Every now and then a bolt of lightning lit up the room in a flash of brilliance, and each clap of thunder was so loud and unexpected he jumped in his chair. God, he loved thunderstorms. Hard to tell why. Maybe it was just the proof of nature's power over man. Maybe it was the sheer energy of the light and sound that pounded around him. Whatever the case, it made him feel alive. He hadn't been particularly tired when his mother had suggested they all turn in, and so it had seemed silly not to use these few moments of solitude to go over the Aubrey Hall books his steward had left out for him. The Lord knew his mother would have his every minute crammed with activities involving eligible young women on the morrow. But after an hour or so of painstaking checking, the dry tip of a quill tapping against each number in the ledger as he added and subtracted, multiplied and occasionally divided, his eyelids began to droop. It had been a long day, he allowed, closing the ledger but leaving a piece of paper sticking out to mark his place. He'd spent much of the morning visiting tenants and inspecting buildings. One family needed a door repaired. Another was having trouble harvesting their crops and paying their rent, due to the father's broken leg. Anthony had heard and settled disputes, admired new babies, and even helped to fix a leaky roof. It was all part of being a landowner, and he enjoyed it, but it was tiring. The Pall-Mall game had been an enjoyable interlude, but once back at the house he'd been thrust into the role of host for his mother's party, which had been almost as exhausting as the tenant visits. Eloise was barely 17, and clearly had needed someone to watch over her. That bitchy Cooper girl had been tormenting poor Penelope Featherington, and someone had had to do something about that, and then there was Kate Sheffield, the bane of his existence, and the object of his desires, all at once. What a muddle! He was supposed to be courting her sister, for God's sake. Edwina, the belle of the season, lovely beyond compare, sweet and generous and even-tempered, and instead he couldn't stop thinking about Kate. Kate, who, much as she infuriated him, couldn't help but command his respect. How could he not admire one who clung so steadfastly to her convictions? And Anthony had to admit that the crux of her convictions, devotion to family, was the one principle he held above all else. With a yawn, Anthony got up from behind his desk and stretched his arms. It was definitely time for bed. With any luck, he'd fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. The last thing he wanted was to find himself staring at the ceiling, thinking of Kate, and of all the things he wanted to do to Kate. Anthony picked up a candle and headed out into the empty hall. There was something peaceful and intriguing about a quiet house. Even with the rain beating against the walls, he could hear every click of his boots against the floor, heel, toe, and except for when the lightning streaked through the sky, his candle provided the only illumination in the hall. He rather enjoyed waving the flame this way and that, watching the play of shadows against the walls and furniture. It was a rather odd feeling of control, but one of his brows rose up in question. The library door was a few inches ajar, and he could see a pale strip of candlelight shining from within. He was fairly certain no one else was up, and there certainly wasn't a sound coming from the library. Someone must have gone in for a book and left a candle burning. Anthony frowned. It was a damned irresponsible thing to do. Fire could devastate a house faster than anything else, even in the middle of a rainstorm, and the library, filled to the brim with books, was the ideal place to spark a flame. He pushed the door open and entered the room. One entire wall of the library was taken up by tall windows, so the sound of the rain was much louder here than it had been in the hall. A crack of thunder shook the floor. Then, practically on top of that, a flash of lightning split the night. The electricity of the moment made him grin, and he crossed over to where the offending candle had been left burning. He leaned over, blew it out, and then he heard something. It was the sound of breath, panicked, laboured, with the slightest touch of a whimper. Anthony looked purposefully around the room. "Is someone here?" he called out, but he could see no one. Then he heard it again, from below. Holding his own candle steady, he crouched down to peer under the table, and his breath was sucked right out of his body. "My God!" he gasped. "Kate!" She was curled up into a ball, her arms wrapped around her bent legs so tightly it looked as if she were about to shatter. Her head was bent down, her eye sockets resting on her knees, and her entire body was shaking with fast, intense tremors. Anthony's blood ran to ice. He'd never seen someone shake like that. "Kate," he said again, setting his candle down on the floor as he moved closer. He couldn't tell if she could hear him. She seemed to have retreated into herself, desperate to escape something. Was it the storm? She'd said she hated the rain, but this went far deeper. Anthony knew that most people didn't thrive on electrical storms as he did, but he'd never heard of someone being reduced to this. She looked as if she'd break into a million brittle pieces if he so much as touched her. Thunder shook the room, and her body flinched with such torment that Anthony felt it in his gut. "Oh, Kate," he whispered. It broke his heart to see her thus. With a careful and steady hand, he reached out to her. He still wasn't sure if she'd even registered his presence. Startling her might be like waking a sleepwalker. Gently, he set his hand on her upper arm and gave it the tiniest of squeezes. "I'm here, Kate," he murmured. "Everything will be all right." Lightning tore through the night, flashing the room with a sharp burst of light, and she squeezed herself into an even tighter ball, if that was possible. It occurred to him that she was trying to shield her eyes by keeping her face to her knees. He moved closer and took one of her hands in his. Her skin was like ice, her fingers stiff from terror. It was difficult to pry her arm from around her legs, but eventually he was able to bring her hand to his mouth, and he pressed his lips against her skin, trying to warm her. "I'm here, Kate," he repeated, not really sure what else to say. "I'm here. It will be all right." Eventually, he managed to scoot himself under the table so that he was sitting beside